krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now DeGrom turns and lets it fly. Oh, and that pitch hit high and deep. That one will not come back. It is a mammoth home run for Jazz Chisholm, his fourth of the year, and it puts the Yankees out in prime tonight, 4-3.
Dang, they played the music early on that one. I don't even know if the ball landed. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live here on Sean and Bobby with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
On DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy is out on vacation this week in Utah, but we do have the return of Peyton Philip Russell from Mexico. Welcome back.
Hola, senors. What's up?
You went and got fajitas yesterday?
I did, yeah.
Did you make those or get those?
I made them. Yeah.
Oh, look at you. What inspired you?
Well, I was listening to Crosstalk on my way to the grocery store, and Corey said something. I don't know if I can repeat it yet.
You can't. You cannot.
Yeah, so he said a couple words, and I was like, you know what? I want chicken fajitas tonight.
How was it?
It was great. It was awesome. No, had a great time. Saw one car on fire on the way to the villa, so I was like, all right, we're off to a good start here. Yeah, it was random. It was, you saw rundown, building, rundown business, and then boom, KFC. Then you saw boom, nice hotel to the left. So random, but it's what I was expecting.
It's just funny to me, like thinking of him going through these like poor Mexican villages, and Peyton's just going like, run there. Oh, thank God, KFC. We're moving away from this stuff now.
We're safe. We're good.
Yeah, we're getting away from the cartel here.
How's the tan? We were debating what it would look like.
Yeah, I got a little dark. I was trying to. I missed some spots getting sunscreen. Shoulders were burnt pretty bad. I think the bag got it. My thighs. I guess I missed my thighs completely on the boat day because they got torched. But not bad. Nothing big. I don't think. I think my face was fine. I didn't have anyone really there to put on sunscreen for me. Mackenzie was not there, so I had to do it all myself.
You don't ask your bros?
No, they had their own girlfriends' wives there, and I was like, what? I don't want to ask someone to put sunscreen on. That's for the girls.
Do you shave your chest?
I do not.
Yes.
None of it?
No, I don't get a ton of hair. I have some in between the man boobs right here.
Which I saw none in that photo. What happened to that hair?
Yeah, I don't know. It's gone.
Oh, he does shave. He doesn't want to say
he doesn't.
it.
No.
Yes. Oh.
He would admit it. You took that. Just take the L. We were debating it yesterday. I was like, there's no way Peyton shaves what little he has because you are white and you are bare.
Yeah. And I get one spot on the back. There's one spot like once a month I have Mackenzie just shave that one spot on the back. It's so weird. I get nothing on my back but it's legs and some arms.
Have you ever asked Amanda to do anything like that? I haven't, and I would never say, Krista, can you shave this spot for me?
I can't reach it. It's just there, and it bothers me when I look at it in the mirror.
Some couples do the whole pimple popping thing.
Oh, no.
Nah.
Well, and it's not even couples, it doesn't feel like. It feels like women want to do it. Like, they go up and they're like, here, let me get it. It's like, why are you guys obsessed with this? It's kind of weird.
All right. It was also weird that the Rangers, well, it's not weird, it's normal, that the Texas Rangers left 12 men on base. That, to me, was the story of last night's loss to the New York Yankees. Jazz hits the home run that takes the lead on Jake DeGrom, and that would end up ending it 7-4 in New York.
Yeah, but they were at least they hit a little bit yesterday, and you're thinking like, oh, all right, this will be this is going to be a good setup for them because you got in the first inning. Yeah, I was going to say you got in the first inning. You were putting people on base. Sometimes it's because you were getting hit by pitches, but you were putting people on base and you were driving guys in, and you sit there and think, all right, this should be good. You have a nice start to the game, and you've got Jacob DeGrom on the hill, and he's been pitching well. This should put you in good position. And then, no, you don't get the shutdown inning, and then you're heading into third, and it's already tied up. And this is the exact question, and it just hasn't worked yet. But this is the exact question we were talking about with the Cowboys of, hey, let's just get the defense a little better, and then we know the offense is going to regress some. So the starting pitching has regressed some this year. It's been fine overall as a staff. I think they're still 4th or 5th in Major League Baseball in ERA. But it's regressed some. The only problem is you haven't gotten the mild contribution from the bats most nights. Again, last night they did hit a little bit, but...
Yeah, it was a great start. You're like, okay, this could be a win. Josh Young extends the hitting streak to 13. They load the bases in the first. I did not think that their starter, after throwing over 30 pitches in the first inning, was going to last very long. Peterson with the sac fly that makes it 1-0. Zeke with a flare that makes it 2-0, and then a wild pitch. So they really didn't hit that much to drive in the runs. It was a wild pitch and a little bloop from Zeke, and then a sacrifice fly, but it's still 3-0 after one, and then bottom of the first, I should say after the top of the first, because Judge and Bellinger with back-to-back doubles, that makes it 3-1, and then the number 8 hitter, McMahon, gets DeGrom with the 2-run homer. Jazz making it 4-3, ball game done. And you had opportunities. Man, gonna have to have a Corey Seager discussion at some point in time, because you are in the 7th inning. You have 2 on, Berger pops out. Then base it. So I'm switching on over to the end of the Pistons-Cavaliers game because I'm like, this Ranger game is over. And then I check, and it's bases loaded with Corey Seager up. And Seager strikes out. Just 3 fastballs get him to drop the average to 206 on the season. That's the second time last night that they left the bases loaded. Josh Young, then after, you're like, okay, fine. We're getting to the best hitter anyway, and Josh Young. I can't believe I'm saying that statement out loud. And Josh Young with a pop-up, 12 left on base.
I got to look and see, because this is the first time I think I've ever had to do this. I've never done this before with Corey Seager because he's always hit. But it's like I now got to go look at his StatCast page and like see, is there something about him that's just not the same dude? Yeah. And I mean, like you look at,
there's a Tolo saying his bat looks slower. I know he's adjusted the stance.
Yeah, his bat speed's a little slower this year so far. It's about 1 mile per hour slower, which I think Jared has said before. 1 mile per hour is considered in general on average when you hit the ball about 10 to 15 feet shorter. It was roughly what it is. But, yeah, the squared up percentage this year, he's squared up 23% of the pitches that he's faced. Last year was 26.1, almost 73 on the bat speed. It's a little under 72 now. So, he's definitely not swinging the bat as well, but I don't know if those are such stark drop-offs that you should be looking at a guy hitting near the Mendoza line at this point.
The Athletics are 18-17. They're first place in the West. They're 2 games up on the Mariners. And then you have the Texas Rangers, 3 games under 500 and 2 games in front of the Astros, who are 15-22. And then you got the Angels at 14-23. They will do game 2 in New York today with a 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch on this radio station.
It's just so bizarre. And I know it was something that we talked about a lot last year. But it's really bizarre to just think, like, man, a lot of these guys were the dudes who it's like you would have never envisioned them being just a powerless group of players. And they have nothing. Like you're talking about last night, they get 2 extra base hits, and they're a little bit like little flare hits. And you've got the...
Who are you talking about specifically that you would not have imagined the power
Seager
outage?
pops into my head right now, obviously. Yeah. And then, I mean, you're talking about, it's been a health thing at times with him, but Young does not hit with as much power typically. He's gotten in a stretch now where you're talking about you feel better about it, but that same sort of thing that you saw with...
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying Evan Carter's a guy who doesn't hit with much power, which he just never has, but he was always a really solid contactor. The guy who hit the most doubles in the history of the MLB postseason during that 2023 run, and now it's just like gap power seems impossible for the guy.
Yeah, the reason I wanted you to list the names is because those names don't have legitimate power to me because the lineup is weak. Evan Carter's hitting 175. He might weigh 175. I don't know. That may be after, a long night of Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Drinking and Jack in the Box. Jock Peterson is hitting 200. Berger is at 210. No way that I would have guessed the average was down to 210 after the start that he had. No possible way. And then McCutchen with 2 hits last night is hitting 229. But you just look at the lineup and it is obviously not there. Duran is hitting 301, but still you're relying on Zeke. Haggerty, I don't even know why Haggerty, I can't take him in the lineup. I can't take him in the batter's box. Cool, he's at 179, and then Jansen is at 197. Ew!
Yeah, but you can't dog Jansen and Jake Berger too much because those are the 2 guys that have actually hit the ball over the fence in the last 5 games. I seriously, I was just about to go look. I don't think they've hit a home run other than 1 from Jansen, 1 from Berger in the last 6 games or so. But the last 30 days, you said you wouldn't have guessed that Berger's average had dropped so much. In the last 30 days, he's hitting 160. 30 days, 160 average.
It is looking more and more likely that the Minnesota Wild did us a favor for the next round.
in the corner. Now it's Kadri again all the way through. McKinnon! He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack! The second power play goal of the game for the Avalanche.
Dude, Avalanche Radio with a call. 5 more on the Minnesota Wild as they have now scored 14 goals in this series so far. This is a good defensive team. At least that's what Minnesota looked like to me against the Stars. And then you go ahead and combine that with their previous 2 games where they scored 9 goals in closing out the Kings. So 14, 19, 23 goals scored for the Colorado Avalanche over their last 4.
Yeah, that may have been a difficult series for that call. Colorado may actually be as good as people say.
I feel like it would have been like 6-0 in every game.
No, and
you would have lost the series by 24 net goals.
And if you were gonna end up playing like you did in that series against the Wild in terms of like the way you're playing when it was even strength, then yeah, you were definitely going to get run. Because again, now that's they tacked on 2 more last night, so it's not like the Wild were the greatest 5-on-5 team of all time that could just stifle you when you scored 4 goals in whatever it was 6 games. This is now Colorado's put up 9 goals in 2 games on even strength. Just 9 goals. They've more than doubled what Dallas did in 2 games in even strength already.
All right, over to the association. The Detroit Pistons just put on a dunk fest to kind of put away the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 1. This thing was closer than I thought it was going to be there in the fourth quarter. I know Drake Toll, for some reason, said this was a statement win for Detroit. I don't know what.
Great.
Just wait for his political segment every day.
Did he cook? Did he cook?
Did he vote? Did he vote? And then it was a little bit closer than I was anticipating until OKC said that's enough.
Set the other way, 3-on-2 off the left side to McCain. Left corner, Mitchell. Up the sideline, McCain open. Left wing 3 on the way. Splash City. Cha-chinga Thunder Money Belt. Loud City loves it. Thunder by 19. Pulling away.
Holy crap.
God, I forgot Matt Pinto. I forgot we're going to have to hear those calls probably for another month.
Chet Holmgren scores 24. LeBron scores 27, but Austin Reeves was awful from the field. 3 of 16, 8 points. And the Thunder, they cover. They win by 18. I think this was like the largest Game 1 deficit spread of LeBron's career, as he called the Thunder an all-time great team.
Bronny James did manage to sneak into the game for a couple minutes.
They were getting their ass kicked.
They're still waiting on the Luka return.
Luka's in Spain, apparently. Brian Windhorst putting up the fingers, saying, why did they send him to Spain? I haven't heard about that type of rehab trip, and I think the insinuation was they knew Luka was going to be gone for a good long while. Go ahead and relax.
Or some sort of treatment you're not allowed to get in America.
Right.
Now, did you see the thing going viral last night, the SGA drive to the hoop?
No.
This is so bad. People were tweeting this. They're saying SGA is so bad for the NBA. Do you see that flail? It's so bad.
Did he not get touched?
No, he didn't get touched. He fell backwards like he had just slipped on a banana peel. It was very Three Stooges like. But look,
he didn't get the call on that.
No,
right?
He didn't get the call. Thank God. But I mean, that's why you get the defaults of people just thinking like, there's just too much of a lean towards let me get the contact, let me go to the line, and that's why a lot of people still are critical of Shea. But man, it's going to be tough to see, just like it was throughout the regular season. It's going to be tough to see anybody really pushing Oklahoma City, I think. I mean, San Antonio, a lot of people know.
I thought they were going to meet the Celtics in the finals.
I know a lot of people think San Antonio's really good too, and that they could push them. But I mean, like, obviously San Antonio had issues in Game 1 and couldn't even take care of Minnesota. And so it may just be inevitable back-to-back here.
We have our own basketball story. Why the good vibes with Bobby Belt may be ruined today for the Hump Day edition after the Masai Ujiri press conference. What did you take from the new leader of the Dallas Mavericks? We have you covered with it. Are the Cowboys bringing in a Christian Parker player from last year? We have you covered. The return of Peyton Phillip Russell as well. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club right here on Sean and RJ. But let me get you on over to Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Texas.
to book a consultation.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That is the voice of Peyton Phillip Russell. Wait till you hear some of the things he went through in Mexico at 6:40, and he takes over RJ's segment at 7:40 this morning here on Sean and Bobby. Did you see what he renamed it?
I did.
Pretty good.
It is good.
One take, too. One take. That's the first thing I thought of.
Chopping the PP.
Chopping the PP.
Not chopping it up, not PP in the morning, chopping the PP at 740 Commercial-Free Expressway.
Do you trust he has enough PP to chop for that window?
Well, it depends. I'm thinking right now whether to put like his Mexico recap at 740 as well to extend it all out.
I got backups if I need it. I got some other things.
Okay.
If we run out of time.
So you need to extend the PP a little, because naturally he doesn't have enough to chop.
I get it now. All right. Yesterday, the Masai Ujiri press conference. Initial impressions from him, his delivery, his personality. Chris Mannix and others yesterday, Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, will join us at 8 o'clock. He was at the presser, but Chris Mannix said he was going to be engaging, he was going to capture the room, he was going to win the press conference.
Yeah, I mean, all of that, exactly who you heard he was, that just in command, complete opposite of Nico Harrison in terms of the way you talk about his approach, his style of talk, which I kind of gotten a sense of already because when we were Googling him around after he got hired and just trying to find out different things about him, I'd seen a couple different quotes where he was very direct about things in press conferences or just talking about this or that. His story is really interesting in terms of how he got into basketball and how hard he worked. So there's nothing handed to him. He grinded through the process of getting into a personnel department. There was something about him being an unpaid. He basically got hired by Doc Rivers in Orlando to be an unpaid scout. So he would just work as a scout for free for years until Kiki Vandeweghe gave him a job. And so he grinds hard. He's earned every spot that he has. And so I think impressive, commanding, all of that. That checks the boxes.
Met with Patrick Dumont in Vegas at a restaurant that was owned by Dumont's friend. Well, I guess they needed to turn over for dinner.
Not a coffee shop? They didn't meet there?
They did not. By the way, I was told by a little birdie that the day when the Ujiri news broke, just the other day, Nico was hanging out at an establishment just about 40 yards away from the scene of the crime. And the guy who told me about it, I'll protect his name, he's like, man, what a ballsy thing to do. The day that they are sitting, it's the lack of conscience on this guy. Conscience. The lack of conscience. It's RJ-esque. It is RJ-esque not to have moved out of here and then just to go and be out and about when this news breaks and to be out and about yards away from where you cuddled up to Rob Pelinka for the crime.
Why?
Nico Harrison, man.
Why are you still here? This is official. I know we've joked about it before a little bit. There's some psychological thing off with him. Like any normal human being would go, I need to get away from this town. Like, this is too negative and too toxic. Remember, he wants to stay.
All the stuff about like his kids in school and that worry and that concern. I'd be like, I'm not trying to get into family stuff. I'm really not.
But I get it.
Honestly, I would think like top layer, I don't want my kids in this city.
No.
I don't want my kids growing up around Mavs fans.
No, and it's not like he was born and raised here, and so it's like, well, this is home. He can't leave. No, he's from the Northwest. Like, I know he lived here as a Nike field rep for one point and as an adult, but I'd be getting the hell out of here.
Back to the replacement, as you could probably guess, one major reason why Masai Ujiri wanted to take this job.
Okay. When I met with him, I also told my boy, Robbie, who was here, who works with me on my business and personal side, you got Wembayama for the next 15 years. Luka.
You don't.
Next 10, 12, 15 years. Anthony Edwards, 10, 12, 15 years. Shea, 10, 12, 15 years. Who else we got? Jokic, 5, 7, how many years? Okay, how many guys have I mentioned? I'm forgetting guys. Okay? Now you have to convince me that I have to beat all those guys? Okay? You gotta come with something in your pocket. Okay? And in his pocket, he had Cooper Flag. And I said yes. Yes, this is a tough league, huh? Yeah, it's a tough league with tough young players coming up. And we got one of them. We have to do a great job surrounding him and giving him the opportunity to be good.
And he kept stressing how the Mavs have the most difficult thing to find in sports. Doesn't matter what sport it is, when you have a generational young talent like this. He was just looking at Cooper Flag's locker yesterday. It looked like he's like, this is it. This is my next 10 years. This is my meal ticket, which a lot of people around the NBA would obviously agree with.
Yeah, which he's clearly like basketball junkie, like when you hear him talk. And so somebody who has such an appreciation for the sport and how it's played, yeah, you'd imagine it'd be, as soon as you get in the facility, you do want to kind of stare at it. It's a little bit like, I can't believe I got this. Can't believe I have this toy to play with or whatever. And so it makes a ton of sense why, if he was going to get back in, which it sounds like he could have gotten back in, like the league would have been pursuing him and giving him opportunities elsewhere. Not necessarily he could have had any job, but like opportunities were going to be there, and this is one that he would have circled just because of that.
Said he wanted to go ahead and take a year off to look and learn about the league and kind of go over some of the mistakes he made in Toronto. After they were talking in Dumont's friend's restaurant, they got kicked out of the restaurant. They're like, all right, get out of here. We need to turn over for dinner. So they go and sit outside, and it lasted not 4 hours, but 5 hours. And the wives were texting each other and texting them, where are you? This was take an hour, maybe 2 hours max, but no, it ended up being apparently a 5-hour discussion. And both he and Patrick Dumont said some uncomfortable things were brought up. Here's Dumont on why. By the way, Patrick Dumont opened this and scared me because how intense he was with his introduction of, besides here, everybody, here we go. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's really intense. Dumont on why this is the right guy.
I have to tell you, we had a great relationship from the beginning. When you talk with someone for 5 hours, you get to know them really well, and the time flew by. And it was a great conversation, and our conversations continue to be like that all throughout, even through tough parts of the discussion. We were very open and very candid with each other, and I think that was really important. So in my mind, we did have a process. There were other people who called me. There were other people I spoke to, but for me, it was very clear.
So that's Patrick Dumont. Wanted to keep things very short, very quick.
You don't normally think of a job interview, especially for that one, as being like really tough parts of the conversation. And I assume it has to do with everything that's fallen out here in Dallas in the last year. But I'd love to know what he was thinking of in that second when he said, even through really tough parts of the conversation, like uncomfortable things, like that got uncomfortable at times, which I'm sure was just like, what were you doing? Like, what have you been doing the last year? How did this happen that you guys got in this position that you're in?
Philosophically, he didn't say anything that blew me away in terms of what he's looking for, shooting and athleticism and youth and all that stuff. But I think the most interesting thing, maybe by far, was the status of Jason Kidd, who has 4 years left on the contract, and Masai was asked, can you definitively say that Jason is definitely the head coach next season?
I had a conversation with Jason Kidd yesterday. I'm going to meet with Jason Kidd, hear his thoughts, on everything. Another Hall of Fame player. Has done a great job, but we're going to look at this thing from head to toe. That's the right way to look at an organization, evaluate in every single way that we can. But yeah, I talked to him, and I'm going to hear his thoughts on where he sees this.
All right, after he said that, my antennas went up, and I was like, uh-oh, Jason's in trouble. Because he said he did not say yes, he's definitely back. And he said, we're going to look at this from head to toe. I thought Mac angle, and I side texted Mac, and I was like, great follow-up. Because Mac, he'll say it. Mac will say it, and he goes, just so you know, many of us are going to interpret that as Jason could be in trouble. that's the way we're going to read it. Is that accurate? And I thought it was a nice job by Mac, and my antennas went back down a little bit after Masai said, look, there is no way to read it. Just go look at my history. When I was in Denver, I kept George Karl, and when I started off in Toronto, I kept Dwayne Casey. So if you go and look at my history, I kept the coaches, and I kept them for a number of years. So when he said that, I was like, okay, they're just doing due diligence and reviewing the entire operation. But I wasn't thinking that after the first kid response.
So, no, definitely not after the first kid response, and even still after the second. Because for the defense to be of like, guys, chill out. Other people before, I've kept them. Okay, but what about Jason? Like what about Jason and how he looks at basketball? Do you like what are the things that would get? I'm not just going to go based off of like, well, I didn't have a choice other places, so I'm just not going to change it here either. No, I got to know what you think of the guy. Which, again, this is where the spectrum brain kicks in a little bit. My antennas go up in a situation like that the first time, and then definitely the second when you say Jason Kidd. Why aren't you calling it like, I mean, it feels so informal and business-like of just like removed or just like not even Jason. Like, yeah, I talked to Jason, you know, I really like him. We've been in the league together for a long time. Instead, it's, I've talked to Jason Kidd. Look, Jason Kidd, I'm going to be interested to see what he has to. It's like, that feels so business and removed of like, hey, I'm not personable with this guy yet.
Well, he's just returning the favor because The Athletic put out a little article that in 2014, Ujiri was a fresh-faced executive in his first year as GM in Toronto. Before their first-round playoff series, Ujiri got a little carried away at a fan rally in Toronto and cursed their opponent, the Brooklyn Nets. F Brooklyn, he yelled to the Toronto fans. Well, Nets coach Jason Kidd was asked about the comments. He said, you got to tell me who the GM is. I don't even know that guy. I could care less, couldn't. What they think about Brooklyn, we have a job to do, and that's to play the game of basketball. And now Messiah is Jason's boss. So that was Jason saying, who? Who's that running their mouth and cursing us?
Odd for a Berkeley guy to say I could care less and not know the difference on that one. No, I think that in general it's probably like with a lot of the things I think you heard yesterday from Masai Ujiri. I think a lot of it was I'm taking a look at everything. Like, yeah, you know, everything's up for it because it's like he really doesn't know yet what he thinks about a lot of things. And so he is just saying, look, everything's up for evaluation. I don't want to speak definitively on anything until I can get a handle on like, okay, why are y'all doing this? Why is this happening over here? Okay, this shouldn't be run like this. And then there will be other areas, I'm sure, where he looks at it and goes, yeah, y'all are on the right track. That's what we need. That's what I would be doing. So we can go forward with that. I think it genuinely just is not having a handle yet on what he thinks about how they've organizationally built everything.
Give us your Mavs impressions on the Franco LaFranco fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. He did start off saying, I hope to bring calm. And that really jumped out to me early on. He said the Mavs need to improve medically. Tear shed by me for Casey Smith dominating, as you knew he would, with the New York Knicks. He said the league needs to fix the tank issue. Some of the games for him to watch last year were not very fun to view at all, and that free agency has been a little bit dead. And then Patrick Dumont at the end was asked by Newey, what's your big lesson that you've learned? And he said communication and collaboration from within. I think that is the difference with separating.
Yeah, where Nico's philosophy was talk to no one, throw people out of the arena for saying things, and make unilateral decisions where you consult no one.
877-881-1053. Peyton Russell living like a VIP with RJ Choppy, and then that all stopped while using the bathrooms in Mexico. RJ is on vacation in Utah. Peyton's Mexico recap, and the Cowboys bringing in a Christian Parker cornerback. All that on the way here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Underdog. You can go
with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins tomorrow at 5:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The Cowboys bringing in someone very familiar with Christian Parker's scheme and Stephen Jones on the ultimate Micah Parsons trade return. That is coming up at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Choppy is out the rest of this week in Utah. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And, of course, Peyton Russell is back from Mexico running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And let's give it up for his fiancée, Mackenzie.
Oh, what'd she do?
She is so freaking cool. As I thought that was the Roseanne music for a second when I heard that harmonica. When I heard, Mackenzie could not get these 2 PTO days off at work, so I just went by myself. What? Are you kidding me? That would start a war in 99 out of 100 households, including my own. And she lets you go to Mexico solo for a wedding because she couldn't get the 2 days off from work. And that must be why as soon as you got back off the plane from your 19-flight connection, you got flowers instantly, and she gave you the praise for it. So you didn't even get, the storm hitting you, I don't think. When you arrived back in DFW like the rest of us would if you went on that trip solo, you went and got flowers, and she liked it.
Yeah, I had to make up for it because for a while she was like, look, we have a lot of stuff to pay for. We have our own wedding coming up a month later. Obviously, everything that happened in Puerto Vallarta, a couple months ago, she was worried about that, and I was like, well, I'm in the weddings for my best friend. It's not like just some guy I went to college with that I'm not really close with. It's a guy that I truly enjoy him being one of my best friends. So I had to go there, and I was.
Yeah, it's not zero.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it's not Chris Strong or anyone.
Wow. We're taking shots at all the former board ups.
But yeah, she immediately was like, "Look, I've already taken off for my bachelorette trip and other stuff." And she, Mackenzie's a teacher, and so she doesn't get the whole PTO stuff like we do. She gets a couple days here and there, sick days, but she doesn't get as much PTO.
A couple months.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Right. She gets a whole summer. She gets all the holidays. There's her PTO. But yeah, she wasn't able to go. But so I still was able to make it out. And I know it's weird. You're thinking, okay, solo at the wedding. It's like you don't get that person to dance with, especially when you're taken. It's like I'm single and I can just find another single lady to dance with and communicate with. But but it was fine. Again, all my friends were there, so it was easy to get through. But
so Reetma had the setup, and this is pretty amazing. His fiance went ham in Nashville. Like she was living it up with 15 girlfriends. And I was like, all right, was there any FOMO or did you get any drunk calls or was there any, Dak Prescott type relationship issues on the trip? And he's like, we had a rule, no contact. He said, we did not talk once over her bachelorette trip because we didn't want to run into any of that. No calls, no texts. That blew me away. I'm assuming you did not have the same deal?
Nope, I was texting. Now, she knew, whenever I was at dinner or something or, going through rehearsal, obviously the wedding part, I wasn't texting a whole bunch. She uses her common sense there, but no texting, she trusts me, but I think she would think something's up if I was not communicating with her. And I couldn't pull the card of, international, I don't have the phone plan or whatever because, we went to Italy and everything. She knows I have all that phone plan stuff. I know how to figure that stuff out. So she was there. But me and her didn't FaceTime. We were only about an hour, I think, time difference-wise, but she knew I was going to be up late partying all weekend long there in Mexico. So she understood, but as long as I just text her here and there, she just wanted to make sure I was safe.
So start us off in the VIP.
Yeah, RJ hit me up. He told me a couple days before I left.
I had to come up with this idea for them.
Yeah, I'll have them in there, sure.
Yeah, that was it was a very tardy agreement from him to eventually agree, right?
For a guy who...
Isn't he usually throwing it out to us very early? Let's meet up. Let's go to the lounge. You think he was embarrassed to pay for some reason?
Maybe it was just because he wasn't thinking of them traveling together, whereas we're with him. And so he's like, oh yeah, it's a whole party that we're having together. I don't know, but it is odd for a guy who so quickly thinks of favors he can cash in. He never thinks so quickly of favors he could give out.
Yeah.
And now, it didn't work out in my favor because RJ had texted me that morning. He was like, hey, we're almost at the airport. What gate are you at? And I was at A17. He was at A22. He was right down. So it was no like I had to take the, Skylink or whatever to the other side of the terminal, other side of the airport. So he was right there. He was like, all right, meet me right in front of A24. I'll get you up at the lounge. Me and Sarah are going through TSA right now. So I waited there. He walks up. It's like probably about 35 minutes for my flight boards. I was group 5, didn't have to wait in the back with the pours, but, wasn't group 1.
So how early did you get to the airport because you were worried about the international delay?
I still went 2 hours before. Since I didn't have to do customs before, obviously, the flight, I was like, TSA, you know what, I think I'll be fine 2 hours before. Because
and I haven't really heard many ICE incidents or stories with that concern and that worry. Like, are the delays kind of gone now? I'm not seeing that in the news as much. I haven't been watching the news as much.
I haven't seen that the delay. I mean, there's not been as much coverage of them, obviously. But I mean, that just even the thought of that potentially being a thing is enough for me to say I don't want to travel overseas.
You were good, Peyton?
Or out of the country.
I was fine. I got through TSA fine. I mean, they let you keep your shoes on now, so that obviously makes it easy. I didn't leave any water bottles or any drinks in my bag, so they didn't have to take my bag back. But the only issue was I think there's construction around Terminal C or whatever at the airport at DFW, so I think that slowed it down. But RJ brought me up to the Admirals Club there. Free drinks, breakfast, everything. I had about 25-30 minutes by the time we got up there to eat. But I mean, they had bagels and eggs and bacon, everything. So that was nice. And it's quite funny because me and RJ are talking. He's like, "Man, I can't believe Minnesota won last night." And I'm thinking he's talking about the Stars game, right? And I go, "Yeah, man, I was hoping the Stars would win." He goes, "No, I'm talking about the Wolves." He was watching basketball. The night before. That stunned me. I didn't know. I didn't have a follow up for him there. I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess that is kind of shocking."
It's social media and NBA basketball on vacation. All of a sudden, that's what he switches to. That's unreal.
Yeah, so I get
to be watching football on vacation too.
But I get through there. He was off to Vegas a couple hours after me, so I was like, "Thanks, man." I talked to him for a little bit, but then I was back downstairs, flying out. I had the carry-on of I didn't realize, but right before I left, that the suit I had, it was either pack it in the bag or use it as a carry-on. So, I used it as a carry-on, so I had to check a bag there, but that was all fine. But then the flight to Mexico was fine. It was about 2.5 to almost 3 hours long. And I'm lucky I can hear now, because the landing last night, I don't know what has been up with me lately, but the last couple flights, when I'm landing somewhere, my right ear doesn't pop. It's like I have an AirPod stuck in there. And so I couldn't hear all yesterday. And I landed Monday night, so it was almost a full 2 days that I couldn't hear out of my right ear. So that was awful, but I woke up this morning, it was fine.
Did you try popping it? Yeah, did you do that?
Oh, I tried everything. I tried yawning, I tried chewing gum, swallowing, blowing my nose and everything, and nothing. I was sticking my finger in my ear thinking, okay, I got to be able to pop something, but I just let it happen. I was like, hopefully I could, sleep out of it.
Maybe that's why Ava freaked out on the plane.
Dude, I don't know what it is. There's something in the last couple of years. When I'm flying, it'll hit at some point during cruising altitude. I will feel like a bubble in my ear that rolls through up into my sinuses and pops. It's some sort of air pressure change, I'm sure, but whenever that happens, I for a half a second think I'm having an aneurysm.
But when we landed in Mexico, it was off to a hot start, literally. We were on our way to the villa, and we saw one truck on fire. I was like, all right, it's already starting, baby. This is what I dreamed of coming here. The
Mencho?
I don't. No, he's gone. Maybe someone else. Maybe the next guy in line. And I didn't really notice a whole lot of cartel. You saw military people.
There were so few cartel.
I saw see them out roaming.
I saw so few beheadings.
Yeah, I thought I'd see a guy or two walking down the street with an AK or something like that. But and I got to tell you, in Mexico, you got to develop or start building the express lane.
It's kind of been an issue.
You got to get the express lane. We got one lane from the airport all the way up this mountain to the villa, and it's 25 miles to the villa. Took us over an hour to get there.
NTTA.
So, yeah, we got to get some kind of express lane pass.
This is so good. Him just thinking about he goes to Mexico and he's like, what's up with these underdeveloped roads?
A lot of speed bumps there, man. We got to figure this out.
Where's the high five?
Yeah, you guys still got the toll booths you got to toss the change into.
Yeah.
But the villa we were at, was amazing. You had all these houses and stuff and rooms stacked on top of each other, so you had to kind of walk downhill to the main lobby area. But the pool was right there. You had a walkway into a little pool area to the ocean. Bars on each floor, so that was awesome. Pina colada, by the way, my new favorite drink. I had a lot of those there. Man, they blended those up.
Had you never had one before?
I had, but I American pina colada different than Mexico pina colada. But no, I liked what they made. I just liked it, and so I drank one. I was like, you know what, this is kind of nice. I like it. Tequila Sunrise as well. I like that. I was usually a ranch water guy with tequila, but I've switched it up a little bit. The margaritas were very nice there. And so the food was incredible. You thought it would be straight Mexican food. On our last day, we had lobster there. They had shrimp some days, steak another day. It was all over the place.
Was this like a rich wedding?
Yeah, I think so. I was trying to look up the price. I don't want to ask. I think it was like $70K for this whole thing.
My God.
How many people?
It was only like 70 people, but we filled out the villa. Like everyone had their own room, just about. I had to share with one guy, but yeah, it was because the villa. I mean, random people can vacation there, I guess, and you're all kind of in the same lobby. But we had the whole place to ourselves there. It was very nice. The staff was very helpful.
Peyton's wedding trip to Mexico. You got to get to the bathroom. This is disgusting.
El baño.
So we got there, and they were like, "Hey, by the way, our plumbing system isn't up to standards, so you can't flush anything, toilet paper down the toilets, down the pipes." And I was like, okay, I guess, but then I'm thinking, okay, well, how do we get rid of the toilet paper? They had a trash can right by the toilet in each room, and they said you have to wipe and you have to throw it away. And
what?
That takes some skill, by the way, because naturally you think wipe and drop, right? And
Bobby's puking, y'all. Fan cam. Get on the fan cam.
I had to stand up and throw it away. And again, I'm sharing a room with someone, right? So I'm having to cover it up on top of it, and it's just
it's smell.
Well, so they give you a little spray bottle too, right there. A little poopery or whatever they call it.
Spray bottle.
Yeah.
Of course.
So and they had staff.
This is for the whole trip.
The whole trip, man.
How often were the trash cans emptied? Like half a day, like in the middle of the day, or just at the end? Once?
Yeah, because I would, the morning I'd be in my room, then I'd leave, and come back later at night or whatever, maybe during the day. And there was staff, cleaning crew in there, in and out, and I think they knew that okay, you got to go to the trash cans, empty that. You can't have a whole day's worth of toilet paper in there. But
that should knock $10K off the price.
I was not listening to the last 30 seconds.
You're not giving us functioning toilets? Are you serious?
I think one day I just jumped in the shower. I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to mess with it because I told you it takes some skill. And I couldn't look, but I didn't want to not to be gross, hit off the rim or anything of the trash can and just let it sit there because then I'm having to clean it up myself. And
that's one thing if you have the room to yourself, but he was sharing one.
That's disgusting.
That is all. It didn't kind of mess up the trip for you.
No, it didn't. I tried not to, be negative on the trip. I was there, enjoying it. But yeah, it was one of those things that I was like, man, I don't know. And I don't know if it was just they had issues plumbing or if that's just a Mexico thing. I have no idea if that's a, countrywide thing. But yeah, just there they said no toilet paper in the toilets.
All right, the rest of Pepe's trip as he takes over Chopping It Up with Chopping the PP at 740 in the commercial-free expressway. Christian Parker is bringing in one of his guys. We'll tell you about it next and Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this. But let me tell you about the Tolo team of attorneys. It is Mark, Scott, and Gene.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Why Bobby just can't let it go. We'll get back into it. Commercial-free expressway at 7:20. We'll chop it up without RJ at 7:40. Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks, who was at the Masai Ujiri press conference at 8.
You know why that's such a great tease? Because you could say that about literally a dozen topics.
I know, yeah, true. Jordan Schultz yesterday reporting that the Cowboys are hosting veteran corner Adoree Jackson on a free agent visit yesterday. Jackson was with the Eagles last year where he started 10 games, 55 tackles, 11 pass breakups, and 1 interception. His DB coach there was Christian Parker.
Oh.
So Adoree Jackson apparently being brought in for a Cowboy visit. Used to playing filthy.
And a guy who was like when you're talking about Adoree Jackson, that was a guy that, what was that, 2017 now? Almost 10 years ago. Adoree Jackson was really well liked by the Cowboys personnel department. They really did like him when he was coming out. But man, this sends up. We were talking about the alarm bells or the antennas going up whenever whatever was being said yesterday about Jason Kidd from Masai Ujiri. This is similar to me of you have thrown a bunch of resources at corner and then the secondary so far. You got your safeties are going to play corner some. And it's really interesting to me that this isn't just a veteran like, oh, they're clearly working somebody out for depth. Who's making you laugh?
I got an Adoree Jackson report back from the Meatballs from his time on the Giants. I'll get to it coming up. Go ahead.
There needs to be a Meatballs segment of just like, what do the Meatballs say about things? But Adoree Jackson, that's not just a nobody player that you're working out for depth. You know what I mean? Like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, we're just like, yeah, okay, that dude may not make the roster. Like he's here to provide depth. Adoree Jackson started 11 games last year. Adoree Jackson played for Christian Parker. This is clearly a connection where Christian Parker likes the guy. If Adoree Jackson comes here, he's probably playing some snaps for you, which makes me wonder, there's somebody. The math is not math, and in terms of the number of players you have and the snaps available, they're worried about somebody.
Because you're not getting it with the secondary.
But it's not
this is your worst Cowboy take. I don't know why this is taking you so much to comprehend that things are not as fine there as you think.
Hold on. So I know I'm more optimistic about the bounce back than other people are.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is that wouldn't just be insurance. That's somebody's not going to play. Somebody's going to be playing fewer snaps or somebody's going to be on the bench more consistently than we've talked about. And I don't know who that is.
Why do you think it wouldn't be insurance?
Because Adoree Jackson started 11 games last year and he's connected to Christian Parker. Parker would bring somebody here who knows what he's doing so he could execute it on the field. And so that means that he'd be taking somebody's snaps. And he's not a slot corner. This is not about Caleb Downs and not being comfortable with him in the slot. Yeah. Adoree Jackson, for as like kind of slightly built as he has played in almost a decade. He's played 200 fewer snaps in the slot than Deron Bland in his career.
There's some Tolos who are saying this is just a favor from Christian Parker. This is trying to get Adoree's name out there in the headlines. The Meatballs, for those who do not know, are my college buddies from Jersey, and they love the New York Giants. And I can't stand their love for them. It's made me hate Eli Manning, even though Eli seems like a sweetheart of a human being. So yesterday when this came out, I texted them, how bad was Adoree Jackson in New York? I'll read the text chain, what I can. So bad that even the Giants with the secondary they have didn't re-sign him. He was more of an asset to us in Philadelphia. Still not convinced we didn't give him any cash while saying go do what you did in Philly. So bad he actually ranks ahead of Michael as the worst Jackson. Although Adoree has laid hands on more receivers at inappropriate times.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Michael and Adoree are the two best.
You're going to get Wolchuk calling up here.
Yeah. He doesn't Adoree defense. The king of pop, Warner. So all the jokes. They said he was terrible in New York. So basically, what you thought yesterday when I sent it over to you.
Yeah, because look, because I know those meatballs have been homers on several other things before.
Yeah.
So if they thought he was terrible, he was probably Kyer Elam. But no, he was fine early on in his career in Tennessee. He started getting banged up a little bit, but this to me says Revel or Bland, they're not so sure about where they're at right now.
So when you look at the projected defense, you can have questions in the secondary, particularly at corner, but obviously still the biggest gap and the biggest problem is at linebacker. Brian Schottenheimer over this past weekend, are you still looking to add a green dot or anyone else to the middle?
I mean, I'm comfortable with where we are. We're not looking. We're not evaluating. I think, adding, D and adding Jay Sean and adding Curtis Robinson and, we'll get, opportunity to evaluate these guys once phase 1 ends, which it'll end this week, and then we'll start phase 2. But, we're never closed for business. And, at the end of the day, I think, we've got a good group of linebackers, and now it's about training them with Christian and Scott Simons and those guys and getting them all on the same page about the system that we want to run.
A lot of love for Jay Sean Barham around here. A lot of love for the attitude, the versatility, the temperament, I guess, unless you are Joe Hoyt.
Poor Joe.
Christian Parker, new defensive coordinator. How do you use Jay Sean Barham?
Well, I think the best thing is you don't have to project it because you see it. At both Maryland and Michigan, he's playing in both spots. He's playing off the ball. He's playing on the edge. They're playing Ohio State. It's goal line. He's 3 yards behind the nose and just tracking the football. So you see those different traits. So you want to see him off the ball and kind of see how that goes from that transition before you put him anywhere else. You could take advantage of more versatility when he's on that second level than if he's on the edge. But he's certainly capable of playing both. We're gonna keep him at Mike right now and kind of see how that goes.
So a lot of people said, boom, there it is. Love the answer. Some people liked him more at edge. Bobby, you and others saying, no, let's go ahead and start him off at linebacker, which the Cowboys are going to do.
Yeah, I think he is an NFL-ready linebacker. He's still learning how to be an edge rusher a little bit. Now, a lot of people, I think, and you definitely can see it. A lot of people see the natural upside at edge and think, oh, that's even more natural. Like there's just a little bit more ability there, and there's more to tap into. But in terms of being ready to go and ready to play, yeah, it's the linebacker spot, and you bring him along doing some edge stuff, and that's exactly what it sounds like Christian Parker wants to do with him right now.
All right, I have lost track. Who can instantly recite the Micah Hall? You feel good about it, Bob, in terms of just ripping off the names? And
like the fallout after, not the original trade?
Yeah, the fallout after.
No, I don't feel comfortable because I don't know who we count exactly.
Okay. Well, Stephen Jones yesterday on Sirius XM was asked, after the draft and all the picks used and everything, how do you feel about being on the right side of the Micah deal?
I just feel very optimistic that we have the right pieces in place to go out. And, that ultimately, the decision we made was, that one player is not worth, 4 or 5 good ones. And we feel like that's where we're going to end up here and in a good spot. And, we had that opportunity there and didn't feel like we were one player away last year. But I certainly feel like we're putting the pieces together, to give us an opportunity to go do what our fans deserve, what we want, which is to go try and win the big trophy.
All right, Shireen Williams recapped it. Now, for some reason, she started off with Mozzie and the second-round pick to the Jets. So, did we include that? We throwing Mozzie into this mix and the better of their 2 2027 first-round picks to New York? And then she goes into Quinnen, Kenny, Malachi, Devin Moore, LT Overton.
That's why I say it's really hard to rattle it off instantly because of that question. Like, you don't pull off the Quinnen deal without that pick you sent, but there was other stuff thrown into it. So do you have to include that as part of the purge and part of the return? Because you can't like just definitively say you got Quinnen because of that one pick, because there's more involved with it. That's why I say it's a little hard to. And then you get into the all right. Well, you swapped that Green Bay pick for some other picks, and you picked up the 2/4, and now you got these guys. So it's just I think it depends on how you flesh it all out. But yeah, throw Mozzie in there because that's like throwing in a bag of chips.
So let's just say Micah Parsons for Quinnen.
A bag of chips cares more.
Kenny Clark, Malachi, Devin Moore, Overton. That's 5 players, and obviously Quinnen, Clark, Malachi stand out the most.
Yeah, if LT Overton can be a consistent NFL starter like I think he can be, and like they seem to think he can be, and if Devin Moore is healthy, Devin Moore projects as eventually being a top 3 corner on a team. Not like top 3 period in the league, but like one of your 3 on the depth chart. Then, yeah, I mean, you got, in theory, you would have then gotten 5 contributors, 5 regular contributors in exchange for Micah Parsons, which is what they wanted. Now, is that good enough? Who knows?
To me, it's going to come down to Malachi, Devin Moore, and Overton. Like, because Kenny Clark right now, to me, is what is this? Just medium, no up or down, just non-plus. I don't know.
What is your expectation?
Like, none of these guys obviously are going to be as good as Micah. Quinnen is a beast, but if Malachi can be
Quinnen's close enough to Micah that the others can then close the gap.
Yeah,
if they're good enough. What is your expectation for Malachi Lawrence?
Maybe baseline.
When we're 5 years out and the contract's up, the rookie deal with the 5th-year options in there, like, what are you expecting he's become?
I'm hoping he's around a 7 sack a season guy.
So let's say he becomes Jason Owe or Odafe Owe. He goes by Odafe now, but like Odafe Owe, who got paid significant, but is not thought of as like a regular Pro Bowl star or anything. If he becomes Odafe Owe, and it becomes Owe, Quinnen, Kenny Clark. Which, let's hope there's a resurgence under Parker. Like, is that a deal where you go, all right, you didn't get fleeced?
Yeah, because you didn't get fleeced. If Devin Moore and Overton can give you enough reps that you're playing out there on a decent defense, I'm okay with the depth that you filled because of how horrific they were and the needs that you had. They don't have to necessarily be like great, but are they serviceable enough for Christian Parker's defense? Steven, of course, was asked about George Pickens and his upcoming season.
We were having great visits with Christian Parker about, the trouble that it gave his defense and, when he was in Philly and the challenges that it causes other defenses when you have 2 dynamic receivers like CD and George. But certainly, it was our first year with George. Couldn't have gone better. I think George has a chance to, believe it or not, get better. And playing alongside CD there, it keeps everybody honest. And, they aren't the only weapons on our team. You throw in the tight end room, you throw in the running game. There's a lot that goes into complementing and giving everybody a chance to have success. So I really do think George believe it or not, has a chance to have just as good a year, if not better. And, obviously the expectations are he'll be in the building working alongside his teammates and working, to create an identity for this football team to have success.
And in terms of, I just got to ask it, with everyone always wants to know with the franchise tag, trade conversations. I mean,
there's zero interest in a trade for George Pickens.
Zero. He's going to be a Cowboy this year.
Zero interest.
Boom. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, and I mean, that's...
And for you idiots that have trouble comprehending, the 4 of you, go start up your little, your little talk session somewhere else. Start a Twitter Live or whatever they call it. That is on another radio show with us not advocating that they get rid of GP, since your stupid brains can't comprehend what we've been talking about every time we play a report from somebody else.
Yeah, this is just the discussion that's out there, and it absolutely needs to be talked about, because I promise, it was discussed in every, on both sides. The Cowboys did discuss it. They discussed everything. They discussed all these options. Would it be better to trade him? It literally is a due diligence thing where it becomes a discussion internally. And then from Pickens' side, he had to discuss it because he didn't know he was getting a long-term deal yet.
Why, Bobby, Just can't let it go. Probably our biggest argument and debate of the week. Commercial free in the expressway after this. But let me ask you something. If someone broke into that home or business tonight and you
all of our adoptable best friends at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Pass inside, swipe. Ron Holland on the other end of the basket. Up and in. Count that, baby, and a foul. Hustle man in the middle of it all. Hit the shot, drew a foul.
That sounds like a young Brad Sham.
Yeah, it does.
That was weird. That's the same cadence.
That was on Pistons Radio 111-101. They take game one over the Cavs. The Luka-less Lakers lose to OKC by 18. This is Sean and RJ Choppy out on vacation, except for one thing coming up in a little bit. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Shreve. The return of Peyton Phillip Russell, who will take over chopping it up at 7:40. The voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, who is at the Masai Ujiri press conference, will join us at 8 o'clock. And it only took two questions before we got to Luka. And Masai Ujiri was asked, do you feel like there's still a healing process here in DFW when it comes to the trade?
I want to be very respectful to everybody here. And yes, there's a healing process with that. Luka is a Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer. And that's the past. I always say in Africa, we say, when kings go, kings come. And the king went, and we have a little prince here that we're going to turn into a king. Yeah, and I think we have to start thinking that way, like here. I understand what we've gone through, but I hope we can, figure out how we reset as an organization with the fans, everybody in the community, and we start to think of it that way. And start to think of how we move on, from this. And really think about what we have inside us, come together and go win. Yes, there's no other way to do this than winning.
So that was the answer to the question. I liked it. He had it ready to go. When kings go, kings come. We have a little prince here. And then there was another follow-up later on that got right to the point. Would you have traded Luka Doncic?
I'm going to say it again. We have to respect everybody and everything that's happened here. He is a Hall of Fame player. He's gone. He'll always be a Maverick. We'll celebrate him in the best possible way, like we're going to celebrate all the Maverick players and stars that have been here. But we have to move. Yeah, we really have to move on. It's not for me to start criticizing what anybody else is doing. It's for me to criticize what I am doing. Yeah, and worry about what I'm going to do. Yeah, if I continue hopping on that, then I think all of you are going to be asking me what I am doing. Yeah, I have to look to the future because winning is what we have to do here. And winning is a responsibility of mine.
Bobby Belt goes on Twitter, and I believe this is called getting maybe ratioed. I'm not sure what the math is on that.
Yeah. Talk to me, Kool-Aid drinkers.
It's just a bad answer. They want to hear you say it was a complete mistake, and now we're trying to fix it. Summing things up with "we can't cry forever" continues to miss the point.
Yep. And a lot of the responses there had said that, yes, let it go, Adina Menzel. A lot of the responses there, it said
153 responses with 39 retweets and 181 likes. Is that ratioed?
Technically not, because there's more likes, but
okay.
It's close enough. I always think that it should include retweets and replies, but other people have thrown in likes as being part of the ratio. So, again, people miss the point because they're like, he called him a Hall of Famer. What more do you want me to say? What more do you want him to say? I don't want him to say anything about Luka. I don't care if he I really don't want to.
You want him to say no comment?
No, I don't want to hear him talk. I don't care how he evaluates Luka. Is he a great player or not? That's not what I want to hear him say. What he needs to say, and what they should have prepped him on, was exactly what we talked about, which is, I would have never done it. It was a mistake. And now I'm here to fix the mistake, and that's what I'm going to do. And we're going to move forward. Twice just refusing to acknowledge, like, yeah, but was it a deal you should make?
But
he
why?
won't say
it's not part of his business.
Because
it's not
the same,
on his schedule, as Jerry would say.
But the same thing we said is like, how you could have never known Nico was going to do it. How do you even know to ask the question? Well, okay, well, then that needs to be a limit. To truly move on with a new era, just say, shouldn't have been done, and we should have cleaned up the mess.
They did.
And to say can't cry forever is an awful summation of it.
When he said that, I was like, I wouldn't have said that. It's definitely going to read a lot worse than I think it sounded. Like, stop crying about it. You can't cry forever. That if I was Gina Miller, I would have been like, don't tell anyone to stop crying about it.
That was Jason Kidd's answer. The answer he gave is the same thing Jason Kidd said at the end of the year that everybody was mad about.
I think what you wrote in the email is what you just need to say. This is a Bobby Belt character problem and issue that once you make up your mind on someone, it's not making a U-turn. You are not going to alter. You are not going to be FAF. Once you decide, you're locked in, and that wedge is planted deep into the earth. And say what you wrote.
Okay, all of it, including me saying how bluntly do you want me to say this? Because depending on how bluntly you want me to say it.
I mean, there are Mavs fans who agree with you. Like I was at a Saturday party, and I talked to two guys who they both gave up their Mavs season ticket packages. One came back after flag, and one is like you, and they're not getting over it.
I'm going to read the exact entire paragraph I have here. So I said, Masai Ujiri was good for the most part. I still don't understand why they can't just take a whack when the ball is placed on the tee.
They whacked the guy, by the way. That's supposed to be the part that allowed us to move on. They got rid of Nico.
Why does he have to show respect for everyone who was involved in it?
Because the guy to his right may not, his new boss, Theory, may not want to be told what a stupid decision it was for the 1 billionth time.
Then there's still cancer in the building. That's what that tells me. I said,
DeMont has told fans. DeMont fired him, Bob.
I know.
You just want you want to get over the argument.
We all know you bet on baseball, Pete Rose. Just say it. You need to say it. Tell everybody you did it.
They fired him, Bobby. They admitted it was a mistake that the guy shouldn't run the team anymore.
They fired him for...
Masai shouldn't be coming in. It's like getting in other people's pockets. I would not have advised him to come in and say, yeah, that was really stupid what they did. Like, why do you need to hear it? It's like in the relationship argument, you need to hear her say, like, 50,000 times, I was wrong, I'm so sorry, you're in the right.
No, one time I need to hear you say it. Not 50,000, I need to hear it once. Apologize
Masai wasn't
time.
here. Masai, they have a...
Masai wasn't here. Masai wasn't here, but that was an opportunity for them as an organization to state it as like, hey, here's how much he can divorce himself from this and reset the rest of the organization for the fans who have not come back.
Patrick Dumont was asked, is this the final step in moving on from 77?
In my mind, it's thinking about the future. I agree with all the remarks that Masai had about it. I really appreciate his perspective. It's one that I agree with. And I'm looking for Masai now to help lead us to the championship. And also lead us to create a great team with great character, with the right focus. And that's really what I'm thinking about.
I think you just want to beat the horse.
If you had
beat the Maverick horse.
No, but like, for instance, like this would definitely be a thing for you, I feel like. If something had happened, if there's some egregious thing, and my actions said I apologize, but I never just flat out said, I'm sorry, just one time even, like, hey, by the way, I'm sorry about that. That was a mistake. That was wrong. Never once did it. And that was an opportunity to do it yesterday and divorce from it completely. Instead, it's the same answer from Kidd.
From Dumont or Ujiri?
I think Ujiri represented, like, they coached Ujiri on that answer. That was not just his answer. That was the answer that was given to him by, I'm sure, a well-crafted public relations statement, which clearly worked on a giant mass of people who now think, what more is he supposed to say? No, the organization is just supposed to say collectively once, this was wrong. And the best opportunity to do that is the new guy brought in who went, man, I'm so far removed from any of this. Here's how you can know it's a new day, is because I never would have done that. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fix this and I'm going to turn this into a title contender. What is the harm in saying that? How does that damage anything other than just potentially Patrick Dumont's ego? And if that's the case, there's a problem, because Patrick Dumont's ego should not be what we're like all stepping around when we're looking at how to go after it.
I'm going to read the rest of your email.
I was going to read it.
I'll read it. I realized something important while listening to this presser, and you can tell me if you want me to say it this bluntly on the air or if you want me to keep it to myself. I'm just not going to be able to forgive the Mavericks for what they did. That probably makes me the problem more than anything else, but I can't help that it's become the reality for me. I cannot bring myself to like the things that they do. I want to hate it now, at least until the organization is cleansed of everyone involved or Luka returns.
Yeah.
So who else needs to be cleansed? You're moving the goalposts of, all right, Nico go. Jason?
No, I've been.
If Jason goes, or does DeMont have to sell for you to be over it unless Luka comes back? Give me your conditions.
So here's the thing. I had like Nico going was a big enough part for me. Like I spent money with the Mavericks last year after Nico went, and I wasn't spending money with them before. So that's fine. They can shift on that, and I was fine with that. Yesterday, seeing it, it tapped into something like, but you still can't say it. And so it makes me feel like, all right, then you guys just are not as cognizant of where you still need to repair things with people. Again, it's not about Luka. It's about your relationship to the fans and repairing what you damaged with the people who still haven't returned.
Do you think?
And on that front, that's when I said, yeah. At that point, probably Dumont has to sell and Kidd has to be fired.
What percentage of fans do you think still agree with you?
Oh, in terms of specifically holding out this hard?
Yeah, are you in the minority of this?
Yes, I think so. I mean, there's some people...
So then your public relations advice to them doesn't apply to the majority. It applies for you and those in the minority that agree with you.
Let's say this. If we lost 25% of our audience, or let's say we lost 100% of our audience, and 75% of them returned.
Yep.
And there was an opportunity to bring back even more of that 25% without costing any of the 75%. Why wouldn't you do it? It doesn't harm it. It's a one-time statement, and it's all right, for the final holdouts who have not been pleased with anything, here's the final olive branch.
But then the follow-up is, would acknowledging and publicly stating what you're saying bring back the 25%, or how much of that?
I think it would bring back a significant chunk of them, because they'd say, oh, this is a totally new day then. That whole mindset that led to me leaving in the first place is gone now.
I'm going to have to go look up exact quotes. Maybe it went to the fan that he sat courtside with. I have the feeling that Patrick Dumont has showed contrition and regret since. Maybe it has not come out in the perfectly crafted statement that you're looking for. I understand that. I get it. But I do feel like, and I think a lot of it was with that fan interaction. I have to look up if anything happened after that publicly, that he knows it was a mistake, and he's trying to lay himself down in front of the Mavs fans.
I don't think he knows it's a mistake for those reasons, though. I think he saw they were bleeding money. And he knew it was a business mistake.
Well, now you're guessing. Now you're theorizing.
Right, and I have to, because he just won't say it. If he said it, I would know. He won't say it, or nobody will say it from that organization. And I don't understand why saying one time, especially with a new administration coming in here, if you just said that was not the right way to do it and it set us back. But guess what? It didn't set us back from being able to contend for a title, because I'm going to get us there with these things that we're doing, and we move forward. Then you could have said it. But again, this is the same answer Kidd gave that everybody hated, of move forward. Let's focus on, it's the same PR answer, and everybody said, no, you don't get to do that. Now all of a sudden it's a cool answer because everybody's high right now over hiring a guy who can't sign shooters for half a decade.
Oh, God, here we go.
Here we go.
I think, Chuck Cooperstein, I hope you're listening for 8 o'clock, Coop. I think it's the way it's said as well. Jason is pretty bad, in my opinion, at a lot of this PR and publicly speaking.
Yeah.
I think Ujiri, much better. Dumont's kind of forceful and blunt. That's why Gina, we need to have him in studio. Choppy hitting you up every other month. Get Patrick Dumont here in studio so we can help him.
Please do. Bring him in.
Help him. But, Peyton, what are the Tolos saying? How many are on Bobby's side with this of just not
10%.
over it?
They're about, Bobby nailed it, about 90-10 on the percent meter there against Bobby, 90% being against Bobby.
I saw it on Twitter, and guess what? I will save every single number, and I'll text y'all back when y'all are pissed off when they're below 500 halfway through the season again, because you're high right now. This is what y'all do. This is how you process things. There still needs to be an acknowledgement that there's no return. This is full remission from the cancer that destroyed this organization. That's what they need. And again, if they would have said what I'm talking about, would you have come in? Wouldn't that have been the top thing you would have been talking about today? If they would have said that and like that was the final nail in the coffin.
I think it should. If it was going to come, it should have come from Dumas and not Ujiri. I don't think you need to put that on him to be commenting on previous moves that were made. And I would certainly would not suggest to him, insulting the boss or whoever else was in the building, including your head coach.
PR should have done it then.
Okay.
PR should have recommended it to them and said, look, as much as you may not like this is the play.
Because if Messiah comes in and Jason Kidd agreed to it, we all believe. He signed off. So now you create this dynamic between the general manager and the head coach if he's retained.
He's going to fire him anyway.
All right, well, that's Chuck Cooperstein. There it is, 877-881-1053. Second question about Luka. Of course, the follow-up, would you have traded him? And Ujiri taking that PR response. Coop joins us at 8.
Coop.
But RJ Choppy, Mr. Basketball now all of a sudden. Watching the Minnesota Timberwolves and now checking in on the Mavs press conference to celebrate the new hire through song? Come on, Jacob Ray.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were going to chop it up.
Nico left to smell like Bobby's sweaty shirt. Messiah walked in like I fixed this with dirt. Windows open, barn doors, old place getting near. Front office finally acting like it's prepared. Dumont in the corner like I didn't understand. Boy thinks he owns a beach called Las Vegas Sands. Kids still hiding like me on my vacation. Fans like Sean cause they're losing all their patience. The Messiah out here turning every who into hen. Takes a barn dance crew and makes them champions. Makes me wonder about my Texas Legends days. Could have made me someone Jared just couldn't replace. So yeah, we cautious, but the hope feel real. From burn it all down to maybe we can heal. Cause Vlad's just 19 and he's our greatest hope. Rookie of the year, damn, it might just be the GOAT. Kyrie's coming back from that me like nothing happened. Gonna hit a step back and leave Mike Bassett gasping. The Duke boys Messiah and a high draft pick. Might just be time to re-embrace the Mavericks. Messiah's in the house. Yeah, the barn done flipped. Front office tight. Yeah, we finally got fixed. Promote, what are we doing to okay? I see Messiah got the Mavs acting responsibly.
Wow.
Well done, RJ. Nice.
Okay,
few things. A content machine when he's not actually here.
Few things. RJ has recently been hating on Bobby's creations with music, and he's definitely going to hate this one because that AI Choppy may retire him from the studio. We don't need to put him in front of a microphone anymore.
I need to get the video up that I was showing you earlier of AI Choppy.
Why didn't you put it up during the playing?
Because I couldn't get the lyrics mixed over it yet.
I don't know what settings you put into AI in terms of like create this melody. I could listen. Normally I'm listening for the lyrics. I wasn't even listening for the lyrics. That music on that, I could listen to any lyrics. I loved it.
It sounds too real.
It was so good. Like heartwarming. I got some chills.
His voice definitely had the robot twang to it, but the music is very clean.
I love the music. I love the rhythm of it. That was excellent, in my opinion. So there it is. What will RJ think of it?
He'll hate it. He doesn't want. He's already concerned he's going to be replaced by AI. So that once he finds out he might be, then he's going to be upset.
Well, his segment is getting replaced. It's not chopping it up. It's chopping the pee-pee.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up.
If these things happen on me and Bobby's vacation, not together, not that there's anything wrong with that, it probably would have messed things up, ruined it, and we'd be very, very bitter and angry about it. But here's Peyton, not having a working toilet, has to wipe back there and put it in the trash can next to him with a roommate all week long in Mexico. He got over it. I just didn't want to complain. And now here he is swimming in oil.
Yeah, and Sean, by the way, by day 3, day 4, I was yelling Kobe while I was shooting those shots in the toilet. I was putting up stat lines.
Did you miss one of them that hit the wall or the ground?
No, I had, because it was one of those you had to press down and open up, and I made sure I had the backboard there ready to go.
My brother said it was like that in Costa Rica as well with the non-working toilets.
Man, so maybe it's a Mexico thing. Okay, all right, and the tolls have texted in too. But all right, so we need express lanes and then working sewage down there. But and so we get to the wedding day, and it was hot. I was in the wedding, so I had the black suit on, so that was tough to get through, but we had the fans working as well. All outdoor wedding, but when the sun went down, it was fine. But now we get to the boat day. And by the way, people that have said, you need to invest in saving up for a house, you need to save up for a freaking boat. This 2-story boat thing, you get a lake somewhere near a lake, it is insane. You can be out there all day, all week. It's constant entertainment there. But yeah, we had the boat day on, I believe it was a Sunday, all day out there. Well, for a few hours, but it's a 2-story boat, big party. All 70 of us were out there, 2 stories. They had music going. They had fajitas in the back. Drinks were flowing as well. More pina coladas, Sean, and tequila sunrises for me. But they took us out in middle of the ocean there, from the shore, and just let us jump off the top of the boat and swim around. They had a slide as well going into the water, and it was all fun and games. It was about a 20-foot drop from the top of the boat to the water there, but it was fine.
It was just y'all on this thing?
Just us.
For how many hours?
It was 4 hours.
Wow.
4 hours out on this thing.
I think I rented one, and it cost a pretty penny for it may have been 3 hours, go out and see the whales and stuff, but it wasn't big enough for 70 people and didn't have slides going off of it. What are you laughing at?
I'm just the idea of we can see some whales.
No, they're literally jumping out of the water next to you.
I'm just envisioning you reacting.
It's a sperm whale. It's right there in front of us.
I'm just envisioning you reacting to it's a whale. It's a whale over there.
Oh, God.
So they let us jump on the top, and the water was great. Even though it was technically Pacific Ocean, it was still, it was still about 8 degrees there, so it was great. But yeah, so we're jumping the water, and we're swimming around there, and I can only, float for a little bit before I got to jump back. I couldn't tread water for very long. I used to be a lifeguard, Sean, back in the day, but treading water was not my thing. I needed a floaty or something.
Did you ever have to save anybody?
No, I did not. 2 years, did not have to save anyone, just collected paychecks.
Easiest job.
But yeah, it is. And so we were in the water swimming around. There were about 15, 20 people, I think, in the water at the time. All of a sudden, the exhaust goes off on the boat, and I'm thinking, okay, we got to duck, get the smoke out of our face, and all of a sudden, we see a rainbow reflection off the water. And we're like, what is this? And people started getting out of the water, and they're covered in oil. They had an oil spill in the water, and it was all over us.
What?
Even on the little floaty thing. I don't know how this happened. They said a generator, was, I guess, restarting or did something as we were in the water. It was supposed to be machinery off. They'd put the anchor down. We were supposed to be just floating there, having fun.
Wasn't that BP's excuse? Well, we didn't know. We don't know how it happened. It just happened. It's in the ocean now. Sorry.
So we get back on the boat. Everyone's trying to swim around it or off it, and you can't. It's all over you. And so
you swim around oil.
I thought maybe you go underneath the water and get underneath it and go around, but it was everywhere, man. And so they were giving us Dawn dish soap and and we were scrubbing ourselves trying to get it off. Some people had swimsuits that were ruined, white bathing suits that were ruined there. Mine was fine. I had just a little bit on my body, but once I got the soap and everything, it was fine. I took a shower when I got back, but then they said, sorry, we'll take you out to a different part of the water here, and they let us jump off again. But nice. No more issues there.
Man, 2 major things though on a trip: non-working toilets, and then swimming in, as Troy Hughes would say, oh.
Yeah, that would be the lead for me coming home, is just I could not flush toilet paper, and I got covered in oil while swimming in the ocean.
Yeah, but boat day was fun. Again, invest in a boat, not a house.
They say that's a horrible investment, like a pool. It is just a money pit.
What's the saying? It says, "Don't buy the boat, be the friend of the guy who buys the boat." That's what you want.
That's right. Yep, I need more.
Well, you got your body of water right there in Rockwall.
I do. I'm right by the lake.
Oil free.
Lake Hubbard there.
We'll be in Rockwall next Friday.
Oh, Firehouse
with
store.
Peyton.
Whoa!
Yeah,
what?
Peyton making an appearance.
They let me out finally, man. It only took that.
Aiden
long.
is stunned.
That'll be next Friday, and so now we get to my flight back, which was a little unusual, So I told you guys long ago I had this. I think it was last year. I had this. American Airlines credit card. They had the mileage system there where there was the bonus 80,000 bonus miles if you spend so much on this credit card, in the next 3 months. And so I did that because I was like, I'm going to be traveling a lot in the year 2026, so I'm going to use these miles, get some free flights. And part of that was getting my Mexico flight for free. And the only way I could do that was I was able to fly from DFW to Puerto Vallarta, nonstop. But then on the way back, I had to take a connecting flight to, be able to use my miles. It was too many miles to just go from Mexico back to DFW, in the 3 hours it took there. So I had to, take a, detour basically. So I went from Mexico on my way back. This was Monday. I think I flew at about 2:29 Mexico time. Flew up from Mexico to LAX, and then went on a plane from LAX to DFW. So it was about 8.5 hours total there. Wasn't a huge layover. I was able to get through customs, TSA pretty quickly, waited by my gate for about 35 minutes. Wasn't too terrible, but it was just a long day of traveling. And but I woke up with plenty of miles later on to buy another plane ticket for free. So at the time,
the only way you could capitalize on the miles was the connecting to LA.
Yeah, at the time, I think I only had 25,000 miles on my account, and that was how much it cost to get to and from Mexico. But I had to take the connecting flight. It was going to be 35 or 40,000 miles, I think, to get from Mexico to DFW straight on. I didn't have the miles, so I just had to go with what I had. But so I've made it home. I landed about 11:30 Monday night. Again, right ear was not popped yet. Waited until this morning before it was finally popped. And here we are. Finally made it back.
I'm curious, when you and I meant to ask you this earlier, when you saw RJ Choppy at the airport, he was representing it to us a certain way of how much he had given up. But then he did end up on a mule or a horse. When you saw him, what was his mental state? And was he like just gorging? Was he just like accepting what he was doing and like, all right, I'm going to eat all the carbs I want?
He said, "Pee-pee, let's go up." And, and so him and Sarah were up there for a little longer than I was. But no, he was eating everything. He was like, nope, didn't get the weight. I know you guys were asking about it, on Twitter and the text, but no, he did not get to his way, I don't believe. But he was
still rode the horse, though. He was able to get on the ride. Was she getting on him for what he was eating and consuming, or she had let it go like he has?
No, I think he was fine. She didn't say anything about it. I think when we got there, we had eggs, and then the bagel we had like bacon and like I think some ham on it and cream cheese as well. So it wasn't the best diet, but like I said, you're on vacation, you're going all. He might have had a beverage as well too while he was up there. But yeah, so that was my flight to Mexico. And so we'll get to some stories here now. It's pee-pee in the morning, chopping it up. We're chopping the pee-pee here. Let's get to this Fight Club thing. I sent you guys this yesterday. First rule about Fight Club is...
You don't talk about it?
You don't talk about it. Second rule, don't talk about it again. There's other rules there. I didn't know about the other rules. Whatever. Well, they don't know that rule in Arkansas, where a school director has been arrested for being in charge of a child fight club. Her name is Mary. She's about 51 years old, and she was sentenced to just 30 days in jail on Monday, 120 days of house arrest, and 9 years probation after being the ringleader of this fight club. This all started after a mother told the Craighead County Sheriff's Office about her teenage son reported being mentally and physically abused while he was at school. And all this took place last year, but this was just caught up with, I guess, this year, almost a full year of this being investigated wise. But there was video footage that deputies obtained through a search warrant revealed that Mary Morrison, that is, had instructed the child to sit on the floor while being surrounded on the outside of a circle by 18 other juvenile students and the school director. Mary told the other students to put their hands on the child in the center and hit the child with an unknown object. I mean, they're just beating this child senselessly. And one of the school employees that were also arrested, her name was Kristen Bell, who was 36. I thought it was Bell, and I was like, hold on now.
Nope, it's
hold
the
on.
actress.
Nope, it's not. She's 36, very close to Bobby's wife there. But the incident lasted about 30, 45 minutes.
Higher or lower, Peyton?
Higher.
You think Kristen's older?
I wouldn't talk about women's ages.
No, I'd say
much.
the same. I think she's 36.
Okay.
Did I get it right?
I'll tell her you said that.
Oh.
Definitely younger, I believe.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Well,
she's going to love you. She's not younger than that.
The incident lasted about 30 to 45 minutes and featured a teacher directing a student to strike a classmate in their private area.
This is not Fight Club.
And this is Arkansas, too. This isn't like a third world country. This is Arkansas,
That's
man.
close.
Yeah.
This is not Fight Club. Like, I get it's just being called that, like, kind of in shorthand in the media, like this Fight Club. But if you've ever seen Fight Club, which I assume everybody here has seen Fight Club, if you've ever seen it, it's like, let's get out all our testosterone. It's two guys, like we're agreeing to mutual combat. We're beating the hell out of each other. And then we get up, we hug, and we go, blow up a building or whatever they did in the movie. That's the movie. It's not blindfold him, put him in a circle, and 18 of you jump him. Yeah.
She looks like a woman who would do this.
Yeah.
She looks a little rugged.
And Mary did try to not let the word get out.
Seen some things.
She was telling the students, "Hey, let's just not talk about it. Don't bring it up. We're going to do this, on school property, and that's it." And obviously, that did not happen.
While Morrison verbally berated the child, another student kicked and choked the victim. In response, Morrison could be seen giving the juvenile a high five, displaying her pleasure with the student's actions. This one's a psycho.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco fan text. The Maverick press conference texts are still coming in. It is Peyton Phillip Russell back from the Mexican vacation throughout the rest of the week here on Sean and RJ. Is Kyrie coming back, and is Jason Kidd safe? The voice of the Mavericks, who was at the Masai Ujiri presser, the great Chuck Cooperstein, joins us next.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Choppy on vacay in Utah. Peyton is back with us. Aiden running the Aussie app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Yesterday, the Masai Ujiri presser. We'll have some Rangers Diamond Cavs at 8:20, and I think it'll give you possibly your laugh of the day. That's 8:20 on your home for Rangers baseball as they try to get even with the Yankees tonight. 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch. But yesterday was the Mavs presser, and I saw Chuck Cooperstein there. So I said, we got to get on the voice of the Mavericks here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Chuck. Thanks for the time as always. Your initial reaction when the news broke that the Mavs had hired Masai Ujiri?
That Patrick Dumont was true to his word, that he was going to hire, make a big-time hire, and that he was going to do it by the middle of May. And given everything that's happened over the last 15 months and the feelings that a lot of the fan base has had toward Dumont, the fact that he showed that he was true to his word, to me, was my biggest takeaway when I first heard the news. And then, obviously, Masai, while the last 3 years in Toronto did not go the way he would hope, or that anyone would hope, I mean, the track record really ultimately does speak for itself because nobody bats 1,000. He built two really good teams in Denver and Toronto, and he's, as he was very fond of saying yesterday, he's got the piece here to begin building something special here.
Chuck, is there a style or traits or an identity you remember from Ujiri in the way that he went about building those Raptors teams, or that you expect him to apply here to the Mavs?
I mean, he likes long athletic players. You look at guys like Siakam and Anunoby. When they were drafting at the bottom of the round, look at Scotty Barnes. Who a lot of people didn't think should be drafted fourth when he was drafted back in 2022. Thought he was more an 8 or a 9 kind of draft pick in that lottery. But he ultimately was right about it. Now, again, with Barnes, that was a developmental process because he wasn't elite right at the start. But we know what he is now. And so I think his teams are big on length, athleticism, and also development. If you look at what they did in building their G League team, Toronto 905, they put a lot of players into the league and coaches into the league too. I mean, Jerry Stackhouse was the coach there for a long time and did a really good job, and actually wound up being a head coach at Vanderbilt, and obviously he's been an assistant coach in the NBA at several stops.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks, on the big new hire over there at the AAC here on 105.3 The Fan. What were your major takeaways from the presser yesterday?
That the year away has really rejuvenated him, and that he's really excited to get to go, because I think he feels, and as any general manager would feel, that when the hardest part has already been done. You have found the superstar player, and we clearly have seen that through 82 games that Cooper Flagg is a superstar player, and he's only going to get better from here, which should be exciting for everybody. And then having Kyrie back next year. I saw Derek Lively at the news conference. I don't know if Masai talked to him at some point during the day, but he's out of the boot and he's walking around, and he says he's feeling really good. But they're going to take it slow with him. But knowing that the possibility of those two guys being back and what that can mean, we all know how they struggle because they didn't have those two guys last year. To have those two guys available could make things a lot more fun around here pretty quickly.
Coop, obviously it was a very exciting rookie campaign from Cooper Flagg, and I think a lot of people thought even the offense was further along than maybe they had anticipated. With Masai Ujiri walking in here and seeing where Cooper Flagg's at, what do you think for him is just like line item one, roster needs this, or we need to do this and move this direction? Obviously, he's going to look at the draft and kind of evaluate things there, but how do you think he really looks at this and needs to attack just the build of the roster first?
Well, I mean, it doesn't take Einstein. It doesn't take Masai Ujiri to figure out this team needs more shooting, and they need better shooting, and better shooting creates better spacing. And if you give Cooper Flagg and Kyrie more space to operate, all of a sudden your offense, which was the bottom 5 in the league for a lot of the year, all of a sudden that becomes a much more turbocharged looking offense. And they also need more point of attack defending because the defense, which started out actually playing pretty well last year, when it got post All-Star break, it completely collapsed, and they were awful. And most of that has to do with the fact that people could just bring the ball off the floor against the Mavericks with impunity and just get into their stuff and ultimately get to where they want. And you can't have that happen. I mean, you look at the teams that are still playing in the playoffs, and not to praise the previous administration too much, but he wasn't wrong when he said that you've got to play defense. You have got to be able to play defense, and you look and you see that the top 10 teams in three-point attempts in the NBA in the regular season are not playing in the playoffs. And you see 6 of the top 8 defensive teams are playing in the playoffs. You have to score, but you have to be able to defend. And if you can get some more point of attack defending, and you get Derek Lively back to defend the rim, which he showed that he's more than capable of doing, well, all of a sudden your team starts looking a whole lot better.
Chuck, were you surprised they were able to get him? I was. I wanted him outside of the impossible of Sam Presti, but did you have your own Chuck Cooperstein wish list amongst? I'll throw Bob Myers in there, but Connolly and Lindsay in Detroit. If I stacked them all up on a list, did you have someone stand out as a top choice for you?
I didn't really have a favorite. But I also knew that Bob Myers wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
That he's just making way too much money and not having to work all that hard, which I think is everyone's goal, right?
Yeah. Especially Choppy.
Yes, it is, as a matter of fact. But no, I didn't really have a favorite. I really actually think that the guys that worked internally after Nico was fired did a phenomenal job. Did an absolutely phenomenal job. The Davis trade was a phenomenal trade for them, and just the work that they've done on the margins, which you have to be able to do in an apron world. With the work that they've done with their two ways, I think they have found something in Poulikitis as the shooting that we talked about earlier. He can really fling it, and they absolutely need something like that. But you needed someone that really did have charisma, and someone who could really be front-facing toward the media, toward the fans, season ticket holders, I mean, everybody, to sell the vision of the Mavericks. And Masai Ujiri is expert at that. So given the time and the circumstance, I think it was a tremendous hire. And frankly, again, if you can take a step back and you look at what Patrick Dumont did on the business side when he lured Rick Welts out of retirement, the guy is a Hall of Famer. He's seen it all and done it all. And now you get a guy like Ujiri who is proven, who has won a championship. He knows what that looks like. He knows what NBA players look like. I think the Mavericks have done a really good job of repositioning themselves to move forward from an executive standpoint. And it's really, really important that they do.
The voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, with us here on 105 through the Fan. Coop, NBA teams have all approached sort of this, top executive role a little differently. Obviously, the last hire for the Mavericks was a guy in Nico Harrison who was a Nike executive. Rob Pelinka is a former agent. You've got all these different styles and things. Do you think it was important specifically for where the Mavericks are at that they get somebody with such a strong scouting personnel background to try and find ways to fill out this roster with maybe not the resources that you want or need?
That's my prototype of general manager. I realize that agents and relationships and things like that. You know, they all matter. But I do think that if you do come from a scouting background, that it helps. That's just me. I mean, obviously there are a lot of, as you mentioned, different ways to skin the cat. But I like guys who have been in the gym, you know, who have been around the world, who have been, you know, trying to uncover the best players under the biggest rocks. And Masai has definitely done that. And so, again, with the Mavericks' lack of flexibility in the upcoming drafts, not controlling their number one pick for the next 4 years after this draft, I think it's really important to be able to have someone who knows how to find players. And I think he showed that in Toronto in building that program back up, and I think he will do that here.
So, Coop, you know, you mentioned you need to go get players. They've obviously got that draft pick waiting for them. Don't know where it's going to be yet, but you're a college basketball guy too. So when you look at things and kind of survey the landscape, who are you just like, man, if this guy could get to the Mavericks, wherever it is they pick, if they could get that guy, they would be in such strong shape with the way their roster's built?
Well, obviously, if they're fortunate enough to move anywhere in the top four, and any of those four guys will allow them to be significantly better, just because I think you do win with size and you do win with athleticism. And that's what the Raptors ultimately were able to win with when they won the championship in 2019. I mean, Van Vliet was small as a point guard, but he had big people behind him. And I think that's absolutely imperative. You have to have that.
Who are your four guys? Out of curiosity, I just want to hear your names.
So the four guys at the top are DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Caleb Wilson.
Okay,
those are the four guys. And then you got that next grouping of between 5 and 10 with all the point guards.
Yeah.
And so if they stay where they are, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the medicals on someone like Mikal Brown from Louisville. I think he's a really interesting player, and I did watch his game in person against SMU back in February, and he was unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. But his back has been balky all year long, and that's something that if you're 19 years old, that would concern me tremendously. You have a bad back at 19 years old. Bad backs don't seem to get too much better. But I'd be curious to see what those medicals look like. And then again, you know, how they are interpreted. And, you know, to that point, I think, and Masai mentioned this in the news conference yesterday, you know, they've got to get the medical thing right. Because it's not been right for the last couple of years, to the point where the Mavericks have never had a clean injury report since Game 5 of the NBA Finals in 2024.
What?
So 164 games.
Oof.
If you looked at the injury report on the day of the game, the Mavericks never had someone who wasn't considered out for that game.
Wow.
So there you go.
Chuck,
they got to get that cleaned up. But Brown and Braden Burries of Arizona is a guy that really interests me. There's a Bradley Beal type of game to him that I think could play really well alongside Kyrie, you know, as a combo guard. And then as he grows into playing in the league, he probably could take on some point guard responsibilities. But again, when you also have Flagg, you know, Flagg is going to do that too. And Jason Kidd has talked a lot about this, just being able to have multiple ball handlers. And if you watch the game last night between Oklahoma City and the Lakers, I mean, you look at Oklahoma City and everybody can dribble, pass, and shoot. It sounds so easy and it sounds so primitive, but it really is true. And there are very few teams that have multiple players who are capable of doing that.
Last one for you, Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs here on Sean and RJ. Do you expect Jason Kidd to be the coach next year?
I do. You know, again, I know Masai's initial comment kind of raised eyebrows everywhere.
Yeah.
But then he was able, I think, to clarify that a little later in the news conference when he said, look, you know, I went to Denver. George Karl was there, and he was our coach for my first 3 years there, or my 3 years there. And then, you know, he moved on to Toronto. Then he goes to Toronto. Dwayne Casey's already there. And he kept Case for 5 years. And listen, they had a phenomenal run, including, a couple of trip to the conference finals. Basically, Casey got Toronto to the goal line, and Nick Nurse pushed him over. And Nick Nurse was tremendous. But Casey did a phenomenal job there. They just kept running into the Cavaliers and LeBron. It was a really tough nut to crack. So it's a tough nut to crack here too, with what looks like Oklahoma City and San Antonio set up for extremely long runs. But it's not to say that the nut can't be cracked by the guy that's in charge presently. And I think that's going to be the first look at it when everything is cleared up and the conversations are had between Masai Ujiri and Jason Kidd.
Fantastic stuff as always. It's a treat. Thank you so much, Chuck. Enjoy the offseason and the playoffs.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
The great Chuck Cooperstein here on DFW Sports Station. Why yesterday's Rangers game had this legend rolling in his grave on the home of the Rangers next. But let me get you set.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First pitch to Bellinger. Line drive over Berger. Down the right field line, a base hit. McMahon scores. Caballero coming home. It's a 2-run double for Cody Bellinger. And the Yankees lead it 6-3.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about Bobby Belt missing this segment?
He ditched us, man. He went down to get breakfast, and now he just left. Unbelievable, man.
Now, he's going to blame the elevator system. He's already texting us. How do we have one working elevator? There's no way he didn't stop and run his mouth to 4 different people on the way, or show off a cell phone video, or RJ Choppy's song and the AI version of it. You know, he stopped and gossiped with 5 people, and now he's going to blame the Odyssey elevators for making him late and missing the start of the segment, leaving me solo. Well, along with Peyton Phillip Russell.
Yeah, he's got to figure this out. Maybe he needs to put it on the punch list. Send an email or something, Bobby. He's texting about Masai again and everything else. So,
Masai says we should move forward, though, so can't talk about it when I'm back. Riding.
Oh, look who it is.
How many people did you gossip with on the way down and up instead of just blaming the elevators?
0.
Yeah, right.
One elevator working. I got down there. I set a timer every single time. There's a timer literally running when I get out. So I'm like, all right, I'll be back by the time I get back for the break. If it takes any amount of time to get downstairs, I just ride right back up because I'm like, all right, I don't have time to do it. I got down there and was done in a minute. And then it was every single floor stopping on the way back up. I'm surprised Reitman didn't come in here and try to take advantage of the open microphone. I thought that's why he was lingering in the hallway.
I talked to him in the commercial break.
But like Masai says, we move forward. We don't talk about things in the past or acknowledge mistakes that were not our own, and this was not mine. So we can't talk about it.
The Texas Rangers leave 12 on base. They had an early 3-0 lead, and they blow it with DeGrom on the mound and losing the opener to the New York Yankees. I thought that Jared Sandler came up with a very cool idea on the Ranger Sports Network, as, of course, John Sterling. Did that sadden you? You know, this is RJ Choppy's probably number one biggest regret, that he was not here this week to pay homage to John Sterling, the voice of the Yankees.
Yeah, John's a legend, man. Been doing this a long time. He's one of the greats to do. I mean, I wanted to get into play-by-play, you know, when I went to college, and so John was one of the guys I'd listen to. Obviously, Brad Shamus.
Are you being serious?
I wanted to do play-by-play.
No, forget that. Oh. Sterling was a idol?
He was one of them, just because, I mean, the Yankees were always in the playoffs. You know, he always had this crazy calls. I love the nickname thing he did. He did with A-Rod, you know, A-Bomb and A-Rod. Mark Teixeira sends a text message into the right field bleachers. I loved it growing up.
Well, last night on the Rangers pregame show, they decided to introduce the lineup by honoring John Sterling.
Eric Nadel, you have the honors leading us off with Evan Carter. So what's your John Sterling call for Evan?
I go, it is high, it is far, it is gone. A home run for Evan Carter. Evan, like pennies from heaven.
Oh!
With a home run.
Oh,
Dave,
that is good.
Dave, you're up with Corey.
Yeah, so let's see. Seager, you know, it's gone. A beautiful swing. What choreography?
Bad.
Brad?
Man. Oh, man.
Josh Young?
Josh Young, king of the concrete Youngle.
All right, I got Jock Peterson. This one, I thought this was kind of a layup. It is high, it is far, it is gone. A Jock Jam for Peterson. That's what I want.
There you go.
All right, Zeke, Eric.
All right, Ezekiel Duran. It is high, it is far, it is gone. Home run by Duran. Duran, he's hungry like a wolf.
That's good. All right, Jake Berger, Dave.
Yeah, it is high, it is far, it is gone. Have it your way, Jake. You're the Burger King.
Wow, this is not easy.
Brad, Alejandro Osuna.
Osuna, oh, see you later. That is so stock. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are much more creative.
Danny
Danny boy, oh Danny boy, Jansen is prancing around the bases.
Very good.
All right,
I
Eric,
like it.
Andrew McCutcheon.
McCutcheon is one that John actually used for his 5 home runs as a Yankee in 2018. It is high, it is far, it is gone. Kutch in the clutch.
One of those guys is in the Hall of Fame, and by listening to those, I think you can tell which one.
So you approve of Nadel's, and then the
Nadel's were very Sterling-like. Those are that's stuff I could see Sterling saying.
And it's like they didn't tell Dave Raymond they were doing the segment,
or Brad. It felt like Jared had a heads up. I don't know what jock jam means. I would have think that Jared would
jock jams.
Yeah, what is that?
I thought that was like a thing back in the day. Jock jams, like JOCK. No.
I mean, sure. I don't know what that means, though. I've never heard of it.
Have it your way, Jake. You're the Burger King.
Like music you'd hear. Maybe you're too young for this. Music you'd hear at stadiums. They put it on jock jams. Like the
yeah.
Hey
This is like '93. Yeah,
Yes.
I was too young for
Let's
this.
get ready to rumble. Let me clear my throat. They put that on a soundtrack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that was a layup, Jared.
Yeah. And then the forced laughing that they all had to do in between. That was even more awkward.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would not want to be in their position if I got blindsided with it. That's why John Sterling was John Sterling. But yeah, this is those were all. I'd say that Nadel had the top 3. Jared's second one was good.
Peyton, what'd you think of them since you wanted to model your play-by-play game after this?
Yeah, I thought maybe Jared could have, maybe told them ahead of time, hey, come up with something.
I think he probably did.
Did he? Some of those didn't sound like they were, prepped.
Yeah.
But no, I like it. Again, the nickname thing that John Sterling did was incredible. Jared's had some over the years, and
was it incredible? I mean,
it was unique. It was something.
It was unique. That doesn't make unique is not incredible.
Yeah.
It's a little hokey.
Sometimes it's unique because no one would ever do that.
Yeah.
And you did.
But you loved it.
I loved it. And Jared's had some over the years with his calls.
Houston, we have liftoff.
That's a good one there. Not nickname, but it's Houston, we have liftoff. He play on words there.
My favorite one of that is, do you remember when we first played that? We were busted Jared's balls about it over the air, and he texted us in and goes, "It's because NASA is in Houston." It's like, we get it. It's not that we didn't get it.
Yesterday, I think Dave Raymond was telling this story, and I was struggling with myself because John Sterling just passed away. But did anyone else hear? And I think this was right when Jazz Chisholm hit the home run to basically end it and take the 4-3 lead. Did y'all hear him tell the press pass story about John Sterling?
Mm-mm.
He was saying how John Sterling is basically he was a big kid. And I couldn't tell whether this was just part of him acting childlike or having fun with people, or did he take himself this serious? John Sterling refused to wear his press pass at any of the other stadiums because he thought that they should have just known who he was. Raymond told that story, and I was like, I think he's being serious. I rewound it, and I was like, no way. Well, that's one of the most unlikable things that you could ever say. That John Sterling was like, I don't need a press pass. Everyone knows who I am, and I don't need to identify myself. But then, boom, Jazz hit the home run.
Maybe they just meant because like he anticipated they would recognize him from the black eye from the baseball hitting him in the play-by-play booth. That's got to be John Sterling.
And then I don't know whether Sterling would have supported this or not. I assume he was rolling in his grave. They were doing the wave. Did you see them doing the wave in a tie game yesterday, behind home plate? They're doing the wave at Yankee Stadium in the 7th inning of a tie game. Disgraceful.
Yeah, we're the bleacher creatures to nip that in the bud.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and Bobby. Chop you out the rest of the week on vacation. This is Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. We have some recent grades for them.
Dave Schoenfeld, who is one of the friends of the show here. We've had him on a couple times. And every year when you get to the end of April, he does kind of a reset and a look back of where every team is at right now and what sort of grades they're getting. So,
oh, God, I just got the Sandler text. He's texting me about the elevator incident with Bobby, but he's using that, I know him, to get to our review of their audio.
Jared, we're just playing. We're just playing.
Well,
right?
I texted Jared and I said, I need that audio. I need those intros. It was creative. I said they were bad. They were very bad, but it was creative and fun and different. It'd be good radio.
You had the best non-Nadel one, whatever your second one was. I don't even remember which one it was, but I remember thinking that one was okay. All right, so the top grade in all of Major League Baseball right now, it's the Atlanta Braves. They get an A+. You've also got the Yankees, Cubs, and Rays that score A's, as well as the Cardinals. But the Texas Rangers show up on this list with probably what we've come to expect as the most Texas Rangers grade that you could possibly get over the last 2 years.
C.
Just a C.
Straight
That's exactly what they are. Which I think we've talked about before. That's one of the, if you're not like super entertaining, then one of the worst places to be is just in the middle and just kind of average. This was the write-up on the Rangers. He said, one of the oddest things in recent years, and Sean is going to hate this, has been the transformation of Globe Life Field from a hitter's park to an extreme pitcher's park. That trend continues in 2026 through Saturday. This is last week. The Rangers are hitting .217 with 7 home runs in 15 home games. And one of those was an inside the park home run, I should point out. In 18 road games, they're hitting .250 with 24 home runs. The pitchers have a .273 ERA at home and a .425 on the road. So be careful how you analyze Rangers hitters and pitchers.
Oh, my God.
But no matter how you slice it up, the Rangers still look like the 500 team they were projected to be preseason.
There you go.
And that's with the bullpen exceeding expectations so far. That's the painful part of this. You got a lot. You've gotten a really good boost from an area that you were really uncertain about in the preseason, and you're still the same team that people said you were. That speaks to something so much deeper. And again, they're going to have to figure something out at the plate. Moving forward. Next year, there can't be another excuse of like, well, finance. I don't care. You got to figure something out. You got to stop. I know people like some of the moves. Mackenzie Gore, that's great. And it's like, well, who did you want to spend? I don't know. Go find another $10 million hitter that he may not be as good as Mackenzie Gore, but let me find some lottery ticket because you got to get better.
Which Cowboys are going to be feeling the heat this season? Bobby has it, and below the belt, the Hump Day edition is next on 105.3 The Fan.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
Is Pickens one of the picks to feel the pressure? Something like that, Jared. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Before we do that, we did get some news yesterday, and God help me trying to pronounce this. Seth Walder tweeting, the Cowboys have hired Satya Balakumar, I believe is what it is, as a football data engineer. Per source, Balakumar had been a software engineer for Lockheed Martin Aeronautics previously before that, which is sort of the direction that the Cowboys have really shifted in recent years in terms of just they've gone heavier on analytics than they ever did before. I think it's about 8 years ago, their last analytics director was a guy named Tom Robinson. I think they had 3 people in that department. It was 3 folks. It was Tom and then 2 people that were under him. Their current setup now with John Park is they've got, I think there are 5. This is a 6th. And then I would not be surprised if they end up adding another one sometime in the next few weeks. So they have been all over the place in terms of making sure that they're trying to be forward thinking and they've got all the analytics. We've talked about it with Shoddy during the year. He mentions Ryan Feeder, who's part of his game plan prep, and Feeder's sort of an extension of the analytics department. He's the one in his ear all the time going, go for it on 4th down. You should do this. And Shoddy said that he would go for it on 4th down basically every opportunity that he could.
What was the name again?
Of what?
The hire?
The name was Satya Balakumar.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
That's pretty. I mean, you've read it. Am I close? Do you think?
That second one sounded really good, much better.
I'm asking you as an expert, and so
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
So no, but this is actually
I'm not wearing the red dot.
That's pretty good. That's good. I like that.
Hey, I can say it.
Yeah, you can say it. You got the pass. So this is actually the Cowboys actually recently Neil Stratton from Inside the League, which is he's a guy who is out of Houston. He runs an entire website that focuses on the business side of football for scouts and agents. And so a lot of people subscribe to the newsletter. He's got some really interesting content that's really specific to that space. But one of those spaces that he started working in and covering has been analytics. And this year at the Combine, they actually handed out some awards for best draft the previous year, like honoring different scouting staffs. And they handed out an award this year for the first time for the best analytics group. And Dallas, the group led by John Park, was actually named as one of the top analytics groups in football, which is really impressive. Sarah Malipai, who we've played cuts from before, she's in their analytics department. She also was individually recognized, and it was it's something that they've really worked hard, I think, to drill down on as something that they focus on and care about. That honestly started during McCarthy's time, where they were starting to do more of that. And then Shoddy has continued to lean into that. And John Park, of course, having control of that department, he has continued to expand that. All right, so Cowboys feeling the most pressure. I always love articles like these because when I see them, my first thought is, whenever anybody throws out one of these lists, there's always some name on it where it's like, nope, whiffed on that, or how are you missing this guy? There's maybe a how are you missing this guy on this list from SI, and shout out to Randy Gurzy, who wrote this, because I got to give you credit, because usually when I open these lists, like I say, there's something in there where I'm like, no chance. I think this is pretty dead on. He covered the 4 Cowboys under the most pressure to improve in 2026, and I guess if you put it with improve, there would be no pressure on George Pickens, but generally I think whenever you're talking about pressure, it's improvement, it's earning your money, doing different things like that, and George Pickens would certainly be on that list. He's not on this one, but here's his top 4. Before I go into the top 4, who stands out to you as like the number one guy on this team of like, you got to be better, and then there's a ton of heat on you to do so?
Guyton,
it does feel very much, I jokingly...
I think Guyton's probably my easy one.
I had jokingly like here on the air and then on Twitter had put out that BB picture of him at the wedding. I was like, oh, he's tipping us off, telling us about this. And there were a lot of people who said, there's no competition. What are you talking about? Y'all need to prepare yourselves. There's a competition there at left tackle.
With Nate?
Yes. Yeah, Nate Thomas and Tyler.
So are we past the Tyler Smith left tackle thing now? No one has asked about that recently.
I don't believe that's the direction they're going to go. I think they're going to enter camp and enter OTAs. Like, we're going to start hearing about it, I'm sure, during these off-season workouts that are coming up. When they enter that, it's going to be a Guyton, Nate Thomas focus at left tackle. I think Guyton's better than Nate Thomas. I don't think it's particularly close. I don't think Nate Thomas can start consistently in the NFL right now. So that's something where I think he's a clear winner there. But to your point, if they go through this process and they go, man, neither one of these guys are hitting the marks we want from them, and they go, Drew Shelton, maybe not ready. In fact, probably not ready right now to start right away. But Drew Shelton, your 4th-round pick, not ready. Do they then look at it and go, you know what, Tyler Smith, it's time for you to shift outside? They very well could do that.
Guyton had a 57 PFF grade. Nate Thomas had a 39.
Nate Thomas there were times where he would battle, like I think it was the Chiefs game he had to come into. It was either the Chiefs or the Eagles game. Whichever one he came into, he played pretty well the rest of the day. The following week, brutal. Absolutely worked. I think he had allowed something ridiculous in one of those games where he had to step in. It was like 10 pressures on 20 like quarterback pass blocking sets. So Nate Thomas has struggled a great deal. He would need to really evolve and press forward for that to be an option. But I do think that, yeah, absolutely, if Guyton and Thomas and Shelton all can't cut it, I don't think Shoddy or the Cowboys would hesitate to say, you know what, we're pivoting. Tyler Smith is going outside. We're going to figure out guard. We'll figure out guard with somebody else, but we're moving this. I mean, they added some guys this offseason, veterans with some playing experience on the interior, so you very well could shift that direction. And that is the number one name on the list here from SI is Tyler Guyton. The next 3 on the list, as they named these 4, and I think you're going to be in line with all these. Number 2, Savone Revel, cornerback. Says that Kobe Durant was obviously signed here. They drafted Devin Moore. There's a lot of love for Savone Revel, but he's going to have to improve.
I didn't write down Revel. I write down Bland before Revel.
I think it's probably a shared pressure.
Yeah,
one of you elevates and the other's in jeopardy.
Revel might be like, look, man, they may have compromised him. We could have a discussion that the Cowboys screwed up Revel's rookie season. And that it's unfair for us to be judging him based upon throwing him out there with the health issues and the recovery stuff. I guess Revel's pressure is, all right, are you going to get legitimate playing time moving forward as an NFL player? And Bland's is this Diggs 2.0 with an overpay and overrate as a one corner?
And Revel scared me last year against Detroit. That was the first time I went, you say, is this Diggs 2.0? I was sitting there going, this better not be Gallup 2.0 with just, you've lost confidence in your knee. Because
couldn't we, I mean, I know he wants to get out there and play, but the team could have also said, we're not going to have these Gallup things take place anymore. You're shutting it down for the year.
And to be fair, I need to be clear. We knew eventually.
They were making a playoff push, and they had, shelf stalkers behind him.
Yeah, no, and I think he was healthy enough to play. The bigger question, and the reason why Detroit scared me, I remember watching him in that game every single snap. I kept an eye on it in the second half. Every single snap he was out there. Play was over, he was touching his knee. And it was not his knee, it was the brace. The brace was bugging him. And it seemed like it was so in his head. And I don't believe the Cowboys told him he needed a brace. I think he was wearing that on his own. But that could just be, again, ramp up. You went from East Carolina and not playing football for over a year to boom, you're in the NFL. And so there could be some of that. So I'm not ready to just totally say that that's done and over with, but it was concerning last year. One of the names on here, it's number 4. We'll skip over 3 since you just mentioned number 4, Deron Bland. Much like Revel, Bland is coming off a frustrating season due to injuries. In fact, Bland has dealt with foot injuries for the past 2 seasons. Even with his new deal, the Cowboys have been like everybody's been talking about Bland being on notice because his deal you can get out of pretty easily after this year if you wanted to.
Oh.
And so the structure of it does not really lend towards Bland being irreplaceable.
And the Cowboys brought in Adoree Jackson, former Eagle and Giant, for a visit yesterday.
my thought is I think that the Cowboys, you remember we talked about Colton Hood a lot and said Colton Hood, he was a guy to watch if they didn't draft a secondary guy first. If they didn't draft a secondary guy at the top, I think they had shifted, and I think late in the process, Colton Hood would not have been the guy they would have taken. Because I think Christian Parker really does believe in Savon Revel and what he can do, and I think they would think, maybe a little too redundant. Let's pivot to somebody else over here. So when I asked earlier today, what's Adoree Jackson about? Like, that feels like it's a lack of confidence in somebody. My lean would be, I wonder if they are worried about Bland at all. Of just like, this is nagging, dude. Like, this is sticking with you a little bit. Not that he can't play, but like, if this injury has compromised you in any way.
Yeah.
And what do they always talk about in professional athletes? When it's a foot, when that happens, that can end you fast if that lingers. So I'm still, I saw times last year where he played really well, other times where he did not, and he was really, really bad. So it was inconsistent, which makes me hope it's something fixable.
Man, after cornerback has become my number 2 scary position in football. I'm scared of drafting them high. I'm scared of these injuries now. It has me scared at corner.
Yeah, and it can turn in a flash. Like it's done. Just like, I mean, think about just some of the guys we thought of as top Diggs. Jair Alexander was like a top corner a couple of years ago, and now all of a sudden it's just like dude couldn't stick anywhere, banged up. The fourth name on this list and this is from Sports Illustrated, the 4 Cowboys under the most pressure to improve in 2026, and I think this is an under the radar one that hasn't gotten talked about a lot because I think most people look at it as just, that was just an opportunity issue. Jaden Blue was somebody who last year I think they expected to be active more frequently. The fact that we were asking Jerry every week, is he going to be active this week? Well, he's got to do the things he has to do. And some of the issues that occurred there with practice and being a pro and doing the things that he was supposed to, he needs to get it together quick because that's a 5th-round pick. And if they start feeling year 2 it's still not clicking, they will send your ass out the door quick. And so I think all 4 of those are really important names. And then Pickens, obviously, not to improve, but there's a lot of pressure on Pickens to go earn his payday.
Yeah, I didn't write down a lot of those guys. I wrote down for pressure on this Cowboys season. Guyton, Bland, so I wrote down 50% of the list, I guess. I wrote down Ezeraku, Overshown, and Downs. Now, not for job preservation for Caleb, but we have anointed him and Christian Parker.
For this team to be good, you need to be good.
Like
100%.
All the hype. We have raised the hype level a ridiculous degree.
I'd agree about Ezeraku. Ezeraku's got a lot of pressure. I think Overshown, it's more just a question of, it's not about him playing, it's about, are you going to be healthy? And so if he's healthy, then he'll play well. It's just a question of how consistently he can stay healthy.
After yesterday's Mavs presser, I want you to give the predictions. Are Kid and Kyrie back next year? And an NBA fight, we need you to referee. Final hour, Hump Day edition. After this.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the YouTube, Fan Cam, Twitch, Odyssey app. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Choppy out on vacation. Josh Clark is getting it, our fantastic video guy, along with Aiden, and the return of Peyton Phillip Russell here on DFW Sports Station, Hump Day Edition.
Hump Day.
Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your football fix continues with the Red Zone at 9:20. Last night, NBA playoffs. The LA Lakers end up getting smoked by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Bad shooting night for Austin Reeves, and the Pistons pull away from the I have a hard time because I care so little about this series. I keep on having to remind myself that it's the Cavs and the Pistons because I don't really care about either one. I'm sorry, Jake Reitma and Cade Cunningham. Got local love for you, but I just don't care. I wish that – I kind of wish, although – now it looks like the Knicks are going to steamroll, that Knicks-Philly was the Eastern Conference Finals. But let's just go ahead and get to the Knicks and the Pistons.
Which Knicks-Lakers is probably the NBA's biggest dream this year. Probably every year, to be honest. Or Celtics-Lakers, something like that. But if they weren't... I'm curious because you just said you can't even get interested in the Pistons. I would think the NBA would say, we wouldn't care if Detroit went a little bit further. Like we'd like Detroit in the finals probably. That's not a bad outcome. Who gets you the most interest in the finals this year of the teams left? Would it be Knicks and who? Thunder?
In the E? You mean make the finals matchup?
Yeah, full finals matchup. Would it be Knicks Thunder, Knicks Spurs?
Well, I want Thunder Spurs more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I want Thunder Spurs, and then I guess I could go San Antonio over OKC because, the Spurs have star power, more recognizable to me, star power than Oklahoma City. Like OKC's number 2. Now, the number 2, most recognizable just because of his stature and probably his looks is Chet Holmgren. But you ask a general sports fan who's not paying attention to the Thunder, who is their second best player, or their head coach for that matter. And I don't know how many are instantly throwing out Jalen Williams, who is hurt again here in the postseason.
Well, yeah, and even if they know the head coach's name, they just don't even know how to pronounce it.
I don't know.
That's part of it too. Would you say that?
But I want Wemby. I'll take Wemby in the finals.
And I'm just assuming Knicks, but I think there's a case that just if you're talking about the players
Spurs,
and the
Knicks
market,
finals, yeah.
If you're talking about the players and the market, if the Sixers continue to catch fire, that's a draw for the NBA, I think.
Yeah.
Where you've got VJ Edgecombe, you've got Joel Embiid, you got Tyrese Maxey, there's still Paul George. There's enough there that I think the Sixers might be, they're not going to do it, but they might be the most compelling of the four if they were to get to the finals in terms of a draw.
All right, I want the prediction for Kyrie and Kidd on the Franco LaFranco fan text. 877-881-1053. Yesterday was the press conference for Masai Ujiri, and maybe the top takeaway, Chuck Cooperstein alluded to it 1 hour ago, the voice of the Mavs, how Ujiri answered the first time when asked, is Jason Kidd definitely the coach next year?
I had a conversation with Jason Kidd yesterday. I'm going to meet with Jason Kidd, hear his thoughts, on everything. Another Hall of Fame player, has done a great job, but we're going to look at this thing from head to toe. That's the right way to look at an organization, evaluate in every single way that we can. But yeah, I talked to him, and I'm going to hear his thoughts on where he sees this.
He said something there that is, to me, the most interesting thing about any of the DFW sports coaches, which he said, he's done a good job here. And your natural reaction sometimes might be to go the hell he has. And then the more you think about it, he is so contradictory in terms of his legacy as the coach of the Mavericks so far.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sections of times where I can think Jason Kidd did a damn good job coaching them through this period of time. After the Luka trade, he did a great job with those nights where they had 7 players healthy and they were on all those two-way contracts and things like that. He did a great job at times with that. There have been times in the playoffs I thought, man, he pushed the right buttons. He did this or that. And then there are other times where I'm I couldn't fire him quick enough with some of the stuff he did. He is
his number one asset, and Chris Mannix alluded to it yesterday. He said, Mama Flag likes him. So you got Kyrie, you had Luka, you had Anthony Davis, and now apparently you have your most important player's mom, who's very active, liking Jason Kidd. He has figured out, or maybe he's always known, basketball lifer, Hall of Fame legend, no doubt about it. He just figured out, like, it's like there's certain people in radio who have figured out you can stick around if you get enough advertising. Bobby cares first and foremost about ratings. That's how we're judged. We look at that as our report card. Mm-hmm. You got other people who have always gotten their ass kicked in the ratings, but they said, if we bring enough money to the radio station, they'll keep us, and the ratings can go in the back seat.
Don't talk about Walchuk like that.
That's how I view kind of Jason Kidd. I'm not trying to dismiss his win-loss success, Ray, and getting to the finals, but I think Jason has it down pat. If I have these relationships with the big dogs, that's my meal ticket.
Yeah,
that's my staying power.
Ron Washington used to kind of be like this for me, where he would be infuriating at times, and then other times would be like, man, you can't replace what he does for them.
Yep.
And so it's almost like Kidd is a less likable version of Ron Washington, because Ron Washington was just such an affable personality.
A lot less likable, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, 100%. And so he doesn't have that connection to it, but you're right. He is clearly moving towards power and getting towards certain powers in the room and saying, this will be my security here.
And let me just say, less likable to me. I mean, the players may be, head over heels for him.
I think Rangers players who played for Wash would have a higher approval rating than Mavericks players who played for Kidd. But I will say that he can move to all those powers you want. One of the impressions I got yesterday was, if Masai Ujiri doesn't like him, though,
yeah,
that will be the call.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how much those power plays and shifting towards this individual is going to benefit him under Masai Ujiri.
So after Masai first said, we're going to look at everything, I was like, Mac Engel did a great job of following up and said, we're going to take that as he could be in jeopardy. It's up in the air. And Ujiri's like, there's no really way to, you shouldn't read into it that much. Check my history with George Karl and Dwayne Casey. They stayed, and they stayed for years. So, based upon what you heard yesterday, put it on the fan text with a prediction. Is Jason Kidd back
this upcoming season? Yes. Yeah.
I'll agree.
I think he's back. And I think now he may
also
not.
Got 4 years left.
There's that. There's that aspect of it. Also,
although I would assume that Patrick Dumont said, if you want, money's not an object here, and if you want, we'll eat the money. I'm going to assume that.
Yeah, I mean, so I would guess that based on the way that he approaches things, it's not going to be an overnight success. When you look at like the way, no, and so I'm saying
it's not going to be a fortnight. That's going to lead us into Kyrie.
So Masai Ujiri, the way he's going to build this roster and the way he's going to build things out, it's going to take some time. I would imagine that he would look at it like, while I'm building this and getting it towards where I want, it's a good opportunity to evaluate if I want him here when we need to really compete. And so I guess that's what next year is going to be about.
All right. Fantex is saying what about J. Kidd's status, Pepe?
214 says Kyrie is here, Kidd is out, and I believe he's the only guy right now texting saying Kidd is out. Both the 806, 817 say both back. Kidd and Kyrie will be back next season, and some have also said on the fan text that they love Kyrie, but the smart thing for team building is to trade him.
And that's where I have stood. Yesterday, Ujiri already dreaming of Kyrie playing with Coop.
Oh, man. Yeah, I dream like you dream, man. Yeah, all of us dream. I can't wait. I want to see that. Yeah, I want to see that. If Kyrie Irving is not one of the best players, like that, I know the best ball handler and that in the game, his experience, his championship player. Yeah, I'm excited to see that. Where we all are, and his injury was unfortunate, but I know he's moved past that. I think it's going to be pretty cool, and I know it's going to help Cooper, because Kyrie likes to play off the ball too, and this is going to be interesting for us.
So Kyrie, Is he back?
Yes, until he may be gone during the season. Because to me, he's got a rebuild in front of him, or they've got the ground floor piece. They've got to do the rest of it.
And if you listen to Chuck Cooperstein last hour, he was talking about if the Mavs are in that 8 range, that's point guard heavy. So you're going to keep Kyrie while drafting possibly a point guard, or you do it, you keep him on the bench as the successor, or trade Kyrie within the season, which I think you were getting to.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, is that what they have ahead of them and what he has to do and the resources he needs. They're bringing him here in large part, I would imagine, because of his ability to find, as I saw one Raptors fan say the other day, he will find a role player in a grocery store. That's what he's kind of been known for doing, is being able to fill out a roster. But you still need to supplement that with bigger pieces of capital. And when you look at their roster right now, the biggest trade piece they have, even with all the questions that exist about Kyrie coming off of the injury where he's at, and he's 34 years old, and he's a smaller guy, and all these sort of things, it's the best trade asset they have, other than maybe Gafford, depending on how much the team liked him and wanted a young big man who's under control. Gafford would be the next one on there. But, realistically, if they want capital to build around Cooper Flagg and do the things that Masai Ujiri wants to do, they're going to have to probably move Kyrie and or Gafford.
And my problem in this is I'm obviously the football cock, but
the king of compensation.
Yes, I'm having some basketball. I need some basketball blue chew. I'm having some problems with my recent king of compensation. Missing on what AD would bring back. Now I'm scared to think and know and state what Kyrie would bring back.
Well, it's the most inconsistent one, too, because it depends on if a player wants out, they'll just sometimes make it happen for awful compensation.
If you talk to other GMs.
Yeah.
You may just talk to one GM.
Exactly. In a coffee shop, maybe, yeah. The whole approach of why is a player being dealt will sometimes just cuff you in terms of what you can get back. So I just think it's impossible to know from player to player what you're going to get back.
Ujiri, though, make no mistake about it, this press conference and the attraction of this job, about one person.
I went to watch him in practice. I'm watching this guy. His arms are this long, his feet quick, Duke. And we get to the draft. I got my blue blazer on, and I'm hoping to jump from 6 to 1. I jumped from 6 to 9. But you know what? God said I was going to get that guy, and I got him. I got him here, and I'm going to do everything in my power, anything in my power, to make that kid, his family, great. Yeah, great. Yeah, because those talents, I'm telling you, they don't come. And it's for all the players. We're going to try our best, to give them every opportunity here, to win. Because Patrick here gives us the resources and ownership, and we grow.
So there it is, the Masai Ujiri press conference yesterday at the AAC. Is Arch Manning still on track to go first overall next year? We have a way too early mock draft. The Red Zone, your football fix, is next.
here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out on vacay. Peyton is back with us. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
Before we move forward, I guess we have to congratulate my new best friend from the Combine in Indianapolis as the Eagles announced they found this newsworthy to make it public that Big Dom has a contract extension.
The Girthquake?
I do not know the contract status of another security chief in all of professional sports.
His official titles are Senior Advisor to the GM, Chief Security Officer, and Game Day Coaching Operations. He's been in Philly since 1999.
Curator of Vibes, too, probably is his title, I would guess.
So my godson was here from Vandy. He came here for Eli Stowers' draft party. Eli goes to Philly in the second round, and my godson has no idea who Big Dom is. And I was like, after he
How is he not?
Yeah, he was really football dumb when it comes to talking the league. And he's just like, tell me the numbers. Tell me the numbers. He's like, if you want to talk football, you can FaceTime Eli. So I was trying to explain to him who Big Dom was. He comes back to the house after the draft party and after talking to Eli, new Philadelphia Eagle, and everything rang true. He flew to Philly. Dom's there. He's like, I met the Big Dom guy. It's everything you said. You know, he's like a Sopranos character, all of it. And Howie Roseman said Big Dom is the best in the NFL, finding players, red flags. Quote, I don't think there's any doubt he's the best in all of sports. His ability to not only gather information, but have a feel for people, then we just have to make judgments off of that.
I will say, given everything we've heard about him, which is some of it is like ridiculous legend at this point, it seems like. But given everything we've heard about him,
he's their fixer.
It seems like he works ridiculously long hours. Yeah. That dude seems like he has to be up all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he does it. Just watching him, and he was so funny, though. When he pulls up with that Escalade, he's like, hey, Gina, how's the fam? And he's like walking in, and like people are just kissing his ring. And then Sean's like, can I get a selfie, please? Please, Big Dom.
Yeah. Payne, would you ask for one? Would you have taken one? I got killed for that.
Yes, I would have. A selfie and then a full body shot as well.
A full body shot?
Yeah, you got to ask for the stand-up picture.
Out of his belly button.
Selfie, it's not. No.
Oh, you didn't want to lay down on the bar.
He wants him to be a Big Dom.
No, I wasn't taking.
Poor Prego in there.
Oh, jeez.
So Big Dom gets a contract extension. You know, we did not talk, the last filthy note I had, we did not talk about their final draft pick. Is this the freak athlete that they rolled the dice on?
The defensive tackle from, I don't remember.
Nigeria.
But he's the international pathway player who is one of the freakiest looking athletes I think I've ever seen, if the numbers are correct for them, because they're talking about him
6'4", 306 with 6% body fat.
Yeah, and he's somebody who at that size, 6'4", 306, he ran an impossibly fast 40. It was like 4.63 or something for that size, which is it does not even seem humanly possible when you're talking about that sort of size. But his testing was 35 and 3/4 inch arms, 11-inch hands. His wingspan was over 7 feet. He ran a 4.63. His 3-cone was 8.13, which isn't the best, but his vertical 39 inches, and his broad jump was 10 feet 10 inches. 31 reps on the bench press. Those are insane, like superhuman numbers that guy put up.
And no football experience.
I think he just started like recently, kind of getting familiar and playing with it. But he's very, very raw.
Never played American football, 10-week IPP program, so they go ahead and take him in the 7th round. By the way, the Giants, according to Jordan Schultz, signing former Lions defensive tackle DJ Reader.
Oh, Jake is crying somewhere. I'm sure that'll be the top locked-on Lions topic today. All right, Dane Brugler is doing his all-too-early NFL mock draft. Now, You may go like, what's even the point with this? Well, why would we be looking ahead to anything like this? There's no way you can know. In the past, we've seen some of these future mock drafts where somebody had Mason Rudolph going number 1 overall, which ended up being so wrong.
Wow.
But Dane Brugler is a little different because Dane does a lot of different work leading up to the draft. So he sees juniors that went back to school and are going to be seniors who he already knows kind of who they are. He does a lot of different summer study, and he talks to a lot of people in the league who are telling him these are the next guys up. Now, how they perform this season will change a lot of that, but these are the next guys up. For reference, last year at his 32 first-round picks that he projected a year out, 11 of them did go in the first round this year. So that's a third. That's a pretty big hit rate for a year out before we kind of have an understanding of everything. And a lot of the ones that he didn't hit went back to school. Like they didn't come out. So there was that. But one interesting note about last year's, LT Overton was one of the players that he mocked in the first round last year.
Oh,
now he obviously went in the fourth round and had been a disappointment in 2025, like didn't live up to expectations. But that should tell you like the way the league was kind of talking about what he had the potential to be just a year ago.
And that's Nick Eatman's most intriguing player.
So here we go. By the way,
the first rounder,
Nick Eatman texted me during the Choppy song, and he said nothing will ever beat my Diggs song. He loves his Diggs song, his Trayvon Diggs, Nick Eatman song.
Oh, the intro.
That's it. Yeah, he's like,
I don't remember Nick singing.
He's like, nothing's ever going to get better than my Trayvon Diggs song.
We'll play that again at 9:40.
So in this year in advance mock draft, he's still got the same guy he had going number 1 last year, who returned to school, and I think it's really fascinating. Arch Manning, number 1 overall in this projection to the Arizona Cardinals. He said, had Manning been in the 2026 class, the Mendoza versus Manning debates would have commanded all the pre-draft attention.
What?
If the Texas star continues to build off his improvements from the second half of last season, he will be the clear favorite to be the 2027 top pick. Man, that feels reputation alone because he did not look like a college quarterback the first half of the season. I know he got better, but he did not. It wasn't enough.
3/4, maybe. First half.
It wasn't enough to make me feel great about where he's at. Some of the others in the top 10 here, the Dolphins, teams don't really matter. Number 2, Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver from Ohio State, who's a super stud. Dante Moore, the quarterback from Oregon, going number 3. Number 5 is Dylan Stewart, the edge rusher from South Carolina. I saw him as a freshman on tape when I was watching somebody else, and I immediately looked at him and went, that guy's going number 1 overall whenever he comes out. He's such a ridiculous athletic freak. He's the one who got in trouble at South Carolina for doing the gun celebration when he sacked somebody. So he's got those issues. But I mean, you're talking about an 18-year-old that was dominating everybody at the college level a couple years ago. Cam Coleman, the receiver from Texas, 6. 7, Colin Simmons, the edge rusher from Texas. So that means 3 of the top 7 would be Texas, which that means they better have a good year this year. And then before we get to Dallas's pick, number 8, Drew Mestamaker, quarterback, Oklahoma State, a transfer from UNT, which Choppy doesn't think is even one of those NAIA programs. Looks like they're good enough to go in the top 10 potentially. The Dallas Cowboys do have a pick in this, and it's the one from Green Bay, pick 20, because they project the other one to go to the Jets. But in pick 20, the Cowboys select.
So this is also like Dane telling you he thinks he's going to have a good and bad season?
So part of it is
who's got the number 1 pick?
Arizona. Because some of this projection, is not like totally lined up with what it was this year. He's not just spitting out this one. But pick 20, the Dallas Cowboys, Nick Marsh, wide receiver from Indiana. He says a transfer from Michigan State. Marsh at 6'3", 215 is a good-sized athlete with playmaking potential, and that would clearly be, you would think, a replacement for George Pickens next year.
We have big breaking news in the world of broadcast. You know what it is?
I don't.
Ted Turner passed away.
Oh, wow.
Ted Turner, founding CNN, dies at the age of 87. I think of TBS, Atlanta Braves, Turner, all of it.
Yeah, no, Ted Turner to me, that's the one that stands out is the Braves and TBS. Like, that's what always grown up. I didn't even realize he was into news stuff until a little bit when I got a little bit older. And I remember Family Guy used to do like mocking segments on him or whatever, and that's like how I'd become aware that he even did anything like that. But no, that's why I did not realize he was that old either. I thought he was still, like, I think of him as being like a young, like, big time news magnate.
Media giant.
Yeah.
Absolute
giant. So the Cowboys end up in this draft with Nick Marsh, though, the wide receiver from Indiana, who is a transfer from Michigan State. I think, again, that's reading the tea leaves a little bit of what we were already kind of sensing they could have done this year. Where, like, there's a scenario where the board falls a certain way where Jordan Tyson is their pick if he had gotten to 12. which I remember when we were heading into the draft.
Oh, man.
What happened?
No, just if they would have had Tyson, the offense would have been fun, but man, I'm still holding out a little bit of hope that Pickens can get done, but that would have signaled probably the end of Pickens and no defensive help.
It did make me wonder, though, thinking about the Tyson thing, since this mock draft kind of brought it to my memory here. I am fascinated by knowing why collectively was every team able to keep Jordan Tyson a secret in terms of how much they loved him until the week of the draft. Because we saw that mic'd up set. We knew the Cowboys liked him once we got closer to the draft. And then there was talk about Kansas City loves him. The Giants love him. Then we see the Browns saying he's one of the 3 guys we'd take if we fall back here. We love him so much. Then the Saints take him at 8. I'm stunned at why collectively the league gets together and be like, let's not tell people how much we like him. Usually it gets out about somebody liking a player.
Yeah.
And you get a sense of kind of where they're going. And you go, oh, surprise, this team picked him. Didn't know Kansas City loved Mansour Delane like they were talking about. But it's like, okay, that they were able to keep that a secret, but you knew Mansour Delane was going to go top 10. I just think it's fascinating when you're able to just collectively go, we're not sure. Unless it was just they wanted to see the workout first.
I have the Vegas odds from BetOnline on the first overall pick for next year. You believe they're going to have Arch?
I would imagine Arch is one just because of the way bets come in and hedging.
Arch is at 5-2. Then Dante Moore.
And then Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith, 7-1. You want to keep going?
Sure. How many more players, sir, after that?
7.
Okay. Is the next one
quarterback?
Dylan, it's quarterback. Then we'll say Drew Mestamaker.
Sayin.
Oh, okay.
Julian's 8-1. Then CJ Carr, Leonard Moore, Darian Mensah, Lenora Sellers. Remember that hype this year?
Mm-hmm.
Cam Coleman, Mestamaker, Dylan Stewart, Sorsby.
Sorsby may be number 1 in the supplemental draft.
That's right.
Geez, no, it's the quarterback hedging. Most of those guys are not even going to go in the top 3 rounds, I would guess.
All right, seeing some new info here from Tim McMahon.
Well,
that has to do with Jason Kidd and the new hire. And if you missed the RJ Choppy song, we'll replay it for you as we crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece after this.
dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We can only hope our crosstalk is as entertaining as the one they had yesterday.
Man, I hope it's not.
I have no clue what y'all are talking about.
You do.
I heard you guys inspired like Peyton's dinner as well.
Did you what was that word, fajitas? Chicken fajitas. That's what I got.
Yogurt.
Why did that inspire though? Because that's not what Corey spelled.
How do you spell it?
That got dumped, I believe.
Not on the YouTube.
Oh, no.
I think you two are another great example of the divide that exists in this room over Peyton's vacation. If the following happened to you, I think Corey would be fine, and you, like Peyton and Choppy would be, and you'd be ticked off and miserable and angry like Bobby and I would be. There's the split. Pepe on his vacation in Mexico did not have proper flushing in the toilets.
Oh, no.
So this big fancy resort says when you wipe, you just go ahead and put it in the trash can next to the toilet.
What?
And he had to do that. Was that the entire time?
Yep. Now, I didn't have to go number 2 the first day, so I just was the last 3 days I had to do it. But, yeah, I mean, I was at one point, I was shooting bucket shots like Kobe, because I was that good at it.
And he was sharing the room with someone.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, what are you doing in that situation? How much money do you think you
How
can
quickly
get?
were they emptying the basket?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to be fast.
And also, wouldn't you go poop in like the communal bathroom or something? And be like, yeah, I'll deal with it.
I mean, that's down the hall.
Was it close or was it a long walk?
Down the hall.
Down the hall to the right, up the stairs. There's a little walk to it. I couldn't hold it.
When we used to have to room together on the road, like I would go downstairs and not in there with Choppy.
I still go across the hall at my apartment.
That's right.
Yeah, I never heard Kevin go when we had to room together. Not one time.
That and then swimming
Believe me, he tried.
And then swimming in oil. He'd jump off the boat and he'd cover in oil.
Well,
yeah, they
you're
got
a
oil
very
spill
rich
down
man.
I do remember as a kid going to like some cabin and having to do that. Like put it in the trash can and being like, this is the weirdest thing ever.
Dude.
If I would Adrian would definitely be furious. And she'd be like, we're demanding some sort of...
I'd go home.
Did you get some sort of discount or refund or...
It came back in pesos and the conversion wasn't the right.
My goodness.
I lost
That is
money
the
on the
currency, guys. Come on.
It felt like he said that sarcastically.
The resort we stayed at in Mexico, I don't know if it had air conditioning. We never could get the air conditioner like cool in that place, and that was something that drove me nuts while we were down there because I was like, it is July 1st in Mexico. This is not good. And they had a governor on the air conditioning system, so we couldn't take it to where we wanted it to be.
You can hack those.
Speaking of governors and the Dallas Mavericks, Josh Clark sent this over from Tim McMahon. I was not aware of the Jason Kidd details or lack thereof when it came to the hiring of Masai Ujiri.
What is extremely clear, a couple things. Jason Kidd did try to become the president. He's known for months that wasn't going to happen. Okay. They're bringing in somebody who he was not involved in bringing into the organization to be the president. And very clearly, Masai Ujiri is the boss. Period. There's no question about the power structure. Masai Ujiri is the boss of all things basketball with the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay, so
is this a deal where like Jason Kidd didn't know this was going to happen, like with the Luka trade?
Or did Kidd drop out of the presidential race and endorse Ujiri?
What a loser!
I have a theory on this. I don't have the facts to back this up.
Not a payoff winner.
But my theory has been Jason Kidd could not stand how much power Luka had. Luka had he's the star. Rick Carlisle said that on the way out. Rick Carlisle said, I'm not more powerful than him. See you later. And Jason Kidd was like, I got this, but he never could control Luka, and Luka had everybody else's ear in that place. And he complained enough, and then the GM was like, all right, fine, I'll move on from him. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd wants to be the most powerful. If the new GM comes in and does all these things and takes over and Jason Kidd's gone, it's because Jason Kidd feels he cannot. I don't think it's they're moving on from him. He's moving on from them because he wants complete control of this thing.
Can I get clarification on something you just said then? That sounds to me like you almost think Kidd was a greater force for getting rid of Luka than Nico was.
I do.
You do? You think that was primarily Kidd?
Wow.
Okay.
Theory.
This changes my mind about Kidd's status as coach next year. I thought,
as in the next upcoming season?
As in the next upcoming season. Is this, can I relate this to, the old Parcells saying of, if you're thinking about retirement, you're already retired. Yeah. If I'm Masai Ujiri or if I'm Patrick Dumas and I know that Jason Kidd wants to become team president, do I question the 1,000% commitment as head coach?
I think that is a fair question. It's
a great question. I asked it.
Obviously. But he hasn't gotten rid of his other coaches when he started new places. So I get what he's saying, but when he's in Denver...
Did everyone want a different job?
Yeah, is that an evaluation of the person that was in it coach or just him wanting to not change coaches?
And
is that a philosophy or a
he
person?
didn't want to do both?
Who's that?
Kidd.
Oh.
So that's what I keep thinking.
He wants to be Belichick?
Yeah, I keep wondering if he was kind of like, maybe I can do both. Maybe it can be a hybrid role.
All right, what if I told you he doesn't want to do both, like he prefers team president? Does that make you question the effort every day, the want to?
He knew for months. If he knew for months, then
I've been yes, he says he's known for months he was not getting the job.
Then that would explain a little bit more some of the ways he was talking at the end of the season. We're like, why is he just like, don't give an F? Like, he seemed very like flippant about a lot of things, and he started talking about the Luke thing, just move on, guys.
I know what I'm doing.
Like, yeah, it's almost like, I already know I'm not getting the job I want. I'm not going to be here much longer, so whatever, fire away. What questions you got?
Can I ask a quick question about that? Just because I know social media is not the end-all, be-all, but obviously, Bobby, I saw you going back and forth with a lot of people. Do you not get the sense now that a lot of Mavs fans do want to just move on from the Luka thing?
Yeah, I don't think any of them are, I think there are a lot of people who are unhappy about it still that are moving on from it. I think that those are
true.
Yeah, I think those are still true things. I'm mad at that they did it. It shouldn't have happened. But also it's happened and we got to just move forward now.
Okay.
My contention is you can't move forward without knowing that thought process and ideology that existed is gone.
And the other part of this, Corey, according to McMahon, Kidd was not involved in the search for Ujiri and was informed of the move when the deal was done. Does that matter at all or typical?
Why should the coach be involved in that?
Hold on. Well, in the NFL right now, GMs and head coaches go hand in hand, right? That's one of the things you see is you want a good working relationship with them. But if you have a crony and a buddy, then you don't have kind of a check and balance, right, amongst that. So I'd prefer it that way, where you got a guy that they can work together. But I don't necessarily need to hire a guy just because you had all the input on who he is. But I do need to know that they can work together. That being said, again, this comes down to one guy has the power, and the other guy's either going to have to deal with it or say, see you later.
Deal with it.
What's coming up on the show?
Man, we got a stacked show today. Bobby Marks joins the show at 10:20. We'll talk with him. Maybe we'll ask some questions about this. Then Brian Ray will join us from Victory Plus. Dallas Stars broadcaster will join us. Going to come in studio and hang out with us at 11 o'clock. Skip Schumacher joins us at 12:20.
Wow.
And then at 1:30 today, FC Dallas midfielder Super Sammy Sarver joins us.
And Kevin Hagelin tomorrow co-hosting in the 9 o'clock hour of the show.
What will we fight about?
Why can't we just get along?
No, we can get along, but I know that you're also somebody who has strong opinions, who likes to stand behind them, and I have strong opinions that I like to stand behind. And if we're naturally going to get into sports discussions, I feel like there will be a fight at some point.
You admitted though you were like,
I don't want to fight.
So you're saying
intellectually
you take it easy
afraid
in
of him.
crosstalk?
Yeah, I did say that. I said I was most intellectually afraid of Kevin to fight at the station.
So you just take it easy on him during crosstalk then?
We just don't ever talk about sports during crosstalk, really.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Were we
like
just talking about sports, though?
But like
Maverick discussion.
You disagree with me on my Mavericks take, right?
Do I?
I would assume you disagree with me on my Mavericks take that it was.
Oh yeah,
they should have addressed this yesterday.
No,
he wanted to argue just a second ago.
Yeah, no,
That's what it felt like.
We talked about this yesterday. I felt like this is the example we used. That would have been the sugar for Mavs fans, right? Where everyone would have been like, yes, thank you. And then what? But
I think it genuinely would have brought closure to the people who are still holding out and don't want to go back.
Well, look, not everyone is holding on to grudges like Bobby Belt, because even while on vacation, RJ Choppy wants to weigh in to celebrate the Messiah.
Nico left to smell like Bobby's sweaty shirt. Messiah walked in like I fixed this with dirt. Windows open, barn doors, old place getting near. Front office finally acting like it's prepared. You mauled in the corner like I didn't understand. Boy thinks he owns a beach called Las Vegas Sands. Kids still hiding like me on my vacation. Fans like Sean, cause they're losing all their patience. The Messiah out here turning every who into him. Takes a barn dance crew and makes them champions. Makes me wonder about my Texas Legends days.
Yeehaw.
Could have made me someone Jared just couldn't replace. So yeah, we cautious, but the hope feel real. From burn it all down to maybe we can heal. Cause Vlad's just 19 and he's our greatest hope. Rookie of the year, damn, it might just be the GOAT. Kyrie's coming back from that knee like nothing happened. Gonna hit a step back and leave Mike Bassett gasping. The Duke boys Messiah and a high draft pick. Might just be time to re-embrace the Mavericks. Messiah's in the house. Yeah, the barn done flipped. Front office B-types. Yeah, we finally got fixed. From Lord, what are we doing to okay? I see Messiah got the Mavs acting responsibly.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man!
I love it every time. Bring back that ad campaign, Dickies. And
or somebody else.
Good point. It's up for grabs.
Yeah.
And
the years.
The famous Alec Bedford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. 877-881-1053. Everybody out there in Radio Land, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. How the heck are you guys doing today?
I am so psyched about tomorrow's show.
No, but we're on today.
I get it. I appreciate you reminding me of the 4 full hours we have to work today. But I'm so psyched for the 1 hour tomorrow because Tolos deserve the power hour, and I think that's important. And
do you think we could get it commercial free?
I don't know about that. But you were so excited. You said you'd work an extra hour. Are you filling in for Sean, or are you just going to be?
No, we're all working together.
You know what? Guess what?
You going to do it?
I will too.
Oh!
And you know what? Here's what's even cooler. Alec is going to come in and work on Peyton's board with him.
See,
don't know about that. Alec's going to come in and sit down and co-host with us.
Yeah.
He's going to establish his dominance over Peyton.
Okay, I like that
by
better.
being on air and not being back there. That's what he's going to do. So I'm excited. We'll have so many people on the show.
That would
I'm looking forward to this.
Be really fun. Let me ask you this.
Again, now even more looking forward to tomorrow's show. But today has to happen first, I guess.
Do you think I can answer a question on the fan text in a totally non-political way without people taking it as political?
No, Jane has not responded to my text yet.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
No.
Okay.
From the 469, what do y'all think about $4 a gallon for gas? It sucks.
It does.
Whose answer is different than that if you're not in the field of oil? If you're just in a different profession and just living your life, who's like, yay, expensive gas? It sucks.
I do have a question. Now, that's kind of the barometer of the economy, right? Is where gas is. Is that kind of...
For some, and I think that is flawed.
Okay,
but...
so here's where my question is. Gas prices kind of float in that area consistently throughout our lives. I know we had it 68 cents at one point. That was
what a
an
magical
amazing
time
day.
that was.
But in the range of things, is gas your most expensive bill or monthly thing, or do you have other things that are very expensive that you just say, well, that's just part of life?
Do you think it's groceries?
Groceries.
Depending on what your family
payments,
setup is, for sure.
Your mortgage payment, there's a lot of other things that are
if that's the
insane
case,
numbers.
I definitely spend more on my mortgage than I do gas per month.
And it just seems like gas, you might spend extra.
I don't just cross the country every single day.
You might spend an extra $50 a month. I don't know exactly where everybody is on this. My vehicle happens to get pretty decent gas mileage. I'm pretty happy with it.
Chevrolet.
But sometimes I look at it and I'm like, dang, that stinks that I had to pay $50 this week or whatever. And then I'm like, but I also had to pay X amount of this, and that's a lot too. So I am kind of curious. What is the thing that you're like, that price has gone too far? Your car payment? What's the thing that's gone too far?
I could see it being
Why do
the
we
car
always
payment.
just complain about gas?
From the because that feels like, you know what? It feels oddly controllable. Right? Even though, I'm going to use a sports example.
Watch Landman. They want it to be.
We're a sports show. But even then, they want it to be in a contained spot.
Yep.
But that's why people don't complain about the billionaires making all as much money. You're like, that feels too far away. But when it's somebody playing a kid's game for millions of dollars, you feel like oddly you can control it, which doesn't really make any sense. Same thing here where you're like, well, cars and houses, that's tough. But gas, fix it.
Yeah.
Even though, wouldn't you be way better off if you owned a house or, you were buying a car to have those be way cheaper?
Yeah.
You're like, hey, gas is going to be $1 more expensive per gallon, but I can drop your car price by $10,000.
Remember when car payments were $150 and rent was $250? For a 3-bedroom place?
Man, rent is out of control.
Look where you started, Kevin.
Yeah, no.
Texas. Now Bobby wants in on this.
Yes, Bobby. Child care, that's a good one.
I have a question. So you're talking about all those things and how the prices are out of control. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is just if you were president, what policies would you enact, Kevin, to fix those things?
Well, you know what? That's a great question, Bobby. I will answer that for you off air
I wanted the Hagelin Plan for America immediately.
Look, man, my Hagelin Plan for America is to get a better front person than me and then feed them all of my information that I would like to do. Okay? That's what
you want to be Dick
with
Cheney.
Yeah,
you want
actually.
You want to be the guy that's like behind the scenes running things.
Actually,
allegedly.
Kind of, just a little bit. Oh, my goodness, from the 469. I'm a home inspector. I drove 1,000 miles in the last 9 days. Gas is stupid. If you're driving that much, I can definitely see how gas would be your top priority. Man, insurance is a great one. You know what? Man, I feel like this is going off in a different direction. Hey, guess what? The Rangers lost again. They got a bunch of hurt players. We'll have Skip Schumacher on at 12:20. All right, let's talk about insurance.
And taxes.
So the most infuriating thing that has happened in the last couple of years, and we had a huge battle about it and eventually switched insurance companies because they're like, hey, we're raising the premium. Because, we had the thing where we had the car insurance and the house insurance with the same place because they're like, you'll get a discount from it being $68 kajillion. And we're like, okay, why is our plan getting more expensive? We filed 0 claims, either car or house this year. And that particular agency had the gall to say, well, it was a really tough year for us. We had more money that we had to pay out in claims than we took in premiums. And I was like, that's your effing fault, man. Why don't you charge those people more? I didn't file a damn thing with you, and I'm getting lumped in with everybody else who had 18 claims or whatever. Their insurance should change, not my insurance. And they're like, well, there's nothing we can do about it, sir. So guess what? We left, went somewhere else, got better insurance, got better coverage, and have enjoyed it much better. Shout out to AAA.
Nice. Look at you, dude. Shopping is important.
That's right. When you hear those commercials, they are legit.
No, I'm serious. Like shopping around, making sure you get the right place for you.
For sure.
Get the second opinion.
Because there are places who just assume, like businesses will just assume you're too lazy to do the work.
Exactly.
They're like, you could probably save $1,200, but you'd have to make a phone call.
Yeah, those.
And you're like,
you don't want to do that.
Terrible.
You don't want to do that.
Right. No, you're right.
I set out this 4.5 minutes, or maybe it's 20 minutes of conversation aside from my day so I could get this thing done now and so I can move on and have peace with my life. And everybody's sales pitch is to keep you from going to the next place, right?
Yes. Man, Netflix is another one. Netflix better watch it because they're like, hey, I'm just going to keep raising prices and not putting anything good on there. But their strategy is, what if I give you all of the shows? And you're like, well, hold on. Can I just have some of the shows and some of them be good? And they're like, no. Well, here's 8 new murder documentaries. And I'm like, I don't really care about that. You know how every streaming service is kind of like sort of has their niche? Netflix is turning into, do you want to watch a documentary about somebody who got murdered or went missing?
Probably.
And I'm like, not really.
Oh, no.
And they're like, well, I got nothing else.
My wife does.
Yeah.
That's what she wants to watch.
I get it.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, here's some. You want to go on another rant?
No, yeah, sure. Maybe.
This is going to be fun. You want to watch Kevin's head explode?
And again, it was just the gas being expensive sucks.
Yeah. And somebody said, my mailman here, my gas bill has tripled. Again, a lot of your expenses have tripled. Just over time. That's just where we are. And guys, quite honestly, I don't see it going back anytime soon. And even beyond that, the billionaires on podcasts out there are saying the only way that we're going to be able to do this is we're just going to have to like level everything and give money back to the world. We're going to have what? Anyway, they won't.
Yeah.
I want to watch your head explode. Let's see this real quick. From Beat Boop Boop 8812 on Twitter. Oh, look, guys, the station that talks about the stars 5 minutes a week has an opinion. LMAOOOOO. You want to go ahead and handle that, Kevin? This is going to be fun. I don't respond to people on Twitter anymore. It's not worth my time. But when I see things like that, it makes me want to respond.
Okay.
Because that dude doesn't have a clue.
Yeah. Okay, Beat Boop. First of all, I have no issue with your name. I think it's fun. And then also, somebody asking my thoughts about TKO. They are in My Buddy's an Idiot today. Hopefully, we will get to it. I'm sure you're a great person, and I'm sure you have lots of great opinions. This opinion is stupid. Mm-hmm. You need to listen to the show more regularly. We talk about the Stars all of the time. All of the time. And that's before the playoffs, all right? We talk about Stars all of the time. But ever since they've got eliminated, we've had multiple people on to talk about it. We've got Brian Ray in studio today, almost a week after the Stars' freaking season ended. So shut the hell up, or better inform yourself.
There you go.
I still think Beep Boop is fun.
It is kind of a fun
for
thing.
Your name.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're great. But that opinion is stupid. All right.
Beep boop boop.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's fun. All right. Let's talk about
the 3-2-1. I know you guys talk Stars, but you never talk about the Angel Reese trade.
Son.
That's valid.
That is not valid. Not you. Put your hand down, Bobby.
Aiden gave a thumbs up. Look,
I do not want to hear
thumbs up in it.
Yeah, you're gonna have a thumb up. Never mind.
Your nose, I presume.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
After what I said yesterday,
you don't know old Kevin. You only know new Kevin. All right, all right. Old Kevin is cutthroat and ruthless. All right.
New Kevin as a child.
Yeah, exactly. I had a kid before, but he got old to the point where I was like, okay, I'm mean again. All right, stupid Noah with all this love and stuff.
You turned into an old man at like 35.
Oh, I was an old man, arguably long before that. But yeah, stupid Noah's softened me up and everything like that. All right, do you want to talk about the Rangers? Speaking of things that deserve a rant, hey, you have the bases loaded multiple times with less than 2 outs. How about you score a run?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Or, you know what? Let's just let this happen again. Give me cut number 1.
Now DeGrom turns and lets it fly. Oh, and that pitch hit high and deep. Big field. That one will not come back. It is a mammoth home run for Jazz Chisholm, his 4th of the year, and it puts the Yankees out in prime tonight, 4-3.
By the way, Alec, I just read the entirety of your audio description for cut number 3, and that's why I started to laugh when I called for cut number 1. It was an S show post first inning, honestly. For the Rangers, yeah. By the bottom of the second, I felt like it was getting problematic, and the audio is still on this computer, so let's work on that as well. But anyways, it was a crap show for the Rangers yesterday. Jacob deGrom, he did not pitch well. I believe 6 runs is the most he's given up in his time, 6 earned runs as a Ranger.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's not good.
He took a lot of the blame for that yesterday. He's saying he fell on the sword for it, and we're not used to seeing that from him. But he said last week, and he was like, you know what, I got to be better. I saw the other guy over there. I got to do those things. And we talked with Skip about it last week about, do those guys look at going up against a dude and they're competitive with the other guy on the hill, and they do kind of look at it that way too. But it's a little bit different. But when you don't have a team behind you scoring those runs, I know Jacob deGrom's like, look at my contract, look at everything else that I have to do. The responsibility's mine to put up zeros.
But even then, you would have thought getting out to 3-0 lead would kind of instill you with. And I know the Yankees' offense is really, really good.
Yeah, but the fact that he does go out and give up 3 to kind of put it back in a weird position. But you have to be able to answer back offensively.
Right.
You have to be able to answer back whenever you have opportunity after opportunity, and I don't know who in that clubhouse has that faith that this team can do it.
Well, and here's the thing that's probably not going to make you feel better. It's not a done deal or anything like that, but there's a chance Wyatt Langford will be out the rest of the month. So he is expected to be down for another week and a half, 2 weeks, and then he's going to be reevaluated again.
Star Wars Day and Cinco de Mayo got to him.
I still think it was before that when he got hurt. That was the problem. But yeah, if it's going to be another 10 to 14 days until he's reevaluated. Obviously, you're not going to bounce back like that same day or the next day or anything like that. Then you wonder about a multi-day rehab stint, and you can easily see how he's not going to play the rest of the month. Then let's jump into the Rangers with runners in scoring position. They have an OPS of 697. That's 21st in Major League Baseball. And so, obviously, not great. But that makes them look like Babe Ruth compared to their OPS with the bases loaded. Alec, if you had to guess, what is the Rangers' OPS with the bases loaded?
Ooh, it's got to be very, very low.
It's not great.
It's not great. Like 500.
Oh, lower. Keep going down.
Like 400.
Keep going down.
Like 300.
It's 365, which is dead last in Major League Baseball.
But that's average.
No, it's not. It's less than half of the league average. The league average OPS with the bases loaded is 749. The Rangers is 365. Look no further than yesterday in the inability to score in two different innings when you had the bases loaded and potentially get back into the game, but obviously they did not. But yeah, 697 with runners in scoring position, 365 with the bases loaded, dead last in Major League Baseball, and almost 400 points lower than league average, for goodness sake.
Well, they can only go up from here, is what you're saying, Kevin.
You know, I want to say that, but it's not zero.
Oh, yeah.
So theoretically, don't you worry that it could still go down some more?
But it can't go down more than it can go up. So
that is a good point.
There you go. That's the hope.
No, that is a fair point. That has oddly lifted my spirits.
Look at that.
Glass half full.
We did it, guys.
Let's go. Opening segment.
Somebody said the cocaine Kevin is starting to come out with that anger today. So,
do you feel like with the way the Rangers offense is, if it was a glass half full and they knocked it over, that all the water wouldn't even come out?
Jeez, dude.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NBA analyst and front office insider for ESPN. It is Bobby Marks. Unless you heard that first segment. Next on the...
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you NBA analyst and front office insider for ESPN. It is Bobby Marks. Good morning, sir.
How are we doing?
Man, we're doing pretty good. I feel like a lot of people walked away impressed with the press conference from Masai Ujiri yesterday, but we're not really looking to win a press conference. The Mavericks are looking to win games. What do you think about the hire of Masai Ujiri for the Mavericks?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of the top, not just NBA executives, but sports executives that we've had in the last. Certainly got it in Denver in 2010, and probably the last 15 years prior to him leaving in Toronto and everything. The ability to, handle the Carmelo Anthony negotiations back with Denver, and then win a championship with the Raptors and make the Kawhi trade. I think I looked it up. I think 12 out of his 15 teams were playoff teams when he was in charge. And no, I think it's a terrific hire. I think certainly. An organization that, looked, tried to swing for the fences here. And, I think he'll do a really good job. And, he's got the bones of a really good roster, and he's got some draft picks this year to be able to make an impact over the next couple weeks and months.
And then we'll have another number one draft pick, hopefully, if the NBA sets us up right when you guys have the draft lottery on Sunday, right?
Well, that would be interesting. Kind of where Dallas is at number 8 right now, and the ability to move up. I still think even if they don't move up and you're at 8, that's kind of like the cutoff point. I think this draft is really good, but I think there's 8 like really, really good players there. You don't want to fall back at all, but I do think they should walk away with something pretty good.
You got a chance to get your eyeballs specifically on one guy that our Chuck Cooperstein said this morning he really likes, and that's Mikal Brown. What were your thoughts on him physically? Because backs are always kind of a question.
Yeah, I drove up. I flew up. I didn't want to drive from Fort Myers to Orlando. I took the lazy approach. I took the 25-minute flight, it was good. I'm really glad I went up there yesterday and sat with Mikal and his dad and his mom, and saw him work out for about 2.5 hours with a bunch of other draft prospects, and he looks healthy. He's ready to go. He's been, basically doing 2 days, for last, I think he told me he's been working out since mid-April. And, so for the last month and everything, he's got good height, playmaker, can shoot the ball, a little bit of everything. Had the opportunity to sit with him for about an hour, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed, my visit there, and I think, he's solid. It's funny. It's a draft of guards. I will say, you'll hear about, DeBonsa and Boozer and Peterson and Wilson, Caleb Wilson up top. But then there's a group, with Mikal and Darius Acuff and Kingston Flemings and Keaton Wagler that kind of are the next level. And it's what I told Mikal was, you got to figure out how to separate yourself from the group there. And, but all 4 are really good. And that's why I was saying, the 8 guys in this year's draft, and then there's a bunch of bigs after that and everything. Braden Burrs too. I think you could put up there too, from Arizona, who's a big guard. I mean, he's a grab and go guy. He's about 215 pounds, but yeah, it was a good visit. I'm excited for the lottery. I'm excited for the combine next week with everything. And as I said, like Dallas, you'll walk away with a good pick, and then you get Kyrie coming back, and you have Cooper, and you've got certainly some other players on this roster. And as I said, Masai walking into this is not a rebuild. It shouldn't be a rebuild as far as, because there's a good nucleus in place.
Well, that's the fun part of it is, playing GM a little bit. And Kevin, you and I've done this a lot.
Don't all of us media folks do that.
Yeah, for sure. But as you're saying, you got where the Mavericks are on the draft. That's really going to kind of justify what they get there. But if you're building that team around Cooper Flagg, what is the best thing? We've been trying to figure out what best goes next to him or with him for the next 5-10 years.
Well, I always say, considering that, Kyrie did not play this year. If Kyrie was a free agent this summer, he'd be probably the top free agent out there. So you basically are getting the top free agent back, who could have been out there and is not. It's coming off that injury. I think he is going to make Cooper a lot better than what he was, and Cooper was really good this year. So I think with Kyrie, and then of course, knock on wood, you got to get Derek back. You've got the two centers there. Now you've got to figure out as far as with the other, you've got Max, you've got Najee. Clay's got another year left. How does he fit going forward? PJ, of course, this is going into year one of the of his extension here. So the bulk of this group is back now. It's Masai and Jason Kidd and that front office and everything to figure out, okay, what works, what doesn't, who fits, and where do we go? And I think you're not trying to take steps back just based on the inability that you don't control your picks over the next 3 or 4 years. That's a big part of it, and where the lottery reform is coming next year. So they're in good shape, but it's now we all talk about things on paper in the off season here, and it's how do you kind of add to what you like already?
What do you have a sense for what the league perception is on Derek Lively? Because we all felt like draft steal after that first year, but obviously he's got all the potential in the world, and that's been the story throughout his entire career. But running into injuries, what's the perception across the NBA about him?
Durability. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I think we saw it in his rookie year, what he could do and the impact he can do. I think for him, it's just staying healthy. It's one thing to have a lot of talent and upside and come in and impact the game, whether it be blocking shots or defensively, but it doesn't help if you're on the sidelines for 50 games, for an example, and everything. So I think that's the perception there, is that you just got to be on the court. If he's healthy, it gives Dallas a different look with their starting five.
Now, you'll be part of the coverage for the draft lottery on Sunday at 2:00, but then also NBA on ESPN doubleheader tonight. 76ers against the Knicks at 6 p.m. Central. Timberwolves against the Spurs at 8:30 p.m. Central. I realize it's just the Eastern Conference semifinals, but with the way things are laid out, do you feel like Knicks fans or the Knicks organization will think it's a big disappointment if they don't at least make the NBA Finals?
I would think yes. It's fun. The playoffs are such an interesting dynamic of the roller. You guys have been through the roller coaster of emotions and everything like that. I would expect a different Philadelphia team to come out. I think the team we saw in games 5, 6, and 7 tonight, and that will be interesting. It's funny, if you lose tonight, if you're New York, then you're like, oh, doom and gloom. You go to Philly down, lose home court advantage and everything. But yeah, this is. For New York, it's as good of an opportunity they've had. Certainly, look up at the other bracket with Detroit and Cleveland, and New York hasn't fared well against Detroit. They've gotten their head knocked in a bunch this year. But it is an opportunity. They are clicking. They've won their last 2 games by 1 trillion points and everything like that. And we'll see. I mean, if you get to 2-0 and you get to go down to Philadelphia this weekend and try to steal a game there, then yeah, I think you're the ability to get through these rounds quick. I think that's the biggest thing we learned, is that you got to get through these series. You can't prolong series, because then you get a Tatum injury, and then he's not playing Game 7. And you've got some other things out there as far as some play guys and everything.
Should Victor Wembanyama never try to get 12 blocks again, though, in a game? Or
it's a funny thing with Victor is, so I do. I went up and saw Michael, and one of the things I've been doing the last 3 weeks is I sit with a lot of these draft prospects. I think I've done about 70 guys already, and helped them with their interview when they meet with the team. And one of the questions I ask at the end, it's always the hardest question, is if you have the ability to play 3-on-3, and you could pick two guys you play with in college, and then 2 guys who play in the NBA, who would you pick? And sometimes players really stumble on it. However, when we get to the NBA part, everybody has told. I think 98% of the people have told me Victor, to the point where I have banned Victor from my question from my 3-on-3. I have not. As soon as it comes out of their mouth, I go, nope, can't do it. So it is. He's a special player, and I think he showed it in Game 1. They got to win. They got an important game tonight too. Let's try to even that series.
The earlier in the season, I had said the phrase "a fully realized Victor Wembanyama," and we kind of were like, "Oh, are we there yet? Are we at that point, or is there still even more for him?"
Well, I think defensively, I think we're there. I think offensively, I felt like kind of some of the, I don't want to say bad habits, but kind of creeped in for game one where he just becomes so reluctant on shooting the three ball. And when it's going in, it's great. But I think I always say I'd love to see him closer to the basket a little bit more. And it's up to De'Aaron and Stefan and Dylan Harper to get him the ball there and everything like that. So I think offensively, I still think there's more there. I think defensively is kind of, who he is, which is a generational player.
How intriguing is this Minnesota team? Because once they knocked off Denver, it felt like people just started the countdown for OKC and San Antonio in the Western Conference Finals. But here we are. Anthony Edwards is back. They pull out a tight win. Yep. How intrigued are you by Minnesota?
A lot, and I think certainly Gobert, how he played in the Denver series, and then certainly in Game 1, and then you get Edwards back, and we'll see if they get Io back, who had a calf injury, and they've gotten great play out of I call him Terrence Shannon Jr. I guess they call him TJ Shannon, who really hadn't played that much this year and had an injury. And then McDaniels has been awesome offensively, and he's a great defensive player here. And I am intrigued. It's a team that's gotten to the conference finals 2 years in a row and just hasn't been able to get through. Can they get through San Antonio? I mean, OKC's, of course, is a juggernaut and everything like that. But for at least this series, they're in it. Once you steal a game on the road, it sets up pretty good things.
Now, you talked about all the draft profiles. I was curious about one more player because his name has been thrown around a lot. How do you feel about Nate Ament?
Sweetheart of a kid, really. He's got the length. I have one of my best friends is an assistant at Tennessee, so I followed him all year and talked about him at length. He's a tough kid. He's got to put a little bit more weight on it in his frame. He dealt with an injury towards the end of the year and really tried. He wasn't healthy in the NCAA tournament at all, and pushed through it and stuff. So I think the one thing. And I told him this, the one thing what I want him not to do is just float. I always see when guys just kind of float on the perimeter and everything like that. But he's got a ton of upside. I mean, he really does. And he's a great human being. He's got a great story about him and everything like that. So, I like him a lot. I think this draft's good. I mean, this draft's really good here, as we talked about a little bit here. Outside of the top 9, guys here, and you get the Michigan guy, the bigs with Mara and Johnson and Lendenberg. Kareem Lopez is a big out of who's in New Zealand and everything like that. There's a group of it's deep. Even if they're still at 30 with that last pick in the first round, I think you can still find a player with that pick too.
And awesome stuff. 76ers Knicks tonight at 6 o'clock Central on ESPN, followed by Timberwolves and Spurs at 8:30. And then the draft lottery starting at 2 p.m. Central on Sunday. Bobby, thank you so much for the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. Bobby Marks right here on 105.3 The Fan. When you said that was going to be your question about Nate Ament, I was like, what?
Yeah, no way.
No freaking way. I just wanted to throw that name out there into Mav's consciousness.
That's who somebody you want?
I think that's a possibility. Like, we've talked so much about the guards, player. And rightfully so, but just keep an eye out on that name as well.
I'll tell you this. We've been doing this show for 15, 16. We're working on 16 at some point, Kevin. But we've been doing it for a long time. And you have given a number of players throughout that time to keep an eye on.
Right.
And they're always significant players at one point you said this Luka guy. You said, I'm not sure how good he can be after his rookie season.
No.
And then his rookie season, you're like, maybe a fringe 77 player.
No.
That being said, you've been right about a lot of players.
I said he would be the best player in that draft class.
You said he'd be better
than 3
than
different
Trae Young.
Positions. Oh, hell yeah. He's 8 kajillion times better than Trae Young. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Who cares if his team wins? The Shohei Cy Young train remains strong. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And he got him. Altuve chases one. Ohtani gave him the breaking ball and wipes him out with 2 men aboard.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Brian Ray coming up if we decide to let him into the studio. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, Alec, I'm going to start with the story, and then I want you to give us the dramatic conclusion, okay?
Oh, that's a big task. I can handle it.
Per The Athletic last night, Carlos Correa is believed to have suffered a significant left ankle injury. He will visit a foot specialist tomorrow, which is today, to determine the exact severity and timeline, but it is not good, one source said. Alec?
I take you to Chandler Rome, who also works for The Athletic, covering the Houston Astros. He reports Carlos Correa needs season-ending surgery on a torn tendon in his left ankle. The recovery timeline is 6 to 8 months. And that's right from the horse's mouth, too. That is from Carlos Correa. So
he's out for the season.
Not great.
Nope. So that one guy was right.
You say not great?
Not great for him.
Yeah. He's one of those. He's one of those Astros that benefits from having a World Series that he cheated for. So I don't care.
Wow!
I don't care.
Woo!
Dude, that's the thing. I'm serious. Like, Altuve might go into the Hall of Fame with that.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons he might go into the Hall of Fame, too.
Yeah.
Is because he was playing in the significant game like that. So that's just frustrating.
Now,
maybe that's just me being, bitter.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Now let's go to cut number 3. I'll let Alec decide if he wants to read what it says. But this is Framber Valdez just trying to start trouble on the Fan.
Trevor Story's going to get drilled.
That's tired.
After the back-to-back home runs, Valdez plunks him. And some of the Red Sox coming out.
That's
and some of the Tigers coming out. And both benches are emptying.
You can't get them out, so you throw at them. What a joke.
What a joke indeed. Framber Valdez in a 10-2 game had given up back-to-back home runs. Then he hit Trevor Story. And the bench is cleared, but except for the guys in the dugout, they all cleared in an orderly fashion. And they kind of calmly walked out there. Then the bullpen guys had a lot further to go, so they ran, but not necessarily with the intention of fighting. See, it's right behind you, Corey. Look, they're all just there. Yeah. They're all walking out there and stuff.
Yeah.
And so,
remember the good old days where Rugdedo Odor would punch you in the jaw?
Man, what a great moment that was. But this continues a trend of Framber Valdez just being a giant baby. Is what I'll say.
You can say giant baby. It definitely is a moment where a pitcher has decided, I've had enough of this. I don't have it today. And the manager's not taking me out of the game. The manager's telling me, well, you got yourself in this hole. Good luck. And that's the moment right there where you just go, all right, fine, manager, I'll show you, kind of. Or I'll just show everybody. I'm sick of this S. I'm out of here. Just hit somebody and get out of there. That's usually what happens there.
Okay.
I saw it happen with Bassick once, Kevin.
Oh.
In a video game. I was beating him so badly in the game that he just decided to start hitting all of my players.
I remember that.
And I think when the manager came out and he tried to throw into the dugout, but he was like, why won't the game let me throw into the dugout? And I was like, Mike, and then he just turned the game off and quit.
I mean,
and that doesn't sound anything like Mike, right?
Oh, no, that sounds 100% like the one Mike Bassick that I know. Although, I guess to be fair, I know 2 Mike Bassicks. All right, let's talk about Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
That and his dad. Shohei Ohtani's team, well, they are struggling, especially when he pitches, but he does not really seem to give a damn whatsoever. And so he goes out there last night against the Astros, 7 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. Shohei Ohtani in his last 3 starts, 19 innings pitched, 1.42 ERA with 24 strikeouts. The Dodgers are 0-3 in those games. Let's take you out to a longer sample size. In his last 9 starts, he's given up a total of 4 earned runs.
Okay.
For an ERA of 0.7.
Jeez.
The Dodgers are 2-7 in those games.
That dude's almost as good as John Pork.
If you missed it yesterday, you really need to go back. I didn't know who the hell John Pork was.
Now you do.
And now I do, and now I feel like I can never unsee that.
That's insane, dude.
And
2-7?
I know. And the Rangers were just playing the Dodgers. And remember when we told you at the beginning of the year, Shohei Ohtani wanted to win a Cy Young. Multiple people from inside the Dodgers organization, we have been informed, said all he is primarily focused on, outside of winning and stuff, is winning a Cy Young.
That's it?
I mean, and obviously he has been very impressive thus far as a pitcher.
His batting numbers are down,
Yes,
so
actually they are.
Kind of a good point.
And that's one of the things is he has not been hitting in these games where he's been pitching because his offense has been, like you said, kind of down already. But so far this year, he's made 6 starts. He has a 0.97 ERA and 9 walks to go along with 42 strikeouts. So there's that.
Dude, Max Muncy's the home run leader on that team with 9. I think he hit 8 of those against the Rangers.
Man, I think he did.
Yeah,
that actually feels
where's
right.
Ohtani on this list? He's 38th. He's tied for 38th with 6 home runs.
Okay, well.
He's kind of a mad baseball player now.
Okay, but if he's a great pitcher, won't he still win MVP too?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, his OPS is only 814, which again is good.
But what about with runners in scoring position? I bet it's like 365.
Nobody could be that bad unless it was an entire team. So there's that. All right, let's go from that to the Yankees. The Yankees are going to wear a patch for John Sterling for the rest of the season, I do believe, starting May 18th. I think a very well-deserved honor for somebody who is synonymous with especially the broadcast radio calls for the Yankees. Let's go to the Cincinnati Reds and Sal Stewart. Sal Stewart won the National League Rookie of the Month for March and April.
All right.
But he decided he needed to switch something up because he'd gotten off to a rough start in May. So he shaved off all his facial hair.
The way to go.
Because he's been struggling for the last 8 games.
Get rid of the playoff beard.
That is true. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that such things can impact it because it changes your mentality?
Did you see Jake Berger went from the full beard to the goatee?
I think it's a good idea.
So sometimes it is, Tin Cup's a great example of this, Kevin. Sometimes when you chili dip one, you got to take all the teas out of one pocket.
What is that? What is chili dip?
Knock one down the driving range. Instead of going out into the driving range, you hit everybody that's next to you on the driving range.
Okay.
Get all your teas out of one pocket and put it in the other. Turn your hat backwards. Do all the things that Romeo tells you, and then those are the ways. Coaches all over are like, just change something up to get you out of your slump.
Yeah,
find a slump buster.
I don't know if that's
what it is, Kevin. You just do something different to bust your slump. That's what a slump buster is, I believe.
And once again, this goes back to the idea that every word or phrase in the English language has been sexualized. It's impossible to talk about anything in sports, especially without it being sexualized.
You ever tried to watch the Summer Olympics and hear those people talk about things, and it's just wild.
What?
Yeah.
Who are those people?
The announcers.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I honestly did not know what you meant.
We have Brian Ray sitting in here. We're getting ready to chat with him, and I don't want to go too far into this because I don't want to embarrass him. But it's like I was listening to it was the Michael Phelps era, Kevin. And they were like, Eddie's pumping harder and faster. Yeah. And I'm like, that is about swimming is what they're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I think you could just make a compilation out of all the phrases.
Do you think in his personal life he ever put that audio on for any other scenario.
Michael Phelps, when he was trying to beat the shark in that swimming contest?
Yeah, he did not race a shark.
That was disappointing.
That was BS. By the way, the Pirates manager got suspended for last night's game. It clearly made a difference because the Pirates got 2 hits and lost 9-0. So he'll be back today. Hopefully can help them turn it around, or at least maybe get a 3rd hit or a first run or something out of that scenario that will help them out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will reflect on the year that was and key offseason ahead with Dallas Stars broadcaster and man that could not get us out of the first round, Brian Ray, next right here on The Fan.
When your friends
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, in studio, we bring to you Dallas Stars broadcaster, Emmy Award winner, and man who is afraid of how many microphones are in this studio.
There's a lot of microphones in here.
It is Brian Ray. Good morning, and welcome to the studio.
There's 6? Is there 6?
Yeah.
It's a big studio.
We have an afternoon show that has about 100 people on it,
which is good.
So we had to make sure that was good for them.
If you're in a place where you can have that many people on your show, you're probably doing something right. But I will say I was marveled when I walked in. I'm like, my goodness, how many mics you have in this place?
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Okay.
What's up, fellas?
Thank you very much. More impressive than the Stars in the first round.
Hey. That's why I'm in here.
Yeah.
I got some time on my hands now.
You're here to answer for these issues.
Jim Nill's media availability is tomorrow, so I'll do the best I can.
Yes.
We'll answer for that, yeah.
And that's fair. So I guess I want to start, because we've talked about this a lot. I want to see if you think this is a fair assertion. The Olympics, they were awesome.
Yeah.
But in the big picture, they negatively impacted the Stars season.
I actually agreed with Glenn Gullitson's answer, because he was asked directly about that when we had our availability with him yesterday, and he just said, look at all the teams that are still in the playoffs. They all had guys at the Olympics.
Right.
If you're looking at Minnesota, boy, Matt Boldy did not look like he was affected by the Olympics at all. If you look at the Stars' first-round series, yes, you could point at different things of, well, Rope Hintz was injured, Mikko Rantanen came out, Miro Heiskanen had an injury. You can point at that, and was it a factor? Yes. But for me, they looked tired to me. That simple as that.
Why?
So and maybe we'll hear if Jim Nill has a theory on this, but for me, this is not a coincidence to me. But if you look at the last 4 years, this is including this season, Florida, Edmonton, Dallas have played more hockey games, regular season and playoffs, than any other team in the league. Florida didn't even make the playoffs. Dallas and Edmonton dusted in the first round. That's not a coincidence to me that all three teams are out in some fashion. I do think it does build up over time. There's been a lot of short summers for this Dallas Stars roster, and hopefully a longer summer will set the table up for something better next year. But that's not a coincidence to me. I do think that does play into it. I think you look at how Minnesota was able to push Dallas around a little bit. It's one of those where the brain said, yes, I'm fighting as hard as I can. Right. The heart said, yes, I'm fighting as hard as I can. But I don't know if the body was reaching at that same level.
So you feel, and maybe Kevin in that same instance, it's not necessarily the desire to do it. Like there wasn't anything lost there. It was just the legs just didn't happen.
Yes, I think at the end of the day, and you look at how physical Minnesota played those first two games, like that builds up over the course of an individual series. You ran into a fresher, hungrier, meaner, nastier team. And, I mean, Minnesota hasn't won a playoff series in what feels like eons, and there's a lot of players on that roster that have been a part of those disappointments. I think, because we're family-friendly around here, I think there could have been a little more, we'll say, screw you energy out of Minnesota. And that 2-3 matchup is so tight. You would have loved to have Game 7 at home, but it's so tight. I just think they just looked tired to me as that series went along.
What word do you think you wanted to use instead of screw you? Kevin?
F.
Okay, all right.
So,
Cluck.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll just make a statement.
Puck.
And you tell, exactly, puck around and find out. You tell me if you think this is fair, unfair, somewhere in between. Whether Jamie Benn comes back or not next season, you need to have a different captain.
No, look.
Your captain, if he wasn't your captain, would he have been a healthy scratch at times?
That's something I'm not even going to touch. I really don't know, because who would you bring in? And there was conversation, do you bring in Michael Bunting? And it was more, well, who do you take out situation. Right. The Jamie Benn captain thing, and I see it on social media. Look, fans, regardless of the sport, regardless of the team, you need a face. You need a scapegoat to blame. If it's not Jamie Benn, it's Jake Ottinger. If it's not Jake Ottinger, well, it's Glenn Gullitson. Well, if it's not Glenn Gullitson, well, it's the general manager. You always need a face. over my time, both working at the Stars minor league team in the AHL and here in Dallas, I've heard enough different players with the organization and no longer in the organization tell me how amazing of a captain Jamie Benn is. And we don't get to be in the room.
Sure.
The way that there is certain access the players have and insight that we simply will never have. But I've heard that from enough different independent people and players with the team and no longer with the team for me to say, okay, this isn't lip service, this isn't PR, this isn't covering something. This is actually genuine because I've heard this from enough different independent people that the idea that you need to have a different captain, no, I'm not buying totally into that. And then Jim Nill a year ago went on record and said, look, as long as he's the general manager, Jamie Benn is going to be the captain of this organization. So the fact that he and the captain have that type of relationship doesn't matter what we talk about here right now.
Does he need to be getting 15 minutes a game?
Boy, what was he getting this year? I'd have to. Yeah, I will admit, I took the last 4 days off. I haven't watched a minute of hockey. Okay. I haven't even looked at the Stars roster.
Oh.
I haven't even looked at the salary cap situation. I came home. And it was me, a glass of wine, and the dog, just hanging out.
Smart.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I was thinking you'd be like really in on Minnesota and Colorado.
No, I saw on my phone the 9-6, shellacking that went on back and forth. I'm like, wow, that's wild. You're not going to see that very much. But no, I absolutely tuned it out just for. I'm like, Monday I'll get back into this a little bit.
All Minnesota does is score 6 in their first games.
Look, I do think. You didn't win the Stanley Cup, you lost in the first round. Your roster's flawed. So, as a general manager, you are going to look for ways to tweak and correct it. And I would imagine there's a lot of conversations with a lot of players about adjusting a role. I'm not going to say reducing a role, but adjusting a role for what sets both the player and the team up for success next season. I would not be surprised if everything was on the table in a conversation like that.
We were talking with Robert Tiffin, and
heard of him.
This is Foligno, by the way, that he was getting the words from, and that was we were trying to bait Jamie Benn into fighting. We were trying to get him to, and we know who this guy is. Know who he is.
I saw the interview,
and I'm just kind of curious if that's the case.
Although he was right about the 5-on-5 thing.
Was. Yeah, he did.
Absolutely,
he did win that one. When it comes to the at some point somebody's got to stand up. Somebody's got to do something. Why didn't Jamie Benn do it? What kept him from being like, you know what, screw it?
So I'm gonna walk that back, and once again, we only have lines from Marcus Foligno.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've asked him to fight. We've asked him to fight. He won't do it. Mm-hmm. Whenever I hear a player say that, the first question that pops into my head: when did you ask him? Did you ask him when you were up 3-1 or 4-1? Why is the player going to fight and risk taking a penalty? They're trying to come back.
Yeah.
Did you ask him when they were up 3-1 or 4-1? Why would the player fight, risk losing it, and give your team energy to try and come back? Did you ask him when the game was tied? What point in the game was the game tied? I always ask, when did you ask him? And was there any point in this series where it felt like the game was completely out of reach? And yeah, Game 6, I saw the final score. There were 2 empty netters. Dallas was grinding to get that game back to even. When you get into a playoff series, how often do games really turn into blowouts? Even the 15-goal, nonsense with Colorado and Minnesota. I don't know if there was ever anybody up more than 2 goals because they just kept trading back and forth.
Once Colorado was up 3-0, but then after that, it was really tight.
What did Minnesota do? They scored the next 2 and made it 3-2.
Yep.
They didn't get into a fight.
Yeah.
So I saw the comments from Foligno, but the first question I always ask is, when did you ask him to fight?
That makes, and that's
what was the situation.
That's why I was trying to walk myself through it, and I feel like I never really saw a moment when Jamie Benn needed to do that, other than I got to fire my team up.
Yeah,
but you got to figure out that time. You got to fire the guys up at some point, but you got to time that right too.
I would also look at that series, and I'll push it back to you guys. What point in that series would a fight have gotten us to Game 7 in Dallas?
Yeah.
I mean, they fought a lot in Game 1. You know, like that. It looked like in game one. Yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, game two.
Game two. Well,
game two, you saw a fight from the stars.
Colin Blackwell blasted Yakov
awesome.
Trenin, and what happened?
Yes.
The flying Felinos started taking penalties, and they put Dallas on the power play, and Dallas evened up the series. You're not going to fight there. Keep taking your penalties.
Right, yeah.
That's game one. No fight was going to fix the giveaway the Stars had in that 6-1 loss, and that's a totally different problem. Don't even ask me about it because I don't have the answer.
It was interesting too the Thomas Harley into the turnbuckle moment.
Yes,
and everybody kind of was like, and I know Glenn Gulletson, I thought he did an interesting job of saying, I'm not going to go overboard with it. I'm not going to give it too much. I'm just going to say it was a hockey play, and a lot of the hockey players said it was a hockey play. And as a fan, I was like, screw that! Go out there and hit everybody! Throw skates!
I get it. Oh,
which Jamie Benn almost did once whenever he got mad at us. That's a long story for another time.
The Stanley Cup has never been won by a team of angels. If you want to accuse the Dallas Stars of any shenanigans in that series, which Minnesota fans... no problem doing that.
And they hate Jamie Benn so much.
And who do Stars fans hate after that series?
Marcus Foligno.
It's no team has ever won the Stanley Cup with a team of angels.
Yeah.
Everybody does it.
Yeah, and that
playoffs,
99 team was grisly. Like that's what we have it all based on. Is that 99 squad? There was a bunch of dudes.
You think Darian Hatcher was an angel?
Nope.
No.
What
about
and he
Ed
was your
Belfour?
captain.
He was a phenomenal captain.
So we talked about it. You know, there's going to be a lot on the table with so many different players. But does it feel like this offseason has to wait until you figure out Jason Robertson?
Yes. I think that, and this is why
that could go a lot of different directions.
It really can, and I feel like I've said this for the last 4 summers. This might be the most precarious or important summer that Jim Nill has had as the GM. And you look at Jason Robertson. How do you risk losing 90-plus points and 45 goals out of your roster? I mean, that.
Did you think increased physicality this year too?
Yes, I noticed him. I agree with Glenn Gulletson when he says, look, he completed himself as a player and he added elements to his game. I mean, he's not this super physically imposing guy,
right?
But I've seen him lay a reverse hit on guys enough times that there are people who still don't suspect the strength he has over his body. I've seen a couple of guys get caught where it's like, yeah, he can throw a reverse hit.
Is he maybe still learning that about himself then too?
I mean, I've seen him do it in previous years. It's probably more, I don't know if it's channeling the energy or just timing it better or whatever, but there are elements he absolutely added to his game. And all this stems obviously from the Olympic conversation. Look, USA won the gold. You can't fault Bill Guerin for making the picks he did because they won. They backed it up.
Right.
But the other element here is how do you manipulate your roster a little bit, especially down that forward group, to make yourself a little bit heavier and hungrier to make a deep run. And that's the precarious position that general manager Jim Nill is in. Now, I don't have a great answer for it right now, but if there's one man that I would trust to figure out the best course of action, I think Jim Nill has more than earned the leash to manage this offseason as best he can. I mean, he's done a phenomenal job. And also, look at how we're talking about the Dallas Stars right now. Like, big picture, you didn't get out of the first round. You didn't get out of the second round. And people are ticked. They are mad. That's the standard now that they're at. If you don't get to the second or third round, your fan base is viewing it as a disappointment. I don't know if we're having this conversation 6-7 years ago.
Sure. No, I agree with you on that.
Which you try to find, for me, I'm always trying to find context, especially dealing with the team on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, I definitely agree with you on that. Where's the disconnect about getting over that final hump then? Because Jim Nill, everybody... I mean, he's been voted on it. We all agree he's an excellent general manager. There are excellent players on this team.
And a class man, too.
Yes. Yeah. We've had excellent coaches, all of those things. But at the same time, it's now going to be 28 years since you won the Cup, and you've been close. I realize luck can play into it.
Sure.
But at some point, too, when you get so close and just don't go over the hump, what's the disconnect then?
Glenn Gulletson would use a line this season that I thought was very interesting, where he says you usually see the pieces of success before the actual success comes along. And going back to the start of the season when he came in and he talked about 1% more or that 1 degree extra and compiling that, and then he also loved to use the phrase hand-to-hand combat. And the Florida Panthers had been the gold standard for the last couple of years. I don't know if there was a better team at hand-to-hand combat than the Florida Panthers. And I'm not saying that he's just trying to build a team exactly like the Florida Panthers, but there's a philosophy, there's an attitude, there's a style of play there that I think teams look at and think, all right, can we implement a little bit more of that into our game, who we are as a team? You bring in the head coach to try and implement a little bit of that. Now, what players can you add or supplement the roster with to try and also buy into something like that? And you'd love to be able to do it in one off season. When I play NHL 26 on franchise mode, it's super easy to do it in one off season. But in the reality of things, it's difficult to do that over one off season.
Okay, I want to stick with this specific example because I'm really fascinated by it, and obviously I think that's a great template to follow. Yeah. One of the things that team also had was a clutch as nails goalie when need be. Mm-hmm. Does this team possess that?
I am a Jake Ottinger fan. I think he can win a Stanley Cup for this team. And I understand, look, he's there have been ups and downs and there have been inconsistencies, but I always push back when somebody says Jake Ottinger's not in. I always push back.
And I'm not here to say that.
But I mean, look, when you have the emotional reaction, especially on social media, which just ruins everything for me.
Fair.
But look, you want him to be the number one. You want him to win you a Stanley Cup. It hasn't happened yet. All right. So it's fair to ask the question, well, is he the guy? Is he not the guy? I always ask, okay, if he's not the guy, then who is?
Right.
Who do you go get that is less or equal in terms of the money and the value and salary cap numbers that will get you over the hump? And listen, when Ed Belfour came to Dallas, he was the great goalie who couldn't win the big game.
Yeah.
And then he won a Stanley Cup. Sergei Bobrovsky, the man in Florida. Well, he was turning into the goaltender with an albatross contract. Then he won the Stanley Cup. You're always the goalie who can't win it
until you do.
Win it. And you know what? For you guys, we're in Dallas. Tony Romo, Dak Prescott,
Dirk couldn't win it until he did.
Couldn't win it until he did. But they are the quarterbacks who cannot win the Super Bowl until you win it.
I think about that a lot.
It's unfair in sports, but that's the reality of it.
And that can change your legacy, and it can be everything else, or you're just a Danny White.
Yeah.
Who, like, you were in the NFC Championship 4 years in a row.
3 years in a row.
3 years in a row, and you weren't there.
Yes.
All right, let's pick this conversation up on the other side, because I actually do want to talk a little bit more about the Stars, but we can also fold it into our NBA and NHL super segment. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
The NBA playoffs are finally here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas, especially if you listen to our last play where we said take lower on the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander points. I still want you to stick with and consider the combination of points, rebounds, and assists for Victor Wembanyama and go higher on that. Going to be looking for a big bounce-back game after his last offensive performance. And playing on Underdog, it's already easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get all your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Next step, we're going to help you out even more. Download the app today. Use promo code MASTERPIECE to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TXU Energy.
When it comes to energy, you've got options, but TXU Energy welcomes back more customers than any other provider, and for good reason, offering personalized plans, automatic savings, and a total satisfaction guarantee. Find out why TXU Energy is the #1 electricity choice of Texans.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Audrey on the flank. Down to the goal line once again. Landeskog. See if he heads back to the bumper. There's the one-timer. McKinnon on the power play. The Avalanche strike again and extend their lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Brian Ray in studio with us, who's trying to make us play problematic audio. But
I'm just saying, you got to drop Avalanche. We couldn't just stick with Paramore.
Hey,
it's a great song.
That is true. But
great song.
Don't you think that series has the most interest in the DFW right now among the remaining NHL playoff series?
If we're talking hate watching.
Sure.
Yes, of course. From a hate-watching standpoint.
Hey, that's how the Cowboys keep us in business.
I got to tell you, I'm jazzed to see what's going to happen here with the Buffalo Sabres.
Yes!
Come on!
That's the team I've chosen. The Sabres and Carolina.
Logan Stankoven's firing off in Carolina. Let's enjoy the Eastern Conference a little bit.
Yeah. So that's the Logan Stankoven that we traded away, and the Lindy Ruff that we got rid of as part of the 6 coaches that Jim Nillen.
Well,
hired.
Hindsight from 20 years ago is 2020.
That's true. So we did really love Lindy Ruff, though.
Sure. We had a weird relationship with Lindy. We'd have him come on. He would tell Canada facts to us. It was hilarious. But then we show up in Arizona. We're at spring training for Rangers, and we go talk to Patrick Sharp. Jamie Benn throws a skate because he's mad about our question about T-shirts. And then
that did happen.
And then we asked if we could get Lindy on, and they were like, "Oh, we're on the road. He doesn't do stuff." And we were like, "Okay." And then all of a sudden they came back and they were like, "Oh, he said for you guys, whatever."
Good
and we were like,
guys.
"What?"
And he goes, "What the hell are y'all doing out here?"
Get on the Sabres bandwagon with them. Come on.
Okay, so in all seriousness, though, I'm not going to find myself obviously rooting for the Avalanche or the Wild. I'm sure as hell not rooting for Las Vegas. It does feel like the Eastern Conference, if you have to root for somebody as a Stars fan, it feels like the Eastern Conference outside of the Canadiens is where it's at.
Well, yeah, and Logan Stankoven was beloved by this fan base, and he was a great kid, good player, a ton of fun to be around. Look, if you were going to get Mikko Rantanen, you were going to have to pay something.
Yeah, and to get something good,
yes,
you have to get good.
Yeah, and so to see him having the success he's having right now, I think Stars fans are incredibly happy for him, and they're rooting for him to continue with that success.
It's not a real surprise either, right?
No, he was going to be a good player.
Yeah,
you knew he was going to develop into a good player. Yes.
Now on the NHL front, playoff ratings for the first round up 70%.
How awesome is that? Are you kidding me?
Year over year from both ESPN and TNT. And I think you can't rule out the HBO Max draw for a lot of people as part of this. And then some compelling matchups, which unfortunately I think would lead the commissioner to be like, see, our playoff system is just fine, even though it feels like most people kind of hate it. But that is a gigantic number right there.
That's incredible for the league. Look, the Olympics, I think, played a part of it, and that's
a great point.
That is a perfect storm of. I was just reading an article on this. You have the perfect storm of U.S. winning the gold in terms of the Olympics. Then Vegas waxed their head coach 4 days before the playoffs, and it's like, what? What? And then you get compelling matchups, and then Buffalo, in terms of a local market, is as bloodthirsty as it gets when it comes to viewership. They make the playoffs after the 14-year drought. And you had Pittsburgh and Philly in the Battle of Pennsylvania. Those were good storylines to get involved in. We'll see what they look like after round 2 and round 3, and we'll see what the Cup final looks like, and you hope that they maintain that. I actually, when I have been at home, I've been using HBO Max. I mean, we're pretty much cord cutters in our house. So I love that they made that available. It's also how I watched most of the NCAA tournament was through HBO Max. I mean, that was a excellent move to make those games available through HBO Max.
Yeah, that's aside from having to purchase the ESPN extra
the unlimited or whatever.
Yeah,
I had to do that.
I got Disney so I could watch DuckTales. Obviously that.
I'm assuming you wanted to watch wrestling is why you picked it up.
Let's see. No, you know what? DuckTales is up there. The old Rescue Rangers is a strong play.
Chip and Dale.
I need to jump back into the Daredevil series there on Disney Plus. I've been saving that for the summer.
Did you ever watch Darkwing Duck?
Yeah, let's get dangerous.
Oh, I love it. So, speaking of,
real quick, I'm sorry. One other thing. Has it felt to y'all that it was since the Four Nations, this has been a progressive ride?
I would agree with that.
That felt for casual fans. It feels like that was the moment that really changed a lot of things.
So there's with hockey in general, I think there are certain things that it should just embrace. And international hockey with NHL players is one of the single best marketing tools the NHL has. You are the only league that has to shut down for 2 weeks, and yes, there is risk to teams losing players to injury and effects on local clubs, and owners certainly don't like dealing with that. But in terms of the sport, your league, international hockey with NHL players, in my opinion, is one of the single best marketing tools you have. And we're seeing it in real time here with the numbers that Kevin was just spouting out there. So between the Four Nations, the Olympics, then we get the World Cup of Hockey. It's not going to have, I think, the same cachet as the Olympics because the Olympics are the ultimate, but it is still the single best marketing tool. The more you can have, and the players wanted it, the more you can have NHL players playing internationally in true best on best, it is a good thing for the sport overall.
Now, the Dallas Cowboys of the NHL won the draft lottery last night. But also, what I think is really fascinating is who they decided to hire as their new GM. John Shaika, who, Corey, I don't know if you've heard this. This is a captivating back and forth between a reporter and the powers that be with Toronto. Reporter, you talk about the due diligence that you did on John prior to hiring him and now hiring him. In the past 3 to 4 days, I've been in contact with about 20 people who work in the National Hockey League, many of whom are prominent names that we would all know. Of the 20 people I spoke to, one was supportive of his hiring. The other 19 thought it was a sham. To be perfectly honest, words were used like con artist, liar, salesman. How did you come to a different conclusion than I was able to come to in a very short time?
I feel like the answer is going to be as significant as that question.
Their response, I must have talked to different people.
Okay.
But that being said,
how many teams are in the NHL?
32.
Well, yeah,
32.
Yeah.
So there's at least 12 that he didn't get to.
Okay.
The reporter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess to be fair,
the math is mathing.
Yeah. Okay. Whether you share this opinion or not, do you know why such opinions might be held about Shaika?
So, first of all, the Toronto winning the draft lottery, the lottery is not rigged. It's not fixed. I truly believe that.
Then we get Cooper Flagg.
But the NHL lottery, I can't attest to the NBA
super segment.
But when I saw that, I'm like, man, even I don't believe the lottery is rigged. And the NHL can't catch a break in a lottery ball system to have Toronto win this thing and jump the 4 spots they did. The John, I don't know the guy. I've never met the guy.
Why is that narrative out there, though?
Look, the last time he was a general manager in the league, he was 26 years old, and he was given the keys to an entire NHL organization. And it sounds like there was some contentiousness with either what occurred back then, how it was run, how he performed. And it wasn't just any organization. It was Arizona. I mean, if you were going to pick an organization that just has Red Flag City written all over it, it's been that organization. So I don't know if there's any way to get the Arizona stench off you regardless of what you do. The nice thing, and also it's Toronto, you better believe it was loaded question after loaded question in any press conference that gets asked to anybody.
Because they're the Dallas Cowboys of the NHL.
Yes, it's a great comparison. If they are the New York Yankees of the NHL, I mean, pick your poison there. The great thing, though, is if Toronto wins, nobody cares.
Right.
You get done with that press conference. There was no way you were going to walk out of it with everybody saying, "Boy, this is the move." The Toronto Maple Leafs are ready to go. There was nothing they could have said or done in an introductory press conference like that would have come out positive.
Right.
So you stand up there, you get the tomatoes thrown at you, and then you go back into your war room and you start trying to put a team together. If winning cures everything. We're talking about the Dallas Stars and Jake Ottinger and Jamie Benn and Jim Nill. And if you win, nobody cares.
Yeah.
You just answered all the questions.
I think you're probably right about that. Alec, can you give me cut number 9 so we can make sure this really is the super segment?
Set the other way, 3-on-2 up the left side to McCain. Left corner Mitchell. Up the sideline, McCain open. Left wing 3 on the way. Splash City. Cha-ching, Thunder Money Belt. Loud City loves it. Thunder by 19. Pulling away.
The Oklahoma City Thunder last night were victorious 108-90 in Game 1 of their series against Lakers. Here's why I thought this was particularly interesting. Going into the game, told you, 15.5-point spread.
Mm-hmm.
That was the biggest underdog spread LeBron has faced in any game in his 23-year career.
Dang.
He was playing it.
And it was still
they covered the spread
more than how old he was compared to the guys that were running those games.
I still think that's astonishing. He's the exact same age as both head coaches in that series, which is really amazing. But they still end up covering the spread, getting the victory. They lead that series 1-0, and the Detroit Pistons are up 1-0. So are the Knicks. So are the Timberwolves.
From the 903, I know this voice just got in the car. Is that Brian Ray? Exclamation point. I think that was a question, but I appreciate the excitement for Brian Ray. I
mean, I didn't look at his license, but it is. It's who I have in my phone is Brian Ray.
You actually have his last name, not Brian Hockey.
Yeah, that's a good point. So,
am I Brian Hockey in your phone?
Nope. My friend, my friend who I've known for years.
Perfect.
Works in flooring. And I've given Kevin this contact.
Perfect.
His name is actually, it's Grill Doctor in my phone, but he has him as Ryan Flooring. And so
I've got the dog trainer under the same thing.
It takes a long time. Only within the last couple of months is Alec now just Alec.
Sure.
Let's go.
It was Alec Producer.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this. I have a friend.
If you know multiple Alex,
yes.
you do need a discerning trait of some kind.
I have a friend who used to work at Beckett, and they were in my phone as Eric Beckett for a time. I sent that contact to somebody, and they thought his name was Eric Beckett, and I was like, this last name is not Beckett. He works at Beckett. And so sometimes it can lead to a little bit of confusion. By the way, Jaylen Brown, he got fined $50,000 for criticizing the officiating on his live stream.
Okay.
So
you can't do that on a live stream either.
I mean,
you're not a media guy, you're still a player.
If Ja Morant can't be doing gun stuff on his live stream, even finger guns, then I guess you can't do anything on your live stream without potentially getting fined. I almost said something else. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, usually we would have gridiron gravy, but maybe we will let Brian determine if we go in a different direction. We'll find out next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Ross Tucker on to talk NFL offseason at 4. Nation 2 to 5:30, then Rangers Yanks here on The Fan.
Kevin, if you want,
shielding!
That's true. You want to do that too. If you want some efficiency on your electric bills, if you want to make sure that your home's protected.
Trajan tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
You know, our competition makes fun of us for carrying and covering the Rangers. What? Spread that word to your fellow baseball friends that here at The Fan, you can count on us for Rangers news, insight, and, of course, Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks calling the game, something our competition doesn't have. This is your loud and proud home of the Rangers. We are The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Dante Moore, plenty of time. Deep. Got a man on the run. Touchdown. Benson for the score. My goodness, what a throw.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And we've got Brian Ray with us for the first time ever for
I don't know how much I can offer on this, but I'm happy to drink the gravy.
Okay.
Is that what we say here?
You dip it if you want. You just or you smother.
Something?
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you how to gravy.
It's a good point because a long time ago you tried to tell people how to fan. And that's where we got the phrase, don't tell people how to fan.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah.
So
nobody ever said that before.
Here's my question. So the 2027 draft for the NFL is supposed to be unbelievable. After a draft,
that's because Arch Manning's going to go #1.
Yeah, just like he was going to go #1 this year.
Yes.
Although, do you know right now, if you ask scouts, more of them said Dante Moore is more likely to go #1 than Arch Manning. That is the quarterback from Oregon. But
he's starting at Oregon, right?
I cannot envision him not starting. I think he would have left by now. But what I really want to talk about is quarterback-heavy draft. People really like this draft class. Which teams, intentionally or not, do you think would be most likely to tank out their season to have a #1 or really high pick?
Didn't Arizona, aren't they trying to move Kyler Murray?
The Arizona Cardinals did move. They just
got Carson back.
They just cut.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, I knew they cut that cord. That's what I thought. Okay.
They moved on from Kyler Murray, but right out of the gate, the #1 betting odd team to take the #1 pick next year, the Arizona Cardinals. Corey, can you tell me any other team in the top 5?
The New York Jets.
The New York Jets are number 3 on the list. Now,
that's a layup.
Yeah.
Medford.
They're always looking
They're
for a
always in the
quarterback.
top 5 for anything involving a bad season.
Ryan Reyes said the Arizona Cardinals. Corey Majors has said the New York Jets. Alec Medford, can you name another team in the top 5? I could name them all.
The Cleveland Browns.
That's true. The Cleveland Browns, shockingly enough, are only 5th, but they are in the top 5.
That's impressive.
Or the bottom 5, if you will. I'm not really sure.
Well, and that's because you always want the Browns to draft or take a quarterback.
Would love it. The only bad news is I'm pretty sure this is the end of Deshaun Watson's contract.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think it would be amazing if they took Arch or Dante and still had Deshaun and still had Shador and Dylan Gabriel. And I just give me every quarterback. The Miami Dolphins and the Las Vegas Raiders are also in the top 5.
And so the Steelers...
they just took the Raiders just took the kid from Indiana.
Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
I think the idea is, for as good as he may or may not be, it can still take a while.
Yeah,
you
that's fair.
think about first year Aikman / Steve Walsh.
Yeah.
Now, Corey, you have a tried and true kind of mantra that you go with here. If you had to guess, where would the Cowboys rank in terms of likelihood of getting the #1 pick in next year's draft?
32 teams in the NFL,
correct?
Somewhere in the middle is around 15, 16.
16, I think, would be in the middle.
Kind of where the Cowboys are.
They're tied for 16th and 17th with another team. So they are literally exactly in the middle. But
they're both answers?
That's right. It's gone so far. They are tied with another team that I deleted and forgot to see who it was. But if you think the Cowboys are going to be so bad, they would get the #1 pick in the draft, 75-1 odds on your money.
I just can't see that happening.
You wouldn't bet $2 on that?
Yeah, throw $100 down on that?
No.
Wow. Man, that's hockey money right there.
Is that your underdog play there?
Brian Ray's like, that fell out of my pocket.
Sevy won the underdog challenge this year in hockey. I lost by 1.
Oh.
He's the guy you go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of it is because he rode Mikko Rantanen for 90% of the games, but that's
smart, for 90% of the games.
It feels like you're trying to undercut his success right there.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, back to the gravy.
Is when it comes to the Cowboys, I just can't see that happening because you're bringing back the offense that was very good.
Oh, I'm with you.
Top 5,
sure.
top 3 offense. Now, human nature, we understand where it is, but I just don't see Schottenheimer backing off there. And then you have upgraded your defense enough. We don't know.
Right.
But you actually have put some work into upgrading that. So I just don't see them being in position to get a quarterback in this draft.
I feel like we'd all be pretty stunned if that happened. Now,
maybe a future to take over for Dak.
Sure.
Maybe that's possible, but no.
Now let's talk about the referees. The NFL Referee Association, they're going to vote tomorrow about a new collective bargaining agreement, with the assumption being that they've made so much progress, it is going to pass. So hopefully in a day we'll find out no fake referees for the NFL season.
Are there hated referees in the NHL?
Yes.
There are.
Yes.
Such
every
as?
single one.
Okay.
Especially in a playoff game because they're against you.
Yeah, they always are.
I can see that. Yeah, no penalty that's ever been called against my team was a legit penalty.
One of hockey fans' favorite things to do is to find out the hometown or the city that the referee is from, and then when he's doing the game that happens to have the NHL team from that city. Well, look at the city he's from.
Obviously.
Of course.
That's a good point.
He's from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't be bitter. We stole your team. Give us a hooking call. Yeah, I get what you're saying right there. So we'll keep an eye out on that vote tomorrow, probably after our show's over. But it's going to happen tomorrow. Let's go from that to serious. We got to move into, Brian, we call this the no-joke zone.
No jokes.
So we've got to move into the no-joke zone. Right. Stephon Diggs was found not guilty of assault and strangulation. They did go personal conduct policy. We've talked about this before. So he is not going to jail or anything like that. But that does not preclude the NFL from giving him some semblance of a suspension. I'm not here to tell you that is fair or unfair. Just keep in mind it could still happen.
Yeah, that was very quick, by the way. It
was a short trial, wasn't it? Now, this is usually the case when NFL.com puts this out there. They put out some semblance of a playoff rematch, but they have the Los Angeles Rams, got it, at the Seattle Seahawks as their number one game for the upcoming season. I know a lot of people thought that was the de facto Super Bowl last year. From a non-Cowboys perspective, does that sound like the most intriguing matchup? The top 5 is Rams at the Seahawks, Chiefs at the Bills, Packers at the Bears, I like that, Steelers at the Ravens, nope, and Bills at the Patriots.
Wow, not a Cowboys game in there, huh?
Not in the top 5, and in fact, not in the top 10.
Wow.
Patriots at the Seahawks is only 10. I'm a little surprised by that.
But tell me how many of the Cowboys games will be the highest in the top 10 in ratings? 5 of them?
7 of them?
Yeah. In terms of opening games, look, those are all either major media markets that you're going to pick up that viewership, or some type of traditional rivalry, historical matchup. You mentioned Packers and Bears, and you mentioned Ravens and Steelers.
And I do get that. I'm more interested.
You're hoping the local ratings, the local ratings will fuel a bigger number for those games.
I'd be more in on Packers Bears this upcoming season than I would Steelers Ravens.
I would agree.
That's partially because I just don't care about their rivalry aside.
Is Mahomes back?
So remember we talked about he's ahead of schedule. He said he should be able to do things in the OTAs, and it sure does sound like he'll be ready to go for week 1.
He heals faster than you.
I've never torn an ACL, but I imagined you're right.
Some people have Wolverine's blood.
Well, one person's a professional athlete, and it's nobody here in this room, so that's the other part of it, too.
Yeah, I'm not here to argue that I could heal faster than Patrick Mahomes, and I also don't do anything athletic enough to tear my ACL yet.
Well,
we'll see.
Maybe one of these days, Kevin.
Yeah, but it's going to be a sad story that I might have to lie about. I don't want to be like, I got off the couch and my knee buckled.
Hey,
like I'm going to
just
tell
my back went out after rolling out of bed on Sunday doesn't mean you have to
carrying
get at me
groceries
on
up the
this.
stairs. Like, was it Clint Barnes of the Rockies who tore his ACL carrying the groceries or whatever?
I have to come up with some extravagantly exciting.
Like when he got pushed into a soccer post by a kid, and then he was like, "No,
it was an adult."
We believe
that's the first question. How big was the kid?
Yeah, exactly.
It was an adult at a 7-year-old's birthday party, all right? That isn't great. Did I run into the side of a soccer goal and cut a massive scar in my head?
It's not there
luckily
anymore.
It didn't scar.
That stinks.
I really thought it would be.
Don't you want everybody wants a cool scar, one with a story.
I mean,
the key is the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not the scar, it's the story. Because if it's not a good story, then the scar is just a laughing point.
And you would never tell a fake story. Right?
Never. No.
Did you know one time?
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Okay. Well, I swear this is true.
PR 101.
One time I had to miss a day of band practice when I was in the drum corps in high school because I had an unopened soda on my floor and I rolled out of my bed and landed on the soda back first. And it is a feat of engineering because it did not break or anything. I almost bounced off of it. And I told my band director that story and he goes, well, that has to be true because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And it was true.
That story moving forward is going to sound way better if you started off with this one time at band camp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I fell off my bed.
Yeah.
What a movie, though.
We're the kids, see Masterpiece.
No.
Sorry. Okay,
Stop
right
that.
here on 105.3 The Fan.
Makes sense, though.
Brian, do you want to do one more segment or do you have to get
you
the
guys
hell
tell
out of
me
here?
if I've worn out my welcome. Fine. I
well,
won't
the one
be
after this one is we got Skip Schumacher, so
Yeah,
that's
so
going to be.
you can only stay
But
for
this
one more
one,
segment.
yeah.
Then we're forcing you out. All right, I got a great idea. Here's what we're going to try for the first
dare
time
you
ever.
try it.
NFL overreaction or reality coming up next. We'll go to Corey, we'll go to Alec, and Brian will tell us who had the more compelling argument.
Let's go.
To determine the winner. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, what percentage of things your spouse orders from Amazon get returned? Go ahead and let us know, 877-881-1053. Also, in about 20 minutes, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. But we've got Brian Ray in with us, Emmy Award winner, Brian Ray. And we're going to get to some NFL overreaction or reality. But first, we go to Corey Majors.
The answer to that question is about 20% of the things that she orders are returned.
I asked one question. I go, do you get more excited to buy the things or when you get to return them? And she was like, it's not my fault. I have to return them. I was like, okay.
Yeah. The returning part, she seems very comfortable with the UPS store. Ross Dellinger is reporting from Yahoo. The coaches have spoken. In a vote last week, the AFCA board swung its support behind a playoff with the max participants, 24, to discontinuing the conference championships. You want that done, and ending the college football playoff by the second week of January. Are those things all positive for you?
Yeah, and I like that you brought that up because we didn't get to this in our opening segment, and you're still going to have the Army-Navy exclusive window for just that game, but it won't be the only game that day. So one of the things to speed up the process, in addition to eliminating those conference championship games, is you always have the week of just Army-Navy. So Army-Navy will still have its own TV slot, but you can play postseason games that day. Whether it's earlier or later, I would assume later, but you can do that. And the minimum number of days between games has been dropped to 6. So I like this. I don't necessarily want to expand the playoff, but I like the idea of maybe, especially if you're going to have 16 teams in the playoffs, I don't need a conference championship game. And so I like expediting that process quite a bit.
Okay, all right.
So thumbs up.
I've always figured that the championship games should go anyway. They were fun and everything, and they're cool. And eventually it feels like the conferences are going to kind of start bleeding together and looking a different way as well.
It's going to be a power 3 in like 15 years.
Yeah, I could see I could see that. Some would argue it's already a power 2, right?
Yeah.
But like that was the thing. When it was the BCS or when the playoff was only 4, I get that extra data point. Now it's 16. I was like, oh, well, you didn't get a bye. You still get to play. Don't worry about it. All right. So, Brian, I'm really excited about this. You get to be the first ever arbiter of NFL overreaction or reality. So,
with the perfect resume and background to do this.
Big facts.
As an NHL guy.
How do you spell arbiter?
Don't worry about that.
All right.
I think it's with an O.
Okay.
So, either go with who you agree with, or if they agree, go with whatever argument you like. Or, quite frankly, I'm not here to tell you how to arbit. So you should decide however
arbit? Yeah, I don't think it's orbiter, Kevin. You said it's with an O.
No, I meant at the end. You stupid jerk. I hope you vote for Alec. Overreaction or reality? Corey Majors, I guess. George Pickens will be on the Dallas Cowboys in 2027.
That's next year.
That is correct.
So in the playoffs next year, yes, Kevin.
The next season. Ooh,
okay, gotcha.
The next regular season.
I do think they want...
I'd already vote for you, Alec.
I do think they want him long term.
Okay.
Whether or not they can financially make it happen is a different deal. A lot of teams would love to have this opportunity. I also think the Cowboys have shown that they can find little trades like this that turn out to be big and productive. I don't think he will be. So, because I think they want him, I think they like the idea, but I think they have all these other options that would be favorable to the team. So I think that's an overreaction, and that the Cowboys will be moving on from him, and he'll have a justifiably nice contract with another team.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to give Brian his first real decision here because I'm going to say reality. I will say that he is going to be on the roster in 2027 in the regular season because the Cowboys have shown they're not afraid to do the double tag. The franchise tag could be in play again to the point where they're like, we don't want to see him go anywhere else, but We don't really know what to pay him. We don't know what we think in terms of long-term money. And to make it even a little bit spicier, I think this could be what catapults the conversation for the PA to be like, hey, can we get rid of the double tag? Can we make it to where it's a 1-year thing? I could easily see the Cowboys being the center of conversation of like, hey, this sucks for the players and their long-term security. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. But I do think that they're going to like what they see this season, and they're going to be indecisive again, and they're going to put it as a quote-unquote placeholder, but it might not materialize into anything, so you get 2 years on the franchise tag.
Brian Ray?
Alec and the double tag argument is really interesting.
Yes.
I was leaning with Corey, because especially for me, just as a general football fan, it does feel like the wide receiver position, you always have your number one, but I feel like teams always find these guys in the second, third, fourth rounds. They can kind of emerge if they're a number 2 or a number 3. You know, if you have a good offensive system or you have a great offensive line, that you can find value, I feel like, down your wide receiver chart. But the double franchise tag, to be able to kick the can down the road for a year, that is a really, really interesting trump card that they could play with.
Politics.
Now, can we come back with one real quick, though? Counterpoint to the counterpoint.
No.
120% is a lot.
That is true. Still less than he'd probably make in a long-term deal.
Probably so.
Yeah. Overreaction or reality? I take you to Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator for the Packers. One of the things that he has said is, before scheme, I really believe it's not what you play, it's how you play. Overreaction or reality? Sometimes defensive scheme is overrated.
Yes. I think that's a reality, because if you don't have the players to play in the defensive scheme, then the scheme doesn't do it. Look at Seattle's scheme and how it won this year. They're smart players. They understand what they're trying to accomplish. You can't have dudes that don't understand the concepts.
Right.
You saw that with the Cowboys this year, the Bears, Kenneth Murray. That whole thing did not work for what they were trying to do because they didn't have guys that could actually play in those positions. They had cornerbacks that said, I don't know how to play zone. And then when they went to zone, they said, we don't know how to play man either. So they just didn't know exactly what they were doing. So yes, how you play, very important. I think that what you play, though, levels up how you play. So being able to go from we do this and we do this well, and then manipulating your defense within plays, within sets, changes everything.
So, Alec, we're getting very meta here. You have to decide in overreaction or reality if defensive scheme is overrated.
Reality, it is. Because I want to pinpoint something specific. Vic Fangio, we've even played audio of other people saying that Vic Fangio's scheme, that's the thing that keeps offensive coordinators up at night. They are so scared of this scheme. Well, reminder, he was a head coach just a few years ago, back in 2019. He was hired as the head coach of the Denver Broncos. That 2019 Denver Broncos roster, outside of an aging Von Miller and Bradley Chubb, not very good. Didn't have many good players on that team, and they did not play very well, and he ends up getting fired as the head coach, and they move on to Sean Payton. So, scheme can be overrated because you need, like Corey said, the brain works has to be there, but you also have to be hand in hand with your GM to say, I need the right guys for this to work. It's just like offensive scheme. If you're going to be a heavy passing offense, then you need to have 2 wide receivers that can be that given one on any situation. So, yes, I do think it's overrated to an extent.
You can have the greatest jockey in the world. If he's riding a donkey, he's not going to win the race.
Woo!
Unless it's a race uphill
write that down.
Out of a canyon.
Write that
Van
down.
Wilder, write that down.
That's right. So who takes this round?
I'll go with Corey.
Okay.
He led off with that argument.
All right.
First pole position.
Corey, would you like to continue to get it first?
What?
Or do you want me to go to Alec first?
We'll let Alec get the poll first.
I probably could have phrased that better.
Yeah, you could have.
Damn it. Overreaction.
It's going to get weird here today, too. Thank God it didn't happen.
Might be the weather. Overreaction or reality?
Nope, it's the show.
Mr. Medford, Cam Ward will break out in season 2.
I like this question because I already know Corey's going to disagree with me. Reality, I do like what the Titans have done this offseason. I do think that they made an interesting choice in the draft.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, but they did say Cam Ward is our guy with that pick, essentially going with Carnell Tate. They're like, we have to help this quarterback because last season there was already changing. They move on to a new general manager and everything. So there's this new vision that includes Cam Ward front and center. And they addressed it very early this offseason. And what did they do in free agency specifically that might not directly impact Cam Ward, but is going to help him in terms of how much he's going to be on the field? They added defense. And they go and get a head coach, a defensive-minded head coach that says, let me go find one of these hotshot offensive coordinators and try to see if I can be the next learning tree that people are poaching from. And maybe we have some under-the-radar success offensively because you're bringing in the defensive-minded head coach. So I do like that they automatically come in and say, we're going to address wide receiver. We've already got a big money running back in position as well as a couple of running backs behind him that can supplement in the passing and running games as well. I like what they're doing. So I think they've helped him out enough for that to be a possibility, and I do think he's a better quarterback than people give him credit for.
Corey Majors, overreaction or reality? Cam Ward will break out in season 2.
It was one of those unfortunate situations where I agree with Alec. I think adding Carnell Tate's a phenomenal addition to him because he didn't have a weapon. Calvin Ridley's a good receiver, but not a great receiver. And they added to their offensive line, too. They drafted some offensive linemen, added to that. They needed to do that, otherwise that dude was going to lose his life out there trying to run around and save it himself. But the biggest addition this offseason was their offensive coordinator. Now, I know we just said that scheme sometimes can be a problem, but when it comes to offensive scheme, you need somebody that understands the quarterback and gets the best out of him. Brian Dable, while he was not a great head coach, has always been a very good offensive coordinator. Got a lot out of Josh Allen, and I think he's going to get a lot out of what Cam Ward is as well. He's very good at organizing things for an offensive mind, and I think that's the best addition. But as he just said, getting a defensive-minded head coach, a positive as well, because that defense needs to be stout in that division, and that division's a very tough one. So I think this is a good addition. I think it's going to be good for him. I don't think that Keldrick Falk's going to be a starter for this team.
Now, Brian Ray, this is the only one we have time for, so this will be the deciding vote.
Alec had the pole position, so I'm going to give it to him. But it's interesting hearing you guys talk about this because I actually think the NFL is changing. It was always year 3. You had to be as the quarterback. You had to get to year 3, and that's when you would pop. But I feel like if you look at the last handful of quarterbacks with success, it was actually year 2. I think, didn't Josh Allen pop in year 2? Mahomes popped in year 2. The quarterback with the Texans.
C.J. Stroud.
Who's the guy in Chicago, too?
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, yeah.
I feel like it was year 2 where it wasn't the step forward, but it was like a large leap forward. It's no longer year 3. I feel like in the NFL now, it's becoming year 2 when these quarterbacks are popping and taking control.
Yeah, because you get to fire the coach that got you to the first number one overall pick.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
kind of like that. Man, Brian, thank you so very much.
This was a lot of fun.
For the
Let's
time.
do it again. Yes.
Where can people follow you on social media?
Well, the X and Instagram at Brian Ray, and it's spelled awkwardly, so that makes it difficult to find.
You want to spell it?
Brienre, Brian Rea, REA. Well, I get a lot of that. It is Brian Ray, but you would not be the first or last if you thought it was Brian or Rhea.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
I work for the Dallas Stars. I'm the other Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a good hook.
I bet you'll see him around.
You could always make that your Twitter handle.
Right, the other Ray.
All right, thank you very much,
Brian.
It was
fun, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher to kick off the Expressway. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos.
105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, at some point in this hour, and you better not do it right now, we will do you'd be so mad at you. We'll do the Giant ticket giveaway, and in just a minute, we're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher, and I told you just a minute. It is right now, brought to you by Tropical Smoothie Cafe and Trajan Wealth. Good afternoon, sir.
Skip. Hello, Skip.
Guys, I can barely hear you guys.
Oh, okay. No. Is this?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
All right.
I was whispering. I was whispering. It's all
right. I'm gonna blame my co-host for that. Now, I wanted to start with kind of a question. It's sort of about Josh Smith, but it's kind of just in general. I realize that injuries are always a bad thing, but do you ever think, like, from a mental break perspective, or from like being able to just watch the game a little bit more instead of worrying about your next at bat or fielding the next play? Do you ever feel like being out for a little bit can be helpful for a player?
I actually do. I didn't love it as a player, I'll be honest with you, when I had my breaks. But because all you want to do is play. Like, that's what you signed up to do. You signed up to, be part of the good and the bad in this game. And sometimes you need that, a coach to tell you that, to sit down and watch the game a little bit, and not only physical, but mental break. And it just helps you slow the game down a little bit. And, not have to, stress through 4 at-bats or making a play or whatever, and realize that, maybe watch some highlight film and remember how good you are, because you're in the major leagues for a reason. We need all these guys to help us win baseball games, and, 1 or 2 games of rest, hopefully can go a long way over 162.
Well, is there a way that you would suggest to these guys then to take advantage of that kind of time? Like, when you're injured, what more can you do? Or do you say do less?
Well, it depends on who you are, right, as a player. And I think there's, some guys maybe game planning, and, if you were going to maybe change up your game planning a little bit, what would you do? If you're going to change up your work, what would you do? And today, today's game, there's so much information, and maybe there is too much information that guys are going up to the plate and, thinking about too much. And, oh, by the way, here comes, 96. So I think there's just trying to find what works for each guy is the goal. And, when you have these off days, it's just kind of like talking through certain situations throughout the day on what the work looks like, and then what would you be doing in this particular situation at the plate also is beneficial.
Are you, whether it's short-term or long-term, what do you think Justin Foscue can do? And he feels like another great example of when you talk about the clean slate, because he's had a couple of short opportunities at the majors and struggled just a bit. So can you tell us some more about that clean slate? And what do you think Foscue brings to the table?
He's done a really nice job in AAA, making himself versatile as well. So it's not only the hit tool attractive, especially against left-handed pitching, but he's also played left field. He's played second base and played first base. So the versatility is really going to help us, because we got some guys that are a little bit banged up right now, and maybe playing some guys in, some positions that they're not comfortable playing, every single day. So we're looking for offense. That's the bottom line. Justin has performed in AAA. We know he can hit up here. He just hasn't had too much of an opportunity. So depending on the weather, it's raining right now, but depending on the weather, hopefully he gets a big at bat today against a bullpen arm, and then we'll probably look to start him tomorrow.
I know the losses, since you were talking about the offense, I know the losses all count the same, but do games like last night where you had multiple opportunities in the 5th and the 8th with bases loaded and not scoring any runs, does that make the loss feel extra frustrating at all, or not so much?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you definitely take each loss, tougher than some, because of, who we had on the mound with DeGrom, and then who we were facing, a rookie pitcher, first time in Yankee Stadium. We scored 3 runs in the first inning, pitch count almost 40, where they almost had to go to their bullpen in the first inning. And then you look up in the 5th inning and he's still in the game, and it's a 3-3 game. That makes it tough, towards the end, because we had him on the ropes, on base. I know all the numbers, and I really do feel like the dam is about to break. I truly feel that. With our offense, it just takes out, one hit, and, everybody is, ready to roll, but we just haven't had that big hit yet. And on the other side, they did. They had a bases loaded hit that broke open the game. We didn't have any bases loaded hits, and that was kind of the story of the game last night.
So all the numbers. I won't bore you by going through them, but can you tell us more about why you feel like the dam is about to break? Not only for me, but for Rangers fans, because obviously we all want to see it.
Yeah, I think if there wasn't traffic on the bases, it feels like almost every single inning, I think it would be a different scenario, right? If there's empty inning after empty inning where there's nobody on base, those feel deflating. Quick outs, quick innings. You guys have all seen it. We've had those innings where they're like 9-10 pitch innings, and then you look up and our pitcher's back out on the mound again. Those can't happen. When you see all these guys that are on base, and you're excited that it's potential of a crooked number or kind of a breakout game, and it doesn't happen. That stinks. But I will say that you're one hit away and not like 4 hits away. So that part that's why I feel like the dam is about to break. We just have too good of players, or just not to go. And we have some injured players, and that's okay. But we have enough to win these games.
How much of a setback is Wyatt's injury for you right now, and then also kind of for the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's there are teams that some of their superstar players are injured or not playing well or whatever it is. But Wyatt Langford was definitely a big part of our future this year and going forward, and really not having him the last week 10 days, and plus that quad injury that was kind of a setback, has been challenging. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he was so good in spring training. He was coming off a really good year, and he was just now figuring out kind of who he is as a major league player. And I felt like this was going to be, just a monster year for him. So, yeah, it's definitely been, tough to replace, but, that's part of the game. And, we can't make excuses. Teams go through the same thing where, they have injured players. And I will tell you that the game doesn't stop for anybody. So we have to figure this thing out and without him for right now. And then, hopefully we get him back sooner than later.
Is there any concern or any realistic idea that he could miss the entire month of May?
I'm not really sure because it's, we thought he was, okay to go on a rehab assignment, and then, one swing in and he's, kind of had a setback. So I think we're slow playing it to make sure that we don't have any more setbacks. And then reassess this thing in probably 10 to 14 days and see where he's at. But it's gonna be at least 10 to 14 days.
We just kind of heard there's a little bit of rain, as you mentioned just a moment ago. Are you concerned this one's not going to get in today, Skip?
I always plan on playing. So the last thing that I want to do is be caught off guard and tell our players we might not play, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, we're on and we're playing the Yankees, so get ready. I'd rather be ready to roll at game time and plan on playing at game time without any hesitation, rather than saying, probably not playing and then try to get these guys going. So I always side on the let's get this thing going.
I've always been curious about this, and especially from your perspective, whether it's from managing, whether it's from playing, is there ever a concern about an adrenaline dump in that situation where you're ready to go and all of a sudden stop, it's going to be another hour and a half or whatever the case is?
I think the toughest part of a rain delay is the pitching. Because they're the ones that are, trying to get loose in the training room, getting their arm routine going, long tossing outside, trying to figure out when to get on the mound to get ready to, for the game to start. You usually get 35 to 40 minutes of a heads up, but that's not always the case. And so that's probably the most challenging. As far as the everyday player, I mean, these guys are ready to go. They've taken a million swings already throughout the day. They've already done their game planning. They're playing cards. They're talking smack to one another, whatever it is. And then after that, it's just getting ready for the game. So I don't think it's too tough on the position players. It is really challenging, though, on the starting pitcher.
I know there's a lot of dollars invested in these players, but Skip, take you back to those kids' days whenever you were a kid and you were like, you know what, nothing better than running around in the rain and sliding in the mud.
Right. Yeah, I think, I said this, before opening day in Philly that, let's not forget what this is, right? You get to play in a major league game, and even though it's raining or whatever in New York right now, like I am so blessed that I get to drive over to Yankee Stadium, rain or shine, and get to play the New York Yankees and in managing the Texas Rangers. And I think all of our guys, that doesn't get lost upon them that they get to play in a major league game against the Yankees. And but if we're playing, we got to win, right? That's the whole thing. So it's all fun and games. We're going over there, but like it's only fun when you win after the game.
Well, we want to make sure you can still get transportation over there. So thank you very much for your time, good sir.
You got it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, I went and looked it up for many different purposes. One, 99% chance of rain until around 5 o'clock today. According to my WAP. But only a 7% chance of rain tomorrow, according to my WAP. And so that's where I wanted to make sure that tomorrow's game, they can get that one in, obviously, around 11 o'clock. So the WAP's saying that everything's going to be all right.
Is that till 5 o'clock Central Time or Eastern Time?
Kevin, I don't know if my WAP differentiates between those.
Okay, one would hope
that
it would
New York
for
City.
just logistical purposes.
It says through 5 p.m. It doesn't say Eastern.
Okay.
It just says through 5 p.m., but it knows where I am. I'm just looking up, on my WAP, I'm looking up where the location, where it's raining, and it's I think it's saying here.
Okay, because the game starts at about 6:07 local time, and then 7:07 on the east. So I was wondering if it had some time to hopefully dry out the field and everything like that before we had to have any.
Yeah,
concerns.
I think the WAP's showing that everything's gonna be all right here. There is some rain to follow up a little later in after that, so I don't know exactly how long it takes that field to drain.
Okay.
But I think they've done a good job of making sure these fields can get dry pretty quickly.
All right. Now, we've got AM on the
Anything
FM.
else you want from my WAP, though?
Definitely not.
All right.
We've got AM on the FM in just a second, God help us.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053.
Oh, crap. Hold on.
Not really what I was going for, but that's okay. Caller number 10 right now will win a pair of tickets to go see. Sometimes I think Corey doesn't understand the format of this show whatsoever. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to go see Young the Giant on July 11th. You can buy them from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And I'll tell you what, Alec, before you answer that phone, will you just go ahead and give me cut number 7, and we'll filibuster for you just a little bit.
There's that side-to-side movement of the ball that Jose Fernandez. Easy fun. One of the quickest shots you will see. She's got 7 in the ball game, 1 of 3 from beyond the arc.
So we'll get to AM on the FM, but Corey decided to do the giveaway where Alec needs to answer the phone and get information when we were going to go to his segment.
AM on the FM is at 11:20, Kevin.
Okay, well, obviously we didn't do that today.
This week's been a little weird.
GMs in the WNBA, they did their annual GM survey. Which player would you most want to start your franchise with right now?
Paige Beckers.
Paige Beckers received the most votes at 5.
Nice. And are they really playing all their games at American Airlines Center?
Not this season. That's next
year.
season.
That's amazing, though.
Probably. It kind of feels like the coach jumped the gun just a little bit on that.
Thanks, Coach.
I've got more information about that, and I do think that's actually really funny. So Asia Wilson and Caitlin Clark were tied for second with 3 votes apiece. But yeah, Paige Beckers, the player WNBA GMs would most want to start their franchise with right now. And obviously, she is a part of the Dallas Wings. Now, the Dallas Wings...
Asia Wilson's 29. So that makes sense. She's great player.
She's the best player in the league.
That makes sense.
Absolutely. Now, the Dallas Wings are still going to play at the College Park Center in Arlington this season.
Okay.
But their coach, who we really like, he said they're going to play all of their games next season at the American Airlines Center.
He likes us too, I bet.
He does.
Even though he says he doesn't.
He does. Now, the Wings spokesperson, who also likes us, Pam, said that there have been advanced discussions but there is no contract in place, and the team will announce plans when they are finalized. So, she says advanced discussions. It's just not finalized yet. Coach said they're going to play all of their games in 2027 at the American Airlines Center, which would coincide with their new practice facility being ready in Dallas. So obviously it does feel like it is moving that way, but not official just quite yet.
I'll say this as somebody who's been told don't say that, and then I immediately turned around and said that. I get it, Coach. It happens sometimes.
Okay. Now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Corey Majors. It is time.
He's too busy talking about his WAP over here.
On the FM.
Wet.
Thank you guys for making us number one.
I can't believe it.
I can.
I can't. That makes one of us.
I know who I am.
My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Yeah, it's short for weather app. Does that make sense to y'all?
That's not what it's short.
Weather app,
dude.
What else could it be?
Well, I don't want to say it, but that's not what it's short for anymore.
Are you telling me that OPP doesn't stand for other people's property?
Nope. You got 2/3 of it right. So WAP does not stand for the weather app anymore. They need to change the name of it.
Why?
Because of music.
Because somebody else sexualized it, is what you're saying, Kevin?
Exactly.
This younger generation of ours. What are we going to do about them?
I mean, ask Alec. He's part of the younger generation.
I don't even know what to do with myself. It's not a great question to ask.
By the way, people on the fan text are spiraling
a little bit
about Corey talking about the WAP.
They're
means
just weather app, guys.
Spiraling.
Chill out.
I'm probably one of them. You should check and see if my number is in there. I was probably hate texting while I was taking the giveaway winner information, which shout out to Jacob from Fort Worth.
Nice.
Our winner today. We will run this in our shortened show tomorrow as well.
Did I give a good breakdown of what had happened where we're supposed to go to you to talk?
Yeah.
I just want to let you know, if that concert is an outdoor concert, check your WAP before you go. All right?
And I just want to
after.
Stop. I just want you guys to know that's not the first time Corey's done that either.
Fact.
I remember at least one other time in the old building where he misread the room.
Or did I read it correctly?
Oh.
Do I play the burn sound effect?
I don't know.
Because I just have no way of answering that.
Man, that's the way with so many Corey questions or statements.
Yeah, that puts you in a weird predicament that you're unable to get out of.
There you go.
That's what I feel like when he responds.
Guys, today is National Beverage Day. It's National Beverage Day. Get yourself a bev. There's no reason to go outside right now.
No.
It's rainy. It's
Call
gross.
it a beverage.
I love beverages.
I love bevs.
Hold on, what do you mean? Oh, water is a beverage.
Yes, but it's not a bev.
Oh, you just hate short words?
Correct.
Like WAP?
Stop.
I hate when
That's an acronym,
I hate
actually.
when you say it. There's other times in my life I'm sure I'd love it.
All right, so for National Beverage Day, Kevin.
What?
The question of the day.
Control of this segment, Alec.
This show is not for me. The question of the
tagline.
day. And again, the new one we came up with the other day, shockingly popular.
Oh, I'm
KNC
saying.
masterpiece. I put it in my Twitter bio, by the way, and my Instagram bio because it's just perfect. But I'm not taking the low-hanging fruit of what is your favorite beverage. What is your least favorite beverage?
Tea.
Oh,
it's tea.
Big Red.
It's tea. Tea is the worst. Now, is it possible it's the worst?
No.
It is... It's the drink version of what you've been doing for the last 5 minutes, okay? And is it possible that we had one of those old brown containers that you put your beverages in, and I thought it was apple juice, and I went to drink it out of the container because I was a kid, and it was tea, and I was like, bleh, and I just let it all fall on the ground?
Yes.
It's so disgusting. That might be, that and the series finale that should have been are the best two things about Ted Lasso. That and how much he hates tea.
I remember as a child my neighbor would make sun tea. So they warmed it with the sun, I guess. I have no clue what it was sitting in a jar on the patio. And
it's called moonshine.
It was a hot day outside.
Because people who make tea have nothing else to do.
They were old and retired, Kevin.
Exactly.
One
Those are the people that like tea.
And we were playing like kickball or something in the backyard, wiffle ball, and I was like, man, I need something. And hose water was, we've had it. What's in that jar? So I jumped the fence and I drank my neighbor's tea. And it had lemons on the outside, like lemons painted on the jar on the outside.
That's how
so
you know.
It looked more refreshing. It did not taste like lemon because they had not applied the lemon yet.
Can I tell you a tea adjacent story? So
that's never been said in history.
I know. We had a gathering
tea adjacent.
Yes, it is, and you'll learn why in just a second. So we had a gathering for Easter, and I think my wife vastly overestimated how much every single person was going to want an Arnold Palmer, because she had these giant things of tea and lemonade. Not one person wanted an Arnold Palmer. One person wanted lemonade, but the tea remained unopened. And I was like, are you sad? She goes, the Arnold Palmer is delicious. Why didn't more people want it? And I'm like, I don't know.
It is actually delicious.
Do you think more people know him for that drink or as a golfer?
Probably a golfer.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I think there's a generation, this younger one, that's renamed what a weather app is. I think there's a generation that doesn't really understand the Arnold Palmer. They're like, what is that? What is that?
Yeah.
And older people, obviously, they get it because he was a golfer. And whenever they went to golf, they were like, yes, let me have this refreshing drink after a round of 18.
Why ruin a perfectly good drink like lemonade by putting tea in it?
Caffeine.
Oh.
Because you're at the end of your day, after you get there at 9 o'clock in the morning, maybe 8, rounding up around 3 o'clock of your golf rounds, and then you're like, let me have this. You need a little injection of caffeine at the end of the day. So that's how it works.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting.
Yep.
And we're getting some interesting answers here as well. 877-881-1053. Your least favorite beverages for National Beverage Day. I saw somebody say beer.
Oh, I always hear that beer is an acquired taste,
It
which
is.
my question was, why would you acquire a taste of something you don't like? But I will assume then it's just for the alcohol.
Then you become to like it. Like
Okay.
it's like when you were a child, Kevin, you didn't like onions. Well, then you get older and you realize that onions actually enhance flavors.
Nope.
Or you stay a child. And that's what
He's talking about you, Kevin.
I
he knows.
understood.
And that's what, like, I got older and was like, okay, I'll try this out. Didn't like tomatoes as a child. Then got older and I was like, oh, actually, this makes the burger better. So it's just kind of one of those things where the acquired part of it is you just kind of have to try it a little more, and then you find out that you do like it whenever it's paired with something else.
Nope.
Or you don't. That's the answer to your question.
Okay.
You asked the question, I answered it.
I asked it on Twitter as well, Alec on the radio, before the show. Tolo Josiah said beer as well. It tastes like goat urine.
It's true.
Oh, how does he know that?
Yeah. Did you drink goat urine, bruh?
Man, we're dangerously close to this whole thing falling apart.
Yeah. I've got my content for Friday. Thank you.
I don't like Big Red.
Oh.
And I've seen a couple people say this. I know it's a Texas drink. I'm supposed to love it and everything. As I think, Kevin, this is my instance. As a child, I tried it. Thought it would taste like something else. That's the worst. You go to drink a Sprite and it's water and you're like, stupid, we'll run away. But I didn't know what it would taste like. But it didn't taste like what I wanted it to taste like. And I think I wanted it to taste like a fruit punch or something, and it wasn't. And I was like, all right, I don't like it. And then as an adult, I tried it again and was like, still not my favorite thing. So sorry, Texans that like Big Red.
I've only had it a few times. I don't dislike it. I just don't seek it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, it's never... I don't drink much soda. If I do, it's Coke Zero. Because I think that's the best, carb-free variant that you've gotten any kind of diet variant.
Dude, Diet Coke's terrible.
It's not
Diet
good.
Coke is
It's awful.
Atrocious.
It is not good.
But Coke Zero, you see, I have one every day.
Yes.
It is as close to Coke flavor. I think Dr. Pepper Zero does a really good job of getting theirs very close as well.
I'm in cahoots with Kevin. tea is disgusting because I had a childhood experience similar where my dad, I should have known I was going to get into radio because he's a bit guy as well. Anytime we would go to a sit-down place, fast food, whatever, he would send me to go get the food, or if I would go to the bathroom or something, I would always have Coke or Pepsi, whatever the dark soda that establishment had was. He would switch our drinks because he would always have tea. And that was his bit, was anytime I would come back, I would just go take a swig, and boom, it's tea instead of soda, which is just, it's supposed to be nice and carbonated and refreshing, and then I just have earth water.
See, my thing, the earth water thing is wild. My dad would add an entire bag of sugar to his pitcher of tea.
Oh.
And then he would drink the whole thing before bed, and I'd be like, how did you even sleep?
That is a good question.
Yeah, and now he drinks tea without any sugar. And so, it's the wild transition of Southern is sweet tea, and honestly, that's the only way I thought it should be served back then. And listen, man, tea's not the first thing I go for ever anymore. But I do understand sweet tea being you need it to be something, otherwise it's going to taste like dirt.
And our own Jacob Ray just texted in, Corey, I think this is directed towards you. Diet Coke sucks is just an awful take from our own Jacob Ray.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, man.
You pulled a rowdy on him. That's crazy.
I really like Jacob, so...
that makes one of us.
Diet Coke is never liked that flavor. And I love aspartame, so...
It's just such a random sentence
fake sugar?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my favorite flavor.
Is that the one where they're like, you bet you're sweet? Aspartame.
That's Asparcream.
Oh, Asparcream.
Yeah, that commercial happened.
That is for a different thing. Don't put that in your tea.
Me and my buddy were like, what? What did that really just happen? And that was before you could rewind TV. Oh. Well, I mean, I think you could. We just didn't have TiVo.
TV. Guys, do you want to know about a global email scam? Or
yes.
Do you want to know about the random auction that I found out exists last night that I don't know if many people know about?
Give me the auction.
Okay, so this popped up on my Twitter feed last night just organically because it was getting a lot of impressions. It was on my For You tab. The U.S. Marshals tweeted out that they have an auction of seized items.
Awesome.
From different, crime, gang-related, drug-related busts. And if you go to TX Auction, so it is in the state of Texas, txauction.com/USM, there is an ungodly amount of designer jewelry and stuff that you can get that the government has seized and is now auctioning off. And you can get some deals here, because there is real gold, real silver, all kinds of diamond jewelry, pendants, some that spell out words that I can't read.
Awesome. Sorry, he just showed me a picture of the Mr. Peanut pendant.
Yes, there's a Mr. Peanut pendant. There's one of the Grim Reaper with the scythe and everything.
Sorry, what is this website?
This is txauction.com/USM.
We have lost Kevin for the day.
We have.
He's gone Mike on us.
There's a set of... There's a matching set of Gucci watches. There's an AP watch. There is a bunch of Rolexes, more Gucci stuff. There is all kinds of stuff that you can get on discount, essentially, because this was seized from criminals that they are now just auctioning off. I mean, there's even cartoon character pendants. There's the Mr. Peanut again.
Oh, there's a Jesus one.
Yeah, there's a Jesus one. There's all kinds of stuff.
That's nice.
And yeah, you can get all of these.
Criminal.
There's Cartier glasses. There's all kinds of designer jewelry here, and some of them are nowhere near their resale value yet. So, yes, there is still time. A lot of these expire in about 6 days or so. So there's a lot of time left. But there's some very valuable designer jewelry here that you can get from the government.
Oh, my God. That Mr. Peanut one is already at $10,000.
Yeah, I just saw a watch that was at $22,000. There's some smaller bracelets that are under $1,000, some rings and stuff like that.
I was going to bid on that.
There's so many different things. There's a $21,000. There's a $30,000 watch right there, a Louis Vuitton watch. And these are all authenticated, too. They are real designer brands. So if you want to try to get a steal and some stuff that might have been worn in some high-level crime, There you go. txauction.com/USM.
Okay. Sorry, Alec. You should keep going, but I'm pretty locked in on this auction website right now.
He's gone.
And that
Thanks a lot.
is my time.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Tell us about that time you dadded so hard next to the
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we're reflecting on how much fun we had yesterday and how much fun we're having today. Right now, it's time for the man at the center of a lot of that. It's Corey Majors, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I really do appreciate that, Kevin and Alec. Thank you for all your hard work and your diligent service to the show. We really appreciate you, man. Did you want to say you're welcome?
Weather app.
Oh, I was going to say thank you for thanking me because I'm a decent person.
Wow.
Hold on. When you thank somebody, they're supposed to reply with "you're welcome," not "thank you."
That
again.
is not why you should thank people, Corey.
Exactly. It's very self-serving. This is your segment. I have to thank you.
I wanted the response of "thank you." Hold on. I wanted the response of, you know what? Don't try and confuse me like Bugs Bunny did to Daffy Duck back in the day. You remember those moments?
You foiled my plan.
You are. I'm not. You are. I'm not. You aren't. Yeah, I am. And then they confuse them.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Have you ever did that with your kids? When your kids are like arguing with you, and then you trick them, and now they're cleaning their room. That is
that
not
because you tricked them or because of the ladies?
Oh.
That's a teenager, not a 4-year-old. When they were 4 was when I could trick them like that.
Oh, man. You know what the greatest trick my mom ever said was, she said she had a video camera in our house, and if me or my sister admitted what we did, we would get half the punishment that we would if she had to go check the tape.
Yeah?
We just folded so many times.
Yeah. You literally could have said, show me the data center.
Well, eventually I did, and she's like, that was a terrible day. And I was like, yeah, all right, go ahead and check the tape.
I no longer had the power.
She's like, dang it.
All right, before we get to, go ahead and text them in, 877-881-1053, the moments you've dadded so hard. Because I did have a moment this morning that I feel like I did good because my kid told me I did. So there's Alec, one day, one of these great days, you're going to have the opportunity to guide the next generation into
scary.
the future.
You know, Corey, real quick, over under.
All right.
How many children will Mr. Medford sire in his lifetime?
That he knows?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
7.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll take the under just because that's a really high number.
I just presume there's already 4 ladies out there that just by seeing him while they were walking with their own child.
I get that.
And they were like, I am newly single. And they were just like, bam.
It's called paying it forward, Corey. It's called paying it forward.
Okay.
Smash or not is basically the game.
Stop.
And Alex looking around is like, I'm no weatherman, but it's raining. Never mind.
Stop.
Before we get to that, though, I did want to, kind of have a conversation. Sports station.
Yeah.
This is not new information. This is not new news. But the quote out there is Mark Cuban saying they started talking. He was told that they had a quarterback that they really, really liked and that they think would be great. They just needed a little more. And this is referring to Indiana. And he said, I'm like, how much is a little bit? He told me, and I said, okay, we're on a roll, so I'll put up the money to get this quarterback.
Oh.
And that in turn was 4-star prospect Fernando Mendoza.
Well, good decision.
The 4th quarterback available in the portal cycle. 2 seasons as an impact starter for the Golden Bears. Cuban was already familiar with him. He knew Alberto Mendoza, who had been to a Mavericks and Miami Heat game in South Beach, and so he got to know him there. Fernando Mendoza signed with Indiana on Christmas Eve 2024, and we'd like to say the rest is history. When Mark Cuban was asked how much, he said they needed enough.
He said what?
They needed enough.
Okay.
I did look.
I mean, clearly it was a smart decision.
I think Fernando Mendoza's career NIL earnings were about $2 million, is what a number I saw. Is that a little low for you?
That is lower than I would have guessed.
Let's go check this real quick. Maybe it changed from last night.
Maybe I have a disproportionate idea based off of Arch Manning, so that's possible.
Yeah, it's around 2.6 million valuation fueled by that Heisman Trophy run there.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I think that Arch's number was very, there's a lot that comes with it. I think you're also Livy Dunn. Her money is significant. So, that changes a lot of things. But we kind of had this conversation when NIL opened up. And we were asking about the Jones family. The Jones family, they have a salary cap that they demand they must abide by. All right, it is very important to keep $14 million for training camp. All right, but they don't have a salary cap when it comes to Arkansas's success.
Right.
What would keep, the question we asked was, what would keep the Jones family from saying, you know what, we're going to dump $40 million into Arkansas this year, and we're going to win a damn national championship?
Yeah, nothing, right?
And I'm also, I guess the next phase of this question was, there are owners out there that complain about how much money they always have to spend while they're raking it on their yachts. But there are also people out there that want to buy sports teams and want to buy sports franchises that just can't get into the inner circle. Mark Cuban wanted to buy baseball teams multiple different times. Could not get in there. And I don't know if it's because they didn't like Mark Cuban or the money just didn't work out.
It was probably, I think it was mostly the first one.
Yeah. But there are plenty of people out there that run businesses, have lots of money, and are looking for ways to spend it, and are big-time sports fans. I think, and I don't know how long before Nick Saban and Donald Trump, like their approach to this, how it gets pushed through Congress, how they limit what NIL money is going to be in the future, because it's been the Wild Wild West for 5 years now.
And I just don't know how you can, you can probably roll it back to a certain extent, but I just don't know if that's going to work how they think.
So at the moment, if I was a billionaire and I wanted to go buy myself my college a championship and be big man on campus again, I absolutely could just roll out there and throw that money in there. And now I'm running a professional team, kind of.
So I was just thinking about that. Like, my first thought in my head was, would that feel hollow at all? And then I thought, well, not really, because I got the title.
Yeah.
Yes.
And on top of that, like, how much say do you get in that, too? I know, look, I didn't have to hire you, but you're the coach of my team.
Yeah.
And since you're the coach of my team, I'm going to trust that you're going to go out and get the best guys. Kurt Signetti did a really good job.
Yeah.
He's like, I got some guys that y'all can believe in. They went out, purchased them, all of a sudden, national championship. Indiana involved in conversations they were never involved in before.
Right.
Big deal. But then now you add this element to it. Because whenever you're running a professional team, the team justifies its money to you. So you make the money back in return. Mark Cuban always said he was in the black. He was like, it's just or the red. I'm always losing money on these teams. But what if you went out and said, you know what, I'm gonna buy a business, because business people think differently. I'm gonna buy a business specifically to profit my fund money. And that money that I have off of 1, 2, or 3 of these different buildings or whatever it is, I'm going to use that to be the capital that I put forth for my college. So I'm not really tapping into any of the money or any of my money.
Right.
I'm not just giving them money. I have money that's making money for itself, and it's my tabbed fund money.
So you still technically have a budget, but at the same point, you don't care about using all of that budget because you're like, that's what I laid out. Like going to Vegas.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm not going to spend more than $400. But even if you spend that money, you're like, well, I stayed within my budget.
Exactly. And that's the thing.
I could definitely see that.
And again, it could be one business or 3 or 4 or a property, and that property makes enough profit for me to turn that over and say, I'm going to spend $4 million a year on Indiana football. And if they need a quarterback, I'll always have that money available for something like that. And now I've also pulled together a few other billionaires that want to be involved in something like this, and we run a team together. There's nothing different. There's nothing different than from professional sports than that. At that point, other than the regulations the NFL puts on you. And the NCAA doesn't put the same regulations on you. So it's just it's an interesting world to see that a guy who was heavily invested in that went ahead and bought a player.
Yeah.
Went ahead and did it because he knew that they could do that. Is that why, Kevin? Maybe that's why he sold his portion of the Mavs. Was that 24?
Would be weird to me.
He's seeing that college is another way to do something like that. Interesting. I don't know. We don't know. Or maybe he had some other situations he had to take care of, Kevin. 877-881-1053. The moment you dadded so hard. this morning, and we got to share this conversation with Paige. I think it was Tyson Chandler and Derek Holland were the first two people I heard this from. It was Donnie Cockstein is the psychiatrist, the sports therapist that a lot of the greatest sports players, athletes have met, worked with, and gone through conversations to get them to be at their peak. And we told this to Paige the other day. But this morning, my son, he's doing like UIL. Actually, after the show today, I'm going directly over to watch him. He's doing UIL orchestra. So they're going to get their scores. He's hoping for all, I don't know, ones.
Yes.
Fours, whatever.
Ones.
Hoping for ones, guys. That's what we're shooting for. One is the best.
Mm-hmm.
On the drive to school this morning, he's dressed in his really nice stuff. He goes, I'm really nervous. And I don't typically see this kid really nervous. Like he's one of those that dives in head first on everything he does. But he was like, I'm really nervous. And I said, hey, listen, I've talked to some of the best athletes in the world. And most of them have always said that the greatest psychiatrists they've talked to have always told them to remember they've done all the work. They've done all the practice. They've done all the preparation. Everything you possibly could have done along the steps of the way, you can only question yourself, right?
Right.
You can only question yourself in that, did I do enough? And if you have done all those things, once you're in the moment, you belong on the stage because nobody else did the work that you did. Once you get up on that stage, once you get up at the free throw line, once you're on the mound, you belong in that specific place because you did all the work to get there. Now you need to just go out there and show what that preparation is. And he looked at me this morning and he said, Dad, that is fantastic advice. And when I tell you I almost honked my horn at nobody just because I was so excited that I gave my kid, I dadded so hard this morning.
Do you wish you could do that more often? That there just weren't people around and you could honk your horn?
Oh, yeah.
But not at you.
I drive on the highway and just honk. If I see like dirt, I'm like, just see how people respond. But yeah, okay. Kevin, there might not be a better feeling in the world. He plays cello. There might not be a better feeling in the world. Alec, this is one of those things I hope you get the chance to really enjoy with your 7 kids.
What?
That whenever you give a piece of advice to your kid, they're just like, I love it. And knowing that you dadded hard. So let us know, 877-881-1053, your moments of dadding so hard.
Yeah, so I think of one with Brandon that I was really proud of is he was playing in one of his basketball games when he was probably 7 or 8, and him and a kid were going for a loose ball, and the other kid got the ball, lifted up with his head, and his head hit Brandon in the nose, and Brandon just started pouring blood. And so I ran out there and I had my hands underneath his nose, and we're walking to the bathroom and stuff, and he looked down and he was like, is that my blood? And I was like, oh no, buddy, I cut my hand. And he goes, oh, okay. In the moment, he just wanted to believe it. And then we got him cleaned up and everything like that. And I don't know why this comes back to pain once again is, obviously Noah's been in a delicate state with his arm broken and everything. And he's still got his little brace and stuff. So he worried because he had a cut on his arm. And, we talked about it. And I also had a cut on my back at the time. And he was like, it's never going to get better. And I said, look at Daddy. He's got a cut on his back, but he's going to get better, right? And he goes, Daddy is so big and strong. And I was like, and so will you. And you're so tough and brave. And he goes, really? And I was like, yeah.
Nice.
And just in that moment when he said, really, I was like, we're going to be okay.
You're going to be just fine, buddy. From the 903 a couple days ago, my dad mode peaked. We were watching the Wolves Spurs. My 9-year-old son randomly sat next to me, took my arm, put it over his shoulder, and unprompted said, Dad, I love you.
That's nice.
While wiping a single tear from my cheek, responded, I love you too, Bubba. And then my daughter, who is 11, is on the spectrum, sweetest kid in the universe. When I figured out how to change the filling of the environment in the room through enthusiasm and overzealous joy, it would snap her out of any mood she was in and made me feel like a rock star. Hey, man, for any of the moms and dads out there that can do those things for your kids, keep doing those things. It fills your bucket up, and it makes them super happy kids, too. Keep it up. Now, a lot of texts coming in, but we got some stuff we got to get to here.
I love those stories. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe we'll do a little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot, overrated and underrated in the NBA. And from FC Dallas, we will talk with their midfielder, Super Sammy Sarver, next right here on The Fan.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
In behind it goes. Logan Farrington with the ball here. Farrington! And across for Sava, who scores! He wheels away in celebration. And with his first goal in Major League Soccer, gives Dallas their second away day victory of the campaign.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We will talk with a man who scored that goal in about 5 minutes. But I want to go and fire up some My Buddies and Idiots. And as part of that, we'll include overrated and underrated in the NBA. Most underrated player in the NBA, as per the votes of the players, Jalen Johnson and Derek White tied for first. These questions get split up with obviously a lot of different people who are voted for. And then tied for third, the group of Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Peyton Pritchard, and Austin Reeves. So there is kind of your top 6 of most underrated players. By the way, Cooper Flagg already getting multiple votes for most underrated player, which is kind of neat.
Is he underrated?
I mean,
he didn't feel underrated to me.
I guess some people thought so.
All right. They said he couldn't play offense, and then he turned out to be a good offensive player.
And that could have been the case. But now, the most overrated player in the league.
LeBron James.
LeBron James did not get any... Oh, he did get one vote, but that puts him way, way, way down on the list.
Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid, not in the top 15. You're skipping the obvious one. You should say Trae Young.
Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum is not in the top 15 either.
Any other Duke players?
Trae Young.
Trae Young.
Did not go to Duke. And he only finished tied for second. The interesting thing about this, though, is he tied for second with Rudy Gobert. And the defensive performance of Rudy Gobert, especially against Jokic in the very first round, I think was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And so maybe that undercuts that a little bit.
It's just clear that Jokic was missing Michael Porter Jr.
So
he was the vocal leader of that team.
No, that was Christian Braun. So leading the way, Alperen Sengun at 12.3%, listed as the most overrated player in the NBA, followed by the tie for second with Rudy Gobert and Trae Young. Karl Anthony Towns was fourth, and then Ja Morant and Paolo Banchero, so there's a Duke player, tied for fifth. Coming in tied for sixth tied for seventh, excuse me. Luka Doncic, along with Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes. So Luka tied for seventh most overrated player in the NBA.
Sengun not good.
No, he is good. I think people are just like, no, but he's good too. Oh, yeah, he's pretty good. But not like, franchise builder, you know?
Yeah, and do the Rockets feel like a franchise-built team yet?
See, not really. And I know that's obviously some of the reasons that they brought in Durant and stuff. But it feels like they have multiple could be awesome second players.
Like a bunch of Blake Griffins?
Oh, yeah.
Blake Griffin was good.
Slotted him at second, yeah.
Just kind of right there, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good answer. Now, I love this next question because it includes another person that I think is just awful, and that's why I'm glad that the players are voting like this. Besides your own coach, who do you find the least impressive in the NBA? Leading the way, 22% of the vote, Brian Keefe. And you might be like, who the F is that? He's the coach of the Wizards. But second on the list, care to take a guess? The second least impressive coach in the entire NBA?
Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers with 14% of the vote. By the way, multi-time champion Steve Kerr, fourth on the list as the least impressive coach in the NBA.
What's he really done lately, you know?
Oh, man, burn. Now, this is wild. Who is the best defensive player in the league? Every other player who exists on the planet or in the league got 58.9% total, and Wembanyama got 41.1%.
Bobby Marks says you can't say Wembanyama, so whoever else is
maybe
next.
that's why. Maybe that's why. No other player got more than 4%. Wemby got 41%.
Dang.
As the best defensive player in the league, and it's just amazing. I mean, they're not wrong.
What do you mean?
He is the best defensive player.
What about Giannis? Whatever happened to him?
He's still really good.
I bet if he was playing in a place where he was happy, he'd be better.
Ooh, you might be right. And by the way, you mentioned it.
Did Bam Adebayo get mentioned on that list?
Sorry, I don't know. I already closed it out. Christian Braun did say he was the vocal leader of the Nuggets, and he calls their loss to the Timberwolves unacceptable. Is Christian Braun, who you want to hear, averaging 8.3 points per game, is your vocal leader? Maybe he is.
I always go back to, if you have to say you're the leader, you're probably not. It was the Mark Sanchez moment where he was like, this is my team.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you FC Dallas midfielder Sammy Sarver. Good afternoon, sir.
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got to know, what was a better feeling, scoring your first MLS goal or Indiana winning the football national title?
Ooh, that's a tough one, because I was there for the IU days where they were winning 3 games a year, so that was really something incredible to see. But obviously, scoring an MLS goal has been a lifelong dream, so I'm gonna say that.
We did see your celebration after that goal, and you said, I'm going to say it kid-friendly, burn the boats.
Burn the boats.
Tell me why burn the boats, because you're here to stay?
No, so, hopefully I can stay at this club as long as I can. I love it here, but burn the boats is based off of a mentality from a Spanish conquistador named Hernan Cortez, where he sailed into Mexico and his troops were outnumbered. And obviously being outnumbered can create fear and doubt. And the boats, you could also retreat and leave. So instead of doing that, he ordered all his troops to burn the boats and commit to the plan and put all their chips in the middle. And that's kind of our team's mentality this year with championships.
We had some speculation about if you took that from Cortez or more modern people like Tony Robbins or Joe Rogan. So I'm glad that is the answer.
Yes, it was from Hernan Cortez.
Now, we feel good about your chances to stay on the big club because you're going to get the KNC bump.
Yep.
We've talked to multiple players who have gotten their first action with the big club after they were on the show. Last week we had on Michael Colodi, and then he had a shutout. So how excited are you knowing that we're going to propel you to even more greatness?
I'm super excited. Hopefully I can keep these interviews and calls coming with you guys if it brings a little bit of a bump.
If you score a goal against Salt Lake, are you going to argue pretty hard that you need to be back on the show next week?
Yes, you have my word. I'll give it a firm push to the club that I want to go back on the show.
I'm always curious about chemistry and how, what club chemistry is what's like. And since you've been with this club, what is the feeling, the work ethic amongst this group? How's that going for you?
Oh, it's phenomenal. Every guy is super bought in, whether, I think what's really cool about our team is whether you're, a guy that scores 10 goals a year, 18 goals a year, or just a guy that comes off the bench or doesn't play at all. Everyone shows up every day with a smile on their face, willing to work, willing to get after it, rooting for each other, just being the definition of true teammates,
Especially given how tight the standings are packed right now, especially in the middle of the pack for the Western Conference. How important was it not only to get the 3 points, but to get 3 points on the road?
That was super important. Obviously, that was our first time winning there in 20 years, so it was super cool to be a part of the squad that did that. Yeah, so it's obviously super important. The West, both conferences are good, and ours is super tight with the 3rd through 8th place teams, and you saw last year how crucial certain points are. On decision day, we snuck into the playoffs, and it's just important you take care of the ones you can take care of, because in the end, those are really valuable points.
Now, the team you guys beat is named after an energy drink. I'm not saying that FC Dallas is going to change their name, but if they were to some sort of product, would you want to be like the Dallas Taco Bells, or like what would be the product that you would name your soccer team after?
Oh man, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm a big fan of Dr. Pepper, so maybe something like that.
I mean, the Dallas Dr. Pepper sounds pretty catchy.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite cheat drink.
That is a very good cheat drink. But do you ever go, you know what, I need to go back to the zero sugar form of it? Or are you like, no, I want sugar and nothing else?
The zero sugar is good, but it doesn't beat the original,
How often are you allowed a cheat drink?
Oh, we maybe just like once a week.
So if you would say then maybe don't have a cheat drink 3 or 4 times a day?
No. That'd be way too egregious.
Do you get more cheat drinks or food based on the results of your matches?
I think everyone's more lenient towards, if you get a big result, you can have a little bit of a cheat drink. I think it's okay.
Okay, I like that philosophy.
Everybody likes winning, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Now, go ahead.
I think it's when you win.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, in the next in the next week, y'all have 2 home matches. And these are the last 2 home matches before the World Cup break. And obviously, the way your schedule's been set up, a lot of home matches in the first half of the season. So how important are these next 2 matches?
They're super important, because I think we see it in every single sporting event ever, how important home matches are, and the fans, and having the 12th man on your side, and having home field advantage. So it's important you really take advantage of those points at home, because we have a very, very long stretch of away games, and everyone can agree playing away is harder. So it's important you take care of business at home.
Would you say like hesitation is a terrible thing as an athlete? Because Salt Lake is a really good. They're good defense. They're getting better, but every once in a while that gap's going to open up for them, and you got to really punish them for that. Making sure you don't hesitate in a moment like that. How important is not doubting yourself in those moments?
I think that's super important, and it obviously brings it back to the burning the boats. No hesitation, like you're all in for it, and that's what we're here to do, and we're here to, if you give us an inch, we'll take a mile. So absolutely no hesitation.
I know you don't want to get caught up in the standings like the entirety of the season, but you mentioned 3 through 8 is kind of packed tightly, and there's Real Salt Lake, that kind of next spot above you. Is that something you look at going into a match, or you're like, hey, if we just get 3 points either way, the rest will sort itself out?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, obviously, subconsciously, you're always going to look at the standings and look at, who you really need to beat, and teams ahead of you that are really close to you. So, but, it's such a long season, and you have to take it game by game. So we don't look at this as, oh my gosh, they're 3 points ahead of us, we need to beat them. We just look at them as our next opponent that we need to beat. And we kind of just let the results take care of themselves, and with that, the standings take care of themselves. But of course, you always look at them just so but it's way too early in the season to even start looking at that type of stuff too.
Well, hopefully Saturday night concludes with a celebratory Dr. Pepper, and we get to talk with you again sooner rather than later.
Yes, sir. I hope so too.
No more boats, baby.
Thank you for the time, good sir.
Thank you. Have a good night or good day.
There you go.
Both. I'll take both.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Hopefully, he's looking ahead for us. Super Sammy Sarver right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's say we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers get even in New York? We got the
Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
First pitch to Bellinger. Line drive over Berger down the right field line, a base hit. McMahon scores. Caballero coming home. It's a 2-run double for Cody Bellinger, and the Yankees lead it 6-3.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang amazing. Heggie, how about you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Let me ask you this. What do you think are the odds that we can match the insanity of yesterday's crosstalk?
I would say under 1%.
Yeah. How much did you think about that crosstalk throughout the day and what Corey was doing?
Often. I mean, I think I stopped getting the giggles after about 45 minutes or so, but still had multiple thoughts.
The number one thing we talked about on the way back to the elevator is I said, man, when Dawson goes, I'm sorry, I have no idea what anybody's said for the last 45 seconds, was just freaking amazing.
I had multiple friends reach out to me, and that's what they just sent me that, and I was like, dadgummit.
Yeah.
But I do say it was
a hate-mongering restaurant.
Yeah, it was the moment I looked at Dawson, and he was just blankly staring at me like, I can't believe all this is happening. And then it was looking over at Eric, and Eric just has this way of just being like, everything's going on. Now the smile comes across his face, and I was like, what did I do? And so I've chosen for the rest of this one, I'll sit it out.
Oh, no!
But I think Dawson's right, though. To replicate that, you kind of have to try. And that was a try-not situation. It just happened the way that it did.
Yeah.
So,
no, that
once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
The great thing about the Odyssey app. You know, you can always go back and listen.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll get all of that. I don't know if you'll get all of that.
Really good app.
Stream the app.
Yeah,
it doesn't dump off the app, does it?
I don't
know.
Yeah,
I hope it does.
Yeah. Well, Alec is shaking his head no. So there's that.
It doesn't dump on the app.
The hilarious thing is when people are like an hour or two behind and you have a moment like that, you can relive it with them through the text.
Yes.
Because they'll be like, oh my God, I'm 2 hours behind, but I just heard crosstalk.
Which I like. What I don't like is we'll be talking about like baseball or whatever, and they're like, hey, you dipwads, Javante can't do that again this year. And you're like, what? I have no idea what's going on right now.
Where's this from?
Yeah. Like Sean and RJ were talking about this earlier, and you're like, oh, okay.
So sorry.
Yeah. All right. How locked in are you guys on the weather situation today? Or Corey, what app do you think?
Have y'all been checking y'all's WAP to see if this thing's rolling?
I've been whapping it.
All right.
I actually haven't whapped, unfortunately, but I was informed just before I walked in studio that it's it could be a little bit precipitous out there.
Do you remember?
I like that.
A little dry.
Probably 10 years ago, it was 2016. Rangers were in New York, and they had to stop the game. It's like the 7th.
Joe Girardi.
Yes, and it didn't resume until like 3 a.m. Poor Shippy was on the board for that one.
I remember that.
And I just remember thinking to myself, like, I had just started here. I was working Rangers 2, pulling highlights. I'm like, thank God I'm not on this game.
I sat in that studio until 1 o'clock in the morning because our show was supposed to go until then, and we would have to do at least 15 minutes. And I sat in the studio just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then I was like, I literally came up here and did nothing.
Yeah.
And I hated that.
Been
Paid
there.
your dues.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
That was probably the worst thing about the night show was when we were going till 1 a.m. and you're just like, okay, when are the Rangers going to – because you don't know if you're going to have a 2-hour show.
Oh, my
or a
God,
10-minute show.
yes.
Yeah. You're
I
prepping it
hated
all.
that.
No, Kevin's like, let me fit if we get 30 minutes. He's like, I got to fit 4 hours into 30 minutes. Good luck,
That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Our show's supposed to be an hour long tomorrow. I'm like, we're going to have multiple segments.
Maybe we'll have a doubleheader tomorrow. Who the heck knows?
I like what you're doing, coming in an hour early, just hanging with Sean and RJ or Sean and Bob. It's like, why not?
Yeah, let's make it
if
an
I'm gonna get here,
extravaganza.
let's make it worth it.
Exactly.
One
Corey,
station under God.
Have you shared with Austin your opinions on Diet Coke?
Not a fan.
What did you say, though?
It's terrible. Did I say it's terrible? Or
It was like disgusting.
I understand.
grotesque.
I thought the same thing until I fell deeply, madly in love with it.
Yeah, I understand having the thing that you like, even though nobody else does. But it's just not tasty.
I think it's quite a popular beverage. Probably an acquired taste. You know, but now when I drink regular Coke, I'm like, oh my God.
I don't drink regular Coke either.
I need to brush my teeth after every sip.
I agree with you. It's
Coke
too
Zero.
sugary.
Get a little gritty on there.
Coke Zero has found the right recipe.
Not going to fight you on that.
That's found the right recipe.
The way he just described that sounded like a lazy romantic comedy. The way he's like, it was disgusting until it was, and we fell in love. That feels like every romantic comedy. You're like, well, those two hate each other. They'll never be able to get together. Now, especially for Broadus and Dawson, Ted Turner died today, and one of the things that I thought about
That's
is
a shame.
Yeah,
one of my favorite pictures of him was standing on the Courageous, his ship in '77 after he won the America's Cup with a bottle of Jack Daniels in his hand. He was toasting everybody. Yeah, but he was quite a man. He owned a baseball team that at times wasn't very good.
That is true, but also helped revolutionize like sports distribution through cable TV. I felt
TNT.
like there was always a disproportionate amount of Braves and Cubs fans, whether it was TBS, WGN. Yeah. Is that the way? Like that's how you remember, right?
I grew up. Yeah, I grew up with when the Cubs were on. We got the cable with WGN. Like Rick Ruschel would be pitching,
right?
And then I'd watch the Braves, and that's where I learned about Biff Poparoga and names like that. Yeah,
that is an awesome.
They had some bad Atlanta teams. They had some bad Cubs teams, but you could watch them every day. And that was fascinating. Like, wow, I get to watch baseball every single day.
Yeah,
with these teams, and and then you go back. I mean, he had a lot to do with sports, and as far as the shows and stuff, the nightly shows. ESPN did their show, and Turner had theirs as well. So
he pushed sports on the Turner networks pretty hard.
Yeah,
he was a big player in wrestling for a while too.
What was the thing that he did? What was they created? What was their sports show called that night? That TNT had a show that was with Vince Cellini and those guys. I told Peter King was part of this thing. And I think it was CNN.
CNN-SI.
Yeah,
they had CNN-SI because I remember no matter what time it was, you always knew that there was a sports thing on that you could watch because of that.
CNN-SI. I told Peter King about Laura Oakman. Like the reporter, I told Peter, I go, hey, I was watching this Chicago Bears training camp practice, and they had this like sideline lady, Laura Oakman, that was on. She was on some local Chicago station.
Got a great rack.
And he goes, what do you think? And I go, obviously she knows sports. I mean, this gal knows football. I'm just watching her talk about football. And Peter goes, okay. Well, then like 2 weeks later, she was hired on. They brought her on board, and she got her. And her and I have kind of been friends ever since because she found out I actually helped her.
Yeah, I hope so. You help her get that job.
But I was just watching. Lily is watching Wayne's World. That's the kind of programming she was on. That Chicago local access covering the Bears, and I'm like this gal knows something about football here.
Got the scout's eye, man.
She got a gig.
Now she's McCarthy's right-hand gal.
Yep. That's her.
Those early 90s Braves teams were so fun, though.
They were.
Dion, Brian Hunter. How about David Justice, Otis Nixon.
Damon Berryhill.
Terry Pendleton, of course.
Everybody knows the pitchers on that
Mark Lemke.
Yeah.
Sid Bream, the pitchers. They were all known for the pitchers, but those were iconic names that if you were tuned in.
Bob Horner was on that team. I mean, and then they've had some great players.
Lemke, you mentioned him. That's immediately who I thought of.
He was the postseason hero.
Mark
he
Lemke?
kept coming up with the big hits. The second baseman.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We will get Sands on at 4:20 to get the update from New York, and we'll see how things are progressing towards our 5:30 pregame and maybe a game tonight. Looks like there's between like a 30 and 50% chance of showers all evening. So this can be hit or miss.
Okay.
He probably checked his WAP for that.
Indeed.
Right.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation while you can. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Oh, I guess we're taking over Sean and RJ, too. So 9 to 11 a.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40 here with you on The Fan. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup here. Master Control 75 and 635. Fixing to go 3.5 flawless like it's nothing. We might have some extra duty, Not sure how they're going to play the rain delay situation. Of course, you have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. You have Aiden Butler coordinating your videos. Salute to him. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube, but Odyssey app is the best digital way to consume us here on The Fan. To be a Tolo. Pause. But yeah, with an early game tomorrow, you could see how they might decide if the rain situation's getting away from them a little bit. They'll just bang it early, say, go home, get back to your hotels, we'll play 2 tomorrow.
Hit that doubleheader action, huh?
I could see that.
I could see it too. I could see Broadus being a guy who misses the back in my day doubleheader where you could just spend 6, 7, 8 hours at the ballpark all day.
I very rarely ever went to a doubleheader. But man, they used to when I was growing up.
Feats of strength. I thought this would be up your alley. All day boozing with the boys.
I would.
Baseball.
I would love to do that. I'll tell you the one that I did one time. I went to Rangers game and then went to Stars game.
Ooh, that's a good day.
I've done that.
Nice.
No, I didn't stay in the same. And I've done Cowboy game and gone to Mavs game. I've done that one too.
The best thing I've ever done, Rangers playoff game to Cowboy game. That was pretty badass.
Dang.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
And, I think that was 2010.
Yeah.
2010, maybe 2011. Phones didn't work, Like the demand, it was like, I don't know if it's like that anymore when you get around there because the infrastructure is better. But, that was the only downside to it. But it was an amazing afternoon. I think Cowboys beat the Jags that day. And I think the Rangers lost. The Rangers lost the Yankees that day.
Oh, it was probably game one. There
was a time where Cowboys played, and I think DeMarco Murray had a record-setting day against the Rams.
Yes.
At AT&T, and then that night the Rangers played the Cardinals in the World Series. Across the street.
Yeah, because that was a noon game, and that was the St. Louis Rams at the time.
Yeah.
So it was DFW versus St. Louis. You're right. I remember that.
I went to a Virgil Ortiz fight.
Okay.
And then a 3-6 Mafia concert in Fort Worth. And I was riding high all night. I tell you what. I was on fire, bro.
Epic day.
Well, I follow Yankees rain delay forecast.
Yeah.
This is a site where they go ahead and track this stuff.
Is this on Twitter?
This is on Twitter.
Okay.
Through this evening, showers are passing through the NYC metro area ahead of a cold front. Postponement, they believe, is unlikely. There is no strong signal of prolonged rain.
Okay.
It looks like the game will go on as planned, but be prepared for the off chance of a rain delay. That was 23 minutes ago. So I will have this.
That is an excellent update, Chuck.
I got a limper over here,
That's
boys.
great journalism.
Yeah, I'm going to be checking this throughout the show, boys.
Did you just find that, or was that from your time when you dominated the Rangers pre- and post-game show?
That was pre- and post days. I was trying to monitor the rain delays because that was
quite
the biggest fear. The biggest fear doing that. It's like, oh my gosh, am I going to have to do rain delay theater for 2 hours? And now I am just talking out my rear.
Yeah. The rain delay theater always gets interesting, but it sounds like these showers are kind of touch and go. They're going to be able to manage it on the MLB side, so we'll have to suspend our anticipation of the next Rangers doubleheader. It is day 3 of the Masai Ujiri era here with the Mavs. We're wondering today what might be decided on the future of other people in the organization, including Jason Kidd.
He's been fired.
What?
I'm just ball sacking.
Okay.
Jeez.
Wow.
Just trying to create, drama, tension. You never know what's going to happen.
Okay.
Get started, baby.
Yes.
Wake
all
him
right.
up.
Keep you on your toes.
Woo!
Now,
new head coach coming.
It wouldn't surprise me. He was not at the presser yesterday. Tim McMahon reported earlier that Kidd tried to become president of the team. He was told a couple of months back, you're not a candidate. And he was not included in the process of hiring Ujiri. So he does have 4 years left on his contract, but we're talking big Vegas casino money here.
Yeah.
This isn't Jerry Jones worried about I don't want to pay a coach $4 million if he's not actively on the job. This is, big time. We're about to bulldoze a casino and build another one in its place type of capital.
and cash flow.
Yeah, they got the money for it. They certainly do, and they've given Ujiri the keys. So
he can do whatever he wants.
I think he can do whatever he wants, and I'm sure they would push back a little bit, like, "Hey, we did, kid's done some good things for us. Cooper and his mom really like him. We're gonna have to pay him a bunch of money. Is that really what you want to do?" But I think if Ujiri wanted him out or just wanted somebody else in, I think he'd be granted that.
Yeah, and I'll take it either way. I think Jason Kidd's a really good coach, but I also understand that Masai Ujiri might like his own guy, and I think Jason Kidd is a guy that likes to do things his way. He's got an ego.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's been abrasive, not only with players but with media, with other people inside the organization. He's power hungry. He's power hungry. He wants your job. You know that if you are Masai Ujiri. And I don't fault Jason Kidd for any of that stuff. Like I said, I'd be happy if he remains head coach. I think you could easily go into a coaching search and end up with a worse coach than Jason Kidd. That could happen quite easily.
Yes, it could. And the other nugget that was tossed around was back in 2014 when Ujiri and the Raptors they had a playoff game with Jason Kidd's Nets.
Okay.
When Kidd was the head coach, and Ujiri says "F Brooklyn" to a Raptors crowd before one of the games versus the Nets, and then Jason Kidd was asked about it when he was the coach of the Nets, and he says, "You got to tell me who that GM is. I don't even know who that is." So they've had like a bit of a history, competitive history from that standpoint.
I like it. And who knows? Maybe they don't see eye to eye, and Jason Kidd sees this hiring as a clear indication that he will be on his way out before too long. But Ujiri did clarify to reporters yesterday that when he got to Denver, he didn't fire George Karl, immediately. And when he got to Toronto, he didn't let go of Dwayne Casey immediately. So maybe the most likely thing is that this year plays out and it's kind of like a fact-finding year or a let's see how this goes type of year. But yeah, Ujiri is an attention to details guy, and he might have a very specific kind of coach that he wants that maybe Jason Kidd is or isn't. So there's just a lot of unknowns here, and that's what makes today interesting because he said he was going to have a meeting today with Jason Kidd, talk about the future of the team. So
for
stand by.
Yeah. I mean, who would you be looking at? Let's say, they did. They went ahead and said, clean slate here. Jason, we know you wanted to be team president. That didn't work out. We really would just want to break all ties from the Luka era. Who else do you think, would be a solid option as a head coach? You got Coach May in Michigan drawing a ton of interest right now from other teams in the NBA that are looking for openings. I mean, you got Tom Thibodeau who's out there that's had success. I'm sure not interested in Doc Rivers, but I don't know who else. I think that's all.
Sean Sweeney.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would, but I don't. Does Ujiri have a relationship with Sean?
Well, I mean,
I'd love that, but I don't know that
if you were a general manager just starting fresh in a new place, wouldn't you want a guy that you could you don't want Tom Thibodeau or somebody like that that's old set in his ways.
Sure.
I mean, maybe he's got somebody in mind. I know there's people talking about the assistant. I guess there's a guy at Minnesota that's an assistant that people are kind of talking about.
Micah Nori.
Yeah. They're talking about him. Because he was running the team while their guy was out, while their head coach was out,
and he's an offensive guy as well. I would think find an offensive guy that can help optimize what Kyrie Irving can do with Cooper Flag.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're a general manager, I mean, if you get one of these guys that's a retread guy,
yeah,
they're kind of like they're at the final. They're getting one more check. Are they really busting their ass to make sure the team is like this Billy Donovan guy, right?
But you're getting stability. You're getting a guy that's going to command respect of the players and can guide a team for multiple years without having blow-ups. And when you're hiring a first-time head coach with a young player, that could be combustible.
What about our situation with how many years of experience has our guy at Oklahoma City had? He was I mean, he was a guy that I don't remember.
I didn't hear about him.
Yeah. I'm saying he was never on my radar for anything.
No, and the difference there.
is he came on when they were not a playoff team, so we're developing. This is a situation with the Mavs where if you have a window with Kyrie, you got 1 year. It's definitely a year-to-year situation.
Yeah.
So I mean, Terry Stotts is out there. That's a former Mavs assistant. I mean, I think if the old guard was here, Terry Stotts would be a name that might be more relevant.
Well, Sweeney too. I'm just trying to think of because I think he would certainly be a top candidate, and he should be, especially with you look at what the Spurs are doing right now.
He's up for a couple of jobs. I saw where he was up for the Bulls, and they were talking about him potentially in New Orleans.
Last year, wasn't he up for the Pistons gig?
Phoenix.
That's right.
Interviewed him, yeah.
But for now, I mean, Jason Kidd is the head coach, and he might end up being the head coach for a long time because, he's dang good, and he's a legend as a player here. There's a lot of reasons to maybe give Kidd the benefit of the doubt and see if he can pull this thing together, especially if Kyrie's a big fan and Cooper Flagg's a big fan. I mean, it does make sense, but, sometimes when a GM comes in, he definitely wants to reshape things in his own vision. How about Ric Flair going after Luka? Dude, isn't this great?
What a jerk.
This is incredible.
Please get in the game, says Nature Boy. Take a shot of cortisone and deal with the pain. They're paying you $50 million a year, and you're not there. WTF. Hope Genie Bus trade you next year.
Oh, no.
Nobody to Dallas.
Nobody wants a late Dallas.
Woo!
Yeah.
Just to make it authentic, Ric Flair.
That would be something.
This your guy. This your guy.
Yeah. I know he was tanked up too when he wrote this.
Oh my God.
He probably handed to the nice little blonde sitting next to him.
Yeah.
Get these words. Write these words down, baby.
I'm gonna bang this real quick. You go ahead and fire off this tweet for me.
Shout out to the doctors for keeping Nature Boy alive still. You know, the cocktail they got to be putting in his body to counteract the cocktail he's putting in his body.
Yeah. Like I've always said, he has a heart of a champion and the nose of a cartel boss.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, ESPN upgraded win projections based on the first 35 games and what needs to happen for each team to do better. The number for the Rangers here is kind of a pick-me-up, 83.9. Take that, won't you? 83.9 for the Rangers. They say they can expect better starts from the rotation the rest of the way than what we've seen so far, and the bullpen's good. Should carry
last
this
couple
team.
of times out though, the bullpen has not been good.
It's not perfect. I think the thing that they say must change is the offense and two starters right now being below replacement level. They're pointing at Josh Smith and Jock Peterson, and I just really think it's time to start putting the pressure on ownership to stop tying CY's arm behind his back when it comes to team building.
I don't disagree with that at all. I think that they've been a team, they've been a top 10 highest payroll team, but I do think there were stuff and players that CY would have liked to try and accomplish this offseason that financially he was not allowed to do. And that's frustrating. But right now, I think that this team is a 500 baseball team. And to lose the way they did last night, when you have an opportunity to go up 5-0 off the rip, you have the bases loaded, no outs. You got a dude who's shaky as hell making his first ever start at Yankee Stadium, can't find the strike zone. He's walking guys left and right. You go for the jugular there. To find a way to lose that game with a DeGrom start, that pretty much hit me rock bottom when it came to being a fan of this Rangers team this year and what they can do.
It was a bummer.
That was awful.
Yeah. And you had the perfect execution of the game plan that we talked about in the keys to victory. Here comes Elmer, who was erratic against you last week. Evan Carter starts it off with a walk. Corey Seager challenges balls and strikes, gets one reversed. Next thing you know, he's on.
Crazy.
Then you get a single to load him up, and everything was going perfect. But DeGrom, we talked about the need to keep it out of that porch in right field, and he gives up the 359-footer, gave up a big one as well. Hopefully you're not losing confidence in our guy, Wolchuk. I think we're okay.
I think we're good on DeGrom.
It was rough, though. At least he got into the seventh, but to give up 6 runs when you need him to go shut down a lineup, maybe that's asking too much of him, at this stage against that kind of a lineup. But it'll be Eovaldi against Will Warren tonight, so it ain't getting any easier.
Yeah, Will Warren's 4-0.
Jeez. Yeah. He's
but Evo's been dynamite against the Yankees. So, hey, maybe this one we get like a 0-0 game. We go into extra innings.
Yeah.
Wouldn't doubt it. We need
Zombie runner stranded at second.
Let's go.
Rangers are now 3 games below 500 for the first time this season. Okay, we'll have more in Proper Round Tripper coming up later on. Sands is going to join you at 4:20, get you the update on how things are progressing in New York. Ross Tucker is going to join us at 4 o'clock, our Odyssey NFL Insider. But we got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking it?
All right, we have to have a conversation on if this draft lottery is rigged, but the top 10 most popular beverages in America for National Beverage Day. That's next in the nation.
But first, I have some great news for my people in the 817. That is my backyard, and we have the all-new Alliance Hyundai.
G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a couple of minutes. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is the champ.
All right, this is a two-time winner going for 3 tomorrow at 5:30. Lord willing and the rain don't fall. Lord willing and the rain don't fall. We got some parking lot problems right here. We've all done this. We've all tapped the car next to us with our door. We've all done this before. But we've never been recorded and put on the internet for it. Here it goes.
Hey, that's accident. You can film whatever you want to. I'm just letting you know, you slammed your door. I didn't slam my door. Open the door. I got in the car and the door. No, I'm telling you, slammed it. I was sitting in there. You didn't slam it. No, you did slam it, dude. This is slamming the door. I opened the door. Look. Open the door and let it go and hit your car. Hey, all I'm saying is there's all I'm saying is nothing there. Okay. It was an accident. Okay, I got you. But there's no dent in my car, so it's all good. But listen, you got to be mindful of that stuff. You can't just I'm not a little kid, man. You don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you got to be careful. I know what the I need to do. Well, you need to control your door when you're opening it is what you need to do. I know to do that. I told you it was an accident. You saw it was an accident. Okay. Don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you need to be careful. You need to. Well, you do. You got to be mindful. I was mindful. You need to be mindful. How you ain't mindful because you hit my car. So what? It was an accident. I told you that. Dude, I don't care, man. I don't care. You have to be mindful. It's just not cool. I know it's not cool. Nobody did that on purpose, and you know that. Okay. All right, man. All right. There's no mark on my car. Have a good day. All right. Talk to me like that, like I'm a little kid. Couldn't let it go. Be mindful. I was mindful. I told you that. Dude, you're not mindful when you open up your door. When you open the door and it hits my car. I'm sitting down and hit your car. Nobody did it on purpose, and you know that.
Can you actually believe this? Yeah. Can you actually believe this, dude?
Yeah, I believe it. Can you believe you're about to get your ass beat?
He had a chance to end that argument right there, but man just couldn't do it. He couldn't leave well enough alone.
Yeah, couldn't do it.
Yeah, you hit the man's door. I think you just need to throw my bad. I had a pretty bad one a couple weekends ago. I actually, on my wife's car, I was surprised it rubbed out. I rubbed it out. There was a little dent in there.
Or you hit your old lady's car?
Yeah, I did.
Was it in the driveway or something? Did she see it?
No.
She said, boy, right? Yeah, oh my God.
I would still be hearing about it.
Oh, what an idiot. Oh my God.
Right. So I'm thinking.
You don't pay attention to anything.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, can I blame this on one of the kids was my first thought.
Yeah. That's what you do. That's what you do. Good dad move right there.
And I thought, man, before I get there, I'm going to see if it'll rub out. And in the process of rubbing it out, the dent just kind of popped. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe I just got out of this.
Oh, it was even a little dent.
Yeah, it was bad.
Just thumb that thing right out.
It was actually like the garage freezer, the deep freezer. It was actually the garage freezer. I was de-thawing that thing.
Yeah.
And I tipped it over to get all the water out of it. I was draining it. Well, the door swings open and hits her door, and then it's so heavy that the weight pulled it towards the ground, and I let it go, and now it's really pressing up against that door. I was like, oh my goodness.
Sounds like a guy not being mindful, man.
I don't think I was very mindful.
You got to be mindful.
All right, here's Wolchuk's top 10 at 220.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. It's a great day. If you listened to AM on the FM earlier, you know that today is National Beverage Day. I love a good beverage, whether it happens to be just some high-quality H2O, maybe a wonderful crisp soda, some iced tea. I personally love iced tea. I get offended when somebody calls it earth water.
It's just crazy how expensive sodas have become. The 20-ouncer was 99 cents, I feel like 5 years ago, and now they're hitting you for $3.50.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is. It's absolutely, look, the price of just about anything, except bananas, still astronomical.
Yeah, you can get
it. Just you wait.
The bananas are going up too?
Everything's going up, bro. Just you wait.
I've been buying a lot of bananas for Eliza. She loves bananas. The problem is, I do think it results in a little bit of backage.
Oh, yes. Bananas can have a constipating effect.
Yeah, I think we ran it. Remember, there was like a couple months ago, she was having constipation.
It happens with kids for some reason. It makes it go for me.
Yeah.
Like it's a go signal, but yeah, Remy was having a similar problem around 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, I've definitely found that is the cause. Because if she has too many of those, then we're like, oh no, we have an issue here. But are you not an iced tea fan, Eric?
Me? No, I love iced tea.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, no, I love iced tea.
We were going to fight about iced tea.
No,
I was
of course
ready to just let you know, dude. Don't you come for my ice.
Have you ever been to the HTO place?
Yeah, it's great.
Is it good?
It's really good.
It's pretty on point, dude.
Is on point.
So what all can you get there?
Just
name it.
A bunch of different teas, bro.
Just different flavors.
Different flavors, different caffeine levels, energies. You can get the sugar frees, but they are pretty dominant. And you hit the happy hour, and you're getting like 2 for $1.
Is it 2 to 4 like Sonic?
Yeah, I think it is. I think they're going toe to toe with Sonic.
Well, I might have to just
good ice.
There.
Ice quality brought us. I think you would co-sign pretty strong.
Absolutely,
you're an ice man.
Ice.
Yes.
Well, before we slide into the top 10 beverages of 2026 in the United States of America, 877-881-1053, let us know. And yeah, I agree, Text. I heard the exact same thing you did during that rub-out story.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I think the NHL lottery is rigged. I absolutely do. I think that the lotteries and all the sports are. I mean, I think that is it just coincidental that the Mavericks got the number 1 pick? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe the basketball gods are smiling on us. But we just did the story about how dysfunctional the Toronto Maple Leafs organization is, and their fans are just in a miserable pit of disaster. They're about to lose Austin Matthews. He's like, I got to see a lot of changes. They're probably not going to be able to match all the changes he wants. He's probably leaving Toronto. That's their best player. Well, the Maple Leafs have missed the playoffs twice in the last 10 years, and what's happened both of those times, fellas?
They got the number 1 pick?
Yeah, the number 1 pick. They've won the draft lottery. The NHL's like, Toronto, please, get the number 1 pick. We want you to be good again. Well, yesterday, Gavin McKenna, Penn State phenom, is expected to be the number 1 overall pick. People are loving him. He's a prodigy type of guy, and we've seen a lot of these young guys step in. Celebrini in San Jose have an instant impact, and now Toronto gets the number 1 overall pick. They move up 4 spots in the draft lottery, so congratulations to them, I guess.
So they've had it 3 years in a row? No, didn't like the...
No, they've had it. They've only missed the playoffs twice in the last 10 years, and both those times they have won the lottery.
Oh, I see.
The last time they got Austin Matthews out of it. This time they're going to get this McKenna guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, okay.
Early win for the new GM.
I guess so.
Who's apparently a terrible person.
He is, and maybe he found a way to make some backdoor deal for this number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, this is a cheating. We got to investigate this because he's a known cheater.
I've been told there's already an investigation underway. The
Good.
NHL's looking into it, and Gary Bettman said, guys, don't look too hard. I don't want people knowing. All right, let's slide into the beverage deal here. Top 10 beverages in all of the United States of America. Now, I know, Dawson, you're a Diet Coke person. Brian, you're an iced tea person. I lean iced tea as well. Eric, do you have, I really just see you drinking coconut water and coffee.
Yeah. I mean, those are probably the two.
And tequila. I know you like tequila.
Staples.
We've got haircuts with each other. The tequila.
The coconut water with the tequila could actually be a nice win for you. You're hydrating at the same time as getting your buzz on. But I would also add the Coke Zero. The Coke Zero has been a new addition into the fridge for me. I don't know. There's something about it. I've had a hankering for the carbonation, and it hits all the right notes. So the Coke Zero, the coconut water, and I do love iced tea. I'm a big iced tea guy.
And I do love Coke Zero as well. My wife doesn't like the zero sugar stuff. She likes a nice crispy Coca-Cola. That's her number 1. Lucius, I know tequila is your deal. A lot of water, and then I do believe we mix coffee in there as well.
I do like all of those right there, yeah. I'm so godly, bro. It's just water and tequila pretty much.
That's it?
Yeah, like a prince.
And then Gatorade?
Like a prince. Yeah, the sugar-frees. I like those sugar-free drinks. But if I could have my way, it'd be a peach soda all day, every day.
Peach soda, okay.
I love the peach sodas.
Hey, and what about the Topos, baby?
Topo Chico. Yeah, I was looking for it today. I couldn't find it. It's looking crazy.
Supply shortage.
Yeah.
Those are selling out.
It's looking funny.
And the peach soda made me think of the peach Snapple. Peach Snapple.
It's
very
really good. Yeah.
You guys
the
like
mint's
cream
good,
soda?
too.
Yeah, I like cream soda.
I'm a big cream soda fan.
I think vanilla Coke is the best of the Cokes.
Vanilla Coke went crazy when it first came out.
I don't understand why it's not more just everywhere.
I don't even see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think about Sonic.
Nobody drinks it.
Which I think is just a blind spot on our nation.
Yeah, I haven't had a vanilla Coke in a long time.
What is the positivity about the cream Coke?
It's the vanilla Coke. Okay, so it's not the you like the way you delivered that?
Yeah.
What is the positivity about the cream?
He's
Coke?
booting you up, bro.
You
better defend yourself.
The cream
Dude,
Coke.
Vanilla.
Tell me more.
I'll bring you vanilla Coke. When's the last time you had one?
I don't drink like those types of products.
Okay, so sounds like you're out of your damn jurisdiction.
I'm just saying.
Sounds like this ain't your wheelhouse.
I'm just saying. Well, bro, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I all of a sudden like the Diet Coke every once in a while, like you
Coke Zero. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Coke
just
Zero.
saying I don't
Put some
drink
respect on
carbonated
it.
drinks like that. But I'm just saying, though, if you were giving me a choice, I'll have a Coke. I would have one.
You would.
I'd have one. I'd have a ginger ale before I'd have any of that if you're talking about carbonated drinks.
Well, you're a foodie. You understand flavor combinations. Like, just imagine you're drinking your Coke and there's just a little dash of vanilla
the whole
in there.
thing with the vanilla, that and the cherry Coke and all that. Why
I'm not
do
here
that?
for the cherry Coke.
Why do we have to do that?
I'm with you, Brian. I'm with you.
What about
I'm
some wild cherry Pepsi?
I think it's because I don't know. I think it could be an age thing. I really do.
The flavors?
Yeah, because we've spent so many more years building the expectation that it's got to taste like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've had tens of thousands more. Right, so I don't want to go venturing off the path for something I know what I like.
Yeah,
it's the Coke flavor. I don't need to add vanilla or cherry or any of that nonsense.
Get out of your damn comfort zone. All right, why don't you expand your palate and your repertoire?
Okay.
All right?
I don't drink
that's where growth comes from.
I don't drink it.
Get
I
outside
don't.
of your comfort
It's the
zone.
poor decisions of youth.
No, the thing about it is like the whole deal with this. You're right. Dawson's right. Why do we have to?
Perfected the formula.
Yeah, why do
I get it.
We've been doing these.
We're talking about vanillas, right? We're not talking about cream sodas or nothing, right?
I think it's cream Coke.
Okay, leave cream sodas alone.
Vanilla Coke, bro.
Yeah, I'm with it because it reminds me of a cream soda.
Okay,
there we
go.
go.
It's a derivative.
I do love cream soda. I got it. I can't really take a side on the vanilla Coke debate, unfortunately. It's been so long since I've had one, and I do remember not liking it as a kid.
I'm going to make it a point to bring it in for you guys.
All right, let's do this.
Let you guys see the
please
light.
Don't.
Lemon Diet Coke. Why did I say it like that?
Yeah.
Lemon Diet Coke was so good, now it's impossible to find from the 972. A&W Root Beer was so good. Big Red for sure is a staple from the 469. I can't stand Big Red.
See, now if you want to dunk on some Big Red stuff, please feel free.
Is that cinnamon flavor? Is that what that really is?
No.
It's like a Red Hot.
It's freaking gross.
It's bad. It's like cough syrup flavor, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Bad.
if you're a Big Red fan out there, kudos to you, man. I'm not going to fight you for
Probably
it.
my age if you are.
There's a reason it just about went extinct, though. Yeah. Right?
I don't see it offered.
Then they busted out the Big Blue on you.
I did like an RC Cola as a kid. I don't even know if that exists anymore.
Not very much.
No?
Very
think so.
niche-y.
Would you say Big Blue?
You're looking for a cola that's caffeine free. I think that's the RC Cola.
Is it caffeine free?
Yeah.
That and the Moon Pie.
You know, I do think that's probably why I had it as a kid. I think they were trying to avoid the
I
caffeine.
think it's a Southern thing, that RC Cola.
Like my dad would go with the Diet Coke caffeine free. And I didn't realize until I got older. I'm like, Dad, what are you doing? This is ridiculous. I thought that was good at one time in my life. Now I have it. I'm like,
yeah, just drink water, bro.
Get out of here. Yeah, absolutely.
Eat caffeinated coffee. Stop it. You're wasting time at the coffee machine.
Agreed.
Next person.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I have some decaf. Why?
All right, here's our top 10 favorite beverages in all the U.S. Number 10 is Coke Zero Sugar.
Yeah.
Coke Zero Sugar, rapid growth and popularity in recent years.
It's good, man. It's good.
Thank you, Lucius. And when are we getting that back in our great state?
Why, is people feeling like that it's making them healthier? Or it's like it's not as bad for you because they've seen people like clean batteries with
I
a Coke?
drink it because of it's better, like especially if I'm using it as a chaser, I'm mixing it with something, the sugar for the hangover. Maybe that's a mental thing for me.
Why don't you just drink it straight?
But I do that, but then there's also times where like I want a little mixy mix, and so I'll get like a Sprite Zero Sugar, I'll get a Coke Zero Sugar. I prefer it.
You're watching your figure, huh?
No, clearly not, Brian.
Hey, I'm watching it, man. It's looking good.
I know you are, buddy. 9 is Mountain Dew. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
That's big in the racing world.
That's got a lot of sugar in it.
Huge in the military, bro.
Pit crews, big on the Mountain Dew.
Yeah, they love it.
Yeah.
It's huge in the video game room of a 7th grader's house.
Mm-hmm. My Indiana cousins love it.
Yeah.
They mainline it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. And they run restaurants. So they probably drink 4 or 5 of those a day.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they're just constantly going by that thing, hitting the soda machine.
More Mountain Dew. 8 is Diet Coke.
Amped up. Yeah, Diet Coke's amazing. That's way low.
I'm
way
surprised
low.
it's this low.
I think it might be the most popular soda in America.
7 is Pepsi.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 6 is Sprite.
Sprite's good for a tummy ache, man.
5 is Dr. Pepper. Massive growth in recent years.
Dr. Pepper with the
Outpacing
late
competitors
surge?
take the number 2 or 3 spot in the U.S. soda sales. 4 is Coca-Cola. Remains the top-selling individual soft drink in the United States.
Yeah, I didn't put enough respect on Dr. Pepper, by the way.
Yeah,
just want to say that.
No, Pepper's the real deal.
I think Dr. Pepper probably is still my number 1 seed of all sodas.
Just want to say that.
Thanks for keeping us accountable on
I
that.
appreciate
Lucius.
that.
This is Texas.
It is. 3 is tea. available in hot or iced. 2 is coffee, consumed daily by millions of Americans.
Ugh. It's important, dude.
Is
it important?
But number 1, most popular beverage in all the United States of America.
Scotch.
Water.
Beer.
It is water.
Cold beer.
Yeah. Water is the undisputed favorite beverage by volume, driven by a desire for daily hydration, health. Bottled water has also overtaken traditionally sugary sodas as the most popular packaged beverage category in the country.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
You're welcome.
Top 10 in the books. Hodge time now, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Grade the Rangers broadcasters and the worst sports injury of the week next year in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But
Out of the Bronx, weather should not be a factor. They're not anticipating any kind of postponement, even though showers continue to blanket the greater New York City area. It's time now for a Hodge. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. We got lots to get to. Grade the broadcasters. Guess who's the Hall of Famer? I think it might be obvious right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
the
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, yesterday for the Rangers pregame show with Jared Sandler and company, they were paying homage to now the late, great John Sterling.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it in what I believe to be a fun way, a fun idea. And it put the broadcasters in, a bit of a challenging spot. Creativity, execution, okay? You have the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel playing along, and he stands out in a big way, a positive way. This is Jared, this is Dave Raymond, this is Brad Miller, and they are paying homage to John Sterling by giving you the Rangers lineup and give us a mock call for each Ranger player that would have sort of a John Sterling twist on it, because he was known for his sort of unique calls and putting in nicknames, Stantonian or whatever it was, the Stantonian single that he thought was a dong ball or whatever.
An A-bomb for A-Rod.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Robinson Cano, don't you know?
So this is the Rangers crew attempting to pay homage to the late, great John Sterling.
Eric Nadel, you have the honors leading us off with Evan Carter. So what's your John Sterling call for Evan?
I go, it is high, it is far, it is gone. A home run for Evan Carter. Evan, like pennies from heaven.
Oh!
With a home run.
Dave,
that is good.
Dave, you're up with Corey.
Yes, let's see, Seager, it's gone. A beautiful swing. What choreography.
Brad?
Man.
Josh Young?
Josh Young, king of the concrete Youngle.
All right, I got Jock Peterson. This one, I thought this was kind of a layup. It is high, it is far, it is gone. A Jock Jam for Peterson. That's what I want.
There you go.
All right.
Not
Zeke,
bad.
Eric.
All right, Ezekiel Duran. It is high, it is far, it is gone. Home run by Duran. Duran, he's hungry like a wolf.
All right, Jake Berger. Dave.
Yeah, it is high, it is far, it is gone. Have it your way, Jake. You're the Burger King.
Wow, this is not easy.
Brad, Alejandro Osuna.
Osuna, see you later. That is so stock. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are much more creative.
Danny boy, Danny boy, Jansen is prancing around the bases.
Yeah, very good.
All right, Eric,
like it.
Andrew McCutcheon.
McCutcheon is one that John actually used for his 5 home runs as a Yankee in 2018. It is high, it is far, it is gone. Clutch in the clutch.
Clutch in the clutch.
Jared was so good.
Wow. Yeah, he was having fun with it too. Yeah, you could hear the smile on Eric's face.
Yeah, that's one of his boys, man.
Yeah,
it's one of his cohorts.
And who was the player?
Brad
Great
Miller.
set of pipes, Brad Miller. Wow,
Yeah.
He's got a voice.
Yeah, Brad's fantastic, and it's the first series he's done since opening day.
He might be the rare player who could do play-by-play.
Yeah, he needs to
Happens
be on
from
more
time
often.
to time.
And he was a great guest when we had him on before the season started. They just need to have him more on RSN.
I think the other guys were kind of mailing in the call just to get to the words of the John Sterling line.
Yeah.
Where Nadel really embraced the whole bit like he was in theater.
Yeah, he met the moment, as he always does. Dave Raymond with the Burger King, he's got an in there. He's like,
Have it your way.
Was he just making it up?
I'm wondering, was that on the fly?
I don't know what it seemed like for him.
For Davey Ray? I don't know, man. But I do love what Jared Sandler and the Rangers Sports Network crew is doing.
I imagine Sandler pulled Raymond aside afterward and said, man, I sent you a text earlier today so you could be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Kind of sensed you were making it up. And I resent that, but it was a genius in the moment Burger King improv, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Have it your way.
Yeah.
You're the Burger King.
If that was all happening in real time, then kudos to Dave Raymond. Okay, so we got the NBA stuff going down. How about Jared Vanderbilt and the pinky finger last night?
Oh, that's
pretty brutal. Did you see? He's hunched over. Okay?
I never saw it.
Okay, yeah, there's not great footage of it. There's one picture where you can tell, because the bone, popped out.
Oh.
No. They had to stitch that thing back up.
Yikes.
Because he smashes his pinky.
Reaction made it seem really bad.
He's going for the Chet Holmgren block, which results in no block, and Holmgren just gets the flush, and he's fired up. But the pinky finger of Vanderbilt going for the block smashes on the backboard, and the pinky goes sideways, and he's hunched over, he's writhing in pain, and you can see he's right next to the OKC bench, and all their players are kind of looking at it, and you see all at the same time their faces light up like, oh my gosh, this is disgusting, where the pinky bone has jumped out of the skin of Jared Vanderbilt. They're calling it full dislocation of his right pinky finger, gruesome injury, needed stitches, because the bone in the dislocated pinky finger did break skin. And how about this? Considered day-to-day.
That's wild.
That's like hockey level.
Put a little tape on it. Non-shooting hand. Not a shooter anyway.
Not a shooter anyways. Doesn't have a shooting hand. So he doesn't qualify. But yeah, J.J. Redick, his quote was, the doctors were able to put Vanderbilt's finger back together. I mean, that is a gruesome injury right there. Extreme.
Yeah, they have it slowed down and sort of focused in on as it hits the backboard, and the way it just sort of jiggles and is going in multiple directions will give you the EBGBs. I believe that's what that's called.
Is it Hebe?
Hebe's?
I think it's Hebe with an H.
Heebie-jeebies.
The Heebie-jeebies.
Okay.
But yeah, that'll give it to you, man. It really will. Now, you also have no Joel Embiid for the Sixers tonight against the Knicks. He's got ankle and hip injuries, not to mention a knee that is always banged up. So really at all three levels of the lower half, you have Joel Embiid fighting through something here. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to slow down Jalen Brunson, especially with that big dome of his. Did you see Kelly Oubre's quote?
No.
On Jalen Brunson, you have Sixers' Kelly Oubre saying he has a big head. It's definitely tough to guard him with his head flailing motion doing all that because of the braids. So he's calling out Jalen Brunson for having too big of a dome and some chaotic braids. That
you got to use your attributes, bro.
Yeah, especially for a guy who's lacking in size.
Yep, gamesmanship right there.
Amen, dude. Like this is what you got to do.
Your head's way too damn big.
Okay, your body's small, but your head's big. Let's see how we can utilize this to stifle defenders.
That's how Mike Fisher got through college, by the way. He's college fullback.
Was he really?
No, I just made that up, man. He's got a big-ass head, lead blocker. Yeah.
I can see it with the neck roll and everything.
Get over here, man.
Are you guys excited as I am about the Kevin Hart Netflix roast?
I'm excited about it. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good.
Is this something you're going to be locked in on the moment it releases, like you're setting an appointment in your smartphone?
In a perfect world, yes. Unfortunately, it falls in a window 7 o'clock on Sunday, and it's Mother's Day.
Night church?
There's no evening church. No evening church. We'll get the morning service out of the way, but then it's Mother's Day.
Yeah,
the kids are still. It's still sunny and shiny at 7 o'clock. These kids aren't going down, so I might have to hold off until later Sunday evening before I can consume it. But you have Shane Gillis hosting it, and they're 1-for-1 right now. Netflix is with these roasts because they did the Brady one, and it was a total home run.
The Brady roast was great. I'm not as excited for this as I was the Brady roast because I think the people have made fun of Kevin Hart a ton already. But I am excited about it. I'm sure it's going to be entertaining.
I just don't want to hear any more short jokes. It's too easy.
Hey, I feel like that'll be 50% of the jokes.
Yeah, be smarter, bro.
Yeah, pressure's on to roast Kevin Hart.
The creativity.
In a much more painful way. Cut deeper.
Yeah.
We don't get Nikki Glazer.
What else you got?
She's doing it.
Yeah, the Glaze is she's out. She's got too much on the sked, I think. So I don't know who the cast of characters are other than it's Kevin Hart and Shane Gillis hosting. So I think it'll be pretty dang awesome, and that is Sunday night. So looking forward to that. We'll take some of the best jokes, I'm sure, and rerun them up in here. Poke fun at everybody.
Sounds like a plan. There it is, boys. All righty, we got 1 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30. We'll talk Cowboys with you quite a bit over this next hour or so. The C-Note 320, Krusty's Corner 340. Football Fix coming up next, Wolchuk.
We got to fix this bleep. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you. Speaking of fixing stuff,
Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Ross Tucker's coming up in 1 hour. The Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joins us coming up at 4. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
What in the world is going on? Caleb Downs is now set to wear number 13 ahead of Cowboys OTAs, according to the Cowboys Pro Shop. Thank you to our buddy Tommy Yarish for putting that out into the world. Now, numbers are always subject to change from now until the start of the regular season, Tommy says, which don't buy the jersey. Just don't do it, okay? Just wait. Just wait. I'm willing to put a bet payoff on the line here.
That could be like a collector's item, though. Be scarce. Be rare.
That's true.
Maybe it wouldn't be one you'd want, or people would realize what was going on.
You could try and collect all of the ones that he's ever worn. Get like an 18, a 13, and a 2.
I got the OTA throwback, bro.
Yeah, I can't believe that when the season starts, all over Kobe Durant, who might be a good player for the Cowboys this year. I don't want to just totally rip on Kobe Durant. But Caleb Downs has a chance to be your best defensive player this year, and I don't think that's too far-fetched to say.
The face of the defense.
Come on now. The dude needs to wear his number. Sam Howell's also changed from 13 to 16, the backup quarterback. And then Jordan Hudson, SMU zone, who I think might have a chance to make this team, is changing from 16 to 18 now that Downs isn't wearing 18. But we got Caleb Downs rocking the 13 for right now, maybe into training camp. But by the start of the regular season, I feel like he's still going to be in the 2. I still don't know why this angers me as much as it does, but every time I see something like this, my blood is boiling. I'm like, well, this is ridiculous.
You kind of know what this means, right?
Ugh.
Nobody's going to step in. This is going to be up to Downs to negotiate it with Durant. Because if the organization or a coach or somebody was going to step in and facilitate this or require it from Durant, it would have already happened.
Right. Right. I mean, where's Rich when you need him? Fix this, bleep, Rich. I mean, come on now. This is ridiculous. But
I'm surprised you don't want rookies to earn it, though. You're just going to hand the keys over to anything this guy wants?
Yeah. Caleb Downs? Absolutely. I'm handing the keys over to whatever he wants. This dude's a rare breed. I've talked about him in the same realm as some of the best safeties that have ever come through the draft. I'm going back to Sean Taylor, Eric Berry. You name the great.
He could benefit from some humbling, you know?
You don't think he sounds humble?
You hear what he told Chris Carter?
I love it. That's confidence.
I'm the best number 2 in the history of Ohio State.
Was he wrong?
You're talking about Chris Carter, Wolchuk, a wide receiver.
I think you're disrespecting
an actual
Caleb Downs,
touchdown scorer.
A national champion. A guy who never allowed a single touchdown when he was the primary defender in coverage over 2 years at Ohio State.
Caleb Downs. What has he done?
What a natty. Was the best player in Alabama defense that resulted in a ton of first-round picks.
Listen, man, I'm with you.
I mean, I think this guy is just an absolute star. Hey, if you don't want to hear from me, Brian Schottenheimer. Brian, take it away. Keep glazing Caleb Downs.
The person elite, the intelligence elite. It's cool for me on the field to watch the ability for him to be going in any direction and how quickly he can get into balance. Why that matters is it matters with the ability to tackle in open field space, make plays on the ball, in coverage, time up blitzes. He's just got incredible lower body athleticism that when you watch him, he always gets into that same position where he's ready to strike with same foot, same shoulder, whether it's left foot forward, right foot forward. And the way he moves in the individual periods, which is what really most of this camp is going to be, is mostly individual. It's very impressive how he can do that.
Just to go. And also Brian Schottenheimer saying the communication of this guy is different. He's not asking approval. He's saying he's close left, rip, Lulu, whatever the plays are. He's driving the defense. Knowledge ignites confidence. Be a student of your craft, and that's what he is. Don't worry about the green dot stuff. It's not going to matter. Because you got the guy that's going to get everybody where they need to be anyway.
He knows his right and left.
I think we're all looking at, I said it yesterday, I think we're all looking at the green dot stuff as the guy, that's your leader of the defense. That's why we're making such a big thing about the green dot, because several years ago we didn't have the green dot stuff. Everybody's talked about that. We signaled in plays, guys communicated, the safeties talked to the corners, linebackers talked to the defensive line. You know, we're making a big deal about the green dot because we're taking that as the leader of the defense.
Which is going to be Downs, in my opinion.
Very well.
And they've had bad communication on defense.
Yeah,
they've had busts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about it. That's, to me, it is kind of where it's at, because we want a green dot guy, because that signifies who the leader on the defense is. And so I think we just need to give all that a rest.
The green dot stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, they don't seem to be thinking it's that big of a deal. I mean, Scott Simons definitely, when he talked to us, was like, I mean, we're going to let everybody get the calls, and it's fine.
You'll know who the leader of the defense is.
Caleb Downs will be.
What you need is a smart defense. That's the important thing.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
817 said let him wear 11. That'd kind of be hilarious.
Yeah, it'd be Roman numeral number 2. And it would kind of signify that you're taking the torch of best player on defense from Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
That's if you want to crown his ass already.
Crown him. Crown his ass. I will, and I have. Now, this was enlightening from one Steve Sarkisian.
I was trying to think of a great defensive player that was 13. I was just maybe
Marvin Overshone.
I was talking about a healthy, great defensive player.
I don't think there have been a lot, because I don't think a lot of defense players were wearing 13 up until the new jersey change. So I can't really think of a ton of great 13 defenders.
He could be a pioneer, making the
I like
the number
Dawson.
cool.
Who had the thought about the 11?
Somebody texted that in.
I like that.
It's kind of gone viral a little bit on Cowboys Twitter. People are having fun with it. It makes a lot of sense. It's Roman numeral number 2.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that might not be a bad pivot. Here was Sark with Josh Pate. Now, in the offseason, he's talking some NIL stuff, but also who does he visit with, NFL coaches. Do we consider Brian Schottenheimer in the same realm as offensive minds as the other coaches he's going to name here?
How often are you reaching out to people for advice? And when you're reaching out to them, what do you find yourself most frequently seeking advice on?
Everyone wants to say we've evolved since 20, 25 years ago. There's no doubt. We've evolved in the last 5 years. Like these guys we're recruiting now were in the 7th, 8th grade when NIL started. Well, this is all they know. And so the perspective has changed. These high school kids have agents. Well, how do we still motivate these guys to understand the value of team? And with team success comes the individual accolades, awards, and honors. I love the X's and O's aspect of it, and I've got a lot of great friends that I try to tap into and meet with in the month of May. That's a lot of what I do with guys in the NFL, and it might be one play, that I'm going to go visit Sean McVay about, or a Kyle Shanahan, or a Brian Schottenheimer, But I think that part's important, because I just don't ever want to get stale at what we do.
McVay, Shanny, Shoddy.
Wow. I think there's definitely a gap there. I wonder, would you rather, if you're talking X's and O's, do you want to talk to Shoddy or do you want to talk to Clayton Adams?
I think I'd been talking to Clayton Adams, and I think Shoddy, kind of acknowledges that, or that's the reason he brought Adams in.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you talk to Shoddy because he doesn't have the understanding of how to teach and coach everything that's modern, but he knows that you have to be pursuing all of the latest trends. Mm-hmm. I imagine Shoddy is tracking everything that the new coaches are doing, and that's how he knew to go get Clayton Adams and Christian Parker, right? So I think Shoddy can sort of point you in the direction of the modern teachers or schemers that are doing the innovating, just because how much he's all over it, like a great head coach or like a great general manager would be.
I think, to me, when you start to talk about those guys, I think Schottenheimer's probably the most accessible. And I say, in a way of easy to talk to if you reached out to him, because he's kind of gone through that, being a coordinator and being a position coach. There are probably better coaches to talk to about that than him. But the fact that he is fairly accessible, I think he'd be an easy guy to call up and say, hey, listen, do you have a few minutes of time? Because he's kind of been there. I think McVay and Shanahan, they've kind of been through maybe not as much as what Schottenheimer has. Their path to the top has been a little bit less than what Shoddy had to go through. But I think there's a lot of accessibility to that. That, hey, because listen, if you guys want to go talk defense, who are you going to go call? If you want to talk defense, who are you going to talk to?
Mike McDonald comes to mind right now. Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, those type of guys.
Fangio.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
Fangio.
You name 3 guys that are really, really good and probably not accessible.
Not going to pick up the phone.
They're not going to help you.
Yeah.
They're not going to help you. McDonald will help you. Younger coaches,
the older, been there, done that.
Yeah,
I'm good.
There's some older coaches that just won't help you. They don't want to go through. I mean, I'm sure that if you had a relationship with Belichick, but if you were calling up as a young coach and say, "Hey, listen, I'd love to spend the day with you," he'd go, "What?"
And Shoddy does relish those opportunities. I mean, he was talking about how when he found Clayton Adams, he goes and will reach out to other coaches around the league, who are some young up-and-coming names that I should connect with? And then he'll go chat with those guys. So he does kind of have a pulse on maybe who are some of the better young minds in the game. And, I mean, hell, we saw him at the Texas Pro Day. I mean, he was making the rounds, talking with Arch, talking with Cam Coleman, their new wide receiver. He obviously has a really good relationship with Sark. So
yeah,
I get that. It's just I don't know that we ever really, he's mentioning, okay, the top two offensive names in the sport right now in Shanahan and McVay, and then, Brian Schottenheimer. And, hey, the Cowboys' offense was great, but, boy, I mean, they were talking about pressure this morning on Sean and RJ. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's going to be pressure on Brian. If all of a sudden this offense takes a step back, what the hell happened?
The defense was so bad. And I think that was one of my questions I always kind of ask you guys during Krusty's Corner is, who's the pressure on? Is it on Parker? Is it on Schottenheimer? Can't take a step back. He can't. The defense can't be any worse than it was last year.
You're right. The defense was so bad, it really glossed over us having conversations about the red zone issues, the slow starts, then the inability to score touchdowns in the second half. It's not like the offense was perfect. We look back statistically, it looks great. But when we go ahead and really dive into all 17 games of the season, there were flaws on that side of the football. Yeah. It wasn't always just roses.
And they were telling us that even at the height of the excitement early in the season, where it was like, oh my goodness, this offense might be the best in the NFL. I remember the coordinator days of Clayton Adams saying there's a lot of stuff that we need to get better at, or we're going to get exposed. And they were. I feel like there were about 5 of the 17 games that really did not go well offensively, and that's too many. That's too high of a ratio.
Sure. I mean, the Bears game, just an inability to really move. The opening drive looked good, then they fumbled.
Yeah.
And then after that, the offense kind of went kaput. You end up losing that one. There were several where it just kind of dried up. Against Detroit, it started off hot, and then it kind of fizzled. Minnesota.
But this is really cool that Sark looks to Shoddy as a guy that he can tap into wisdom on, because, again, that goes to maybe Shoddy updating the Jones family's operating system as far as their brain power and how they look at the game, their mindset on how they problem solve in the NFL. It's just fantastic. And I think how we get here is after things didn't go well for Shoddy in Seattle, he's thinking as he's going over the age of 50, this is my last chance. And he spent that time where he was consulting and maybe didn't have the day-to-day grind of a head coach or a coordinator, and he used all that extra time to study the league and who was having success, because, of course, he notices how popular the modern coaching stuff is in all these coaching searches. It's going to be brought up, and the fan bases in all NFL markets are now demanding it.
100%.
So what Shoddy do? He does a full comprehensive study and constantly, and as a result of that, I think a guy like Sark recognizes the depth of his knowledge about the league right now. Mm-hmm. When's the last time the Cowboys had a head coach that had this depth of knowledge around the league that one of the top college head coaches would call you and say, man, let me pick your brain about what's working? Yeah. It's a hell of a commentary about where we are.
No, I think it's high praise for Shoddy. And I think, look, at the way the defensive coordinator search went. I mean, I think that's kudos to him as well. I mean, they were interviewing a lot of guys that maybe the rest of the league, and really when the Cowboys interviewed him, then you started to see, Jones, who ended up getting the job, I believe it was with Washington. All these guys end up starting to get other interviews. But Shoddy was really kind of at the forefront of that. One other big way, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that the offense could go ahead and improve. Bleacher Report actually had out who are 5 running backs that could legit win their first NFL rushing title this year. And you had the big dogs like Jahmyr Gibbs with the Lions, Amarian Hampton with the Chargers, Bijan Robinson with the Falcons was on here. You've got Breece Hall with the Jets. Those are big names. And then Javonte Williams, who had career highs, 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns last year. You've got another. I think the offensive line is going to dictate this quite a bit. But I think Brian Schottenheimer's talked about how he does want to run the football. And if you look back at his days with the Jets and with the Seahawks as an offensive coordinator, they were one of the best running teams in all of the National Football League. If this offensive line can take that step, you got Booker in year 2, BB in year 3. Left tackle's probably your biggest question mark, and I don't have that question about Steele running the ball. That's why he's in the league still. He is a good run-blocking right tackle. It's the pass protection. But maybe we could dream big. Could Javonte Williams, is that a crazy thought, legitimately win the NFL rushing title this year?
I don't think it's crazy. You have less Bass and Hoffman out there. You have more strength. You have Tyler Booker in his second year, Cooper Beebe getting better. Hopefully a healthy Tyler Smith.
Yeah, that's a tremendous point.
But the defense being better might give you a chance to be ahead and get him I don't know, what is it, 50 more carries that he's going to need to get to 1,500 yards or so?
214 said it's nutsy. All right, well, you know what? I just want to throw it out there. This is the time to just throw out all things are positive.
Slower guys have won it.
Yeah, we've seen it.
You could do it, but it's going to take a commitment from the coaching staff, and it's going to take the scoreboard cooperating with you, getting into those fourth quarters,
and him not losing his legs later in the season.
Yeah. That's a good point. You did see some fatigue there, 100%.
And then what happens if Jaden Blue has used this offseason to say, man, I really got to get my stuff together. And maybe his stuff's together and he shows up in Oxnard, he's a completely different guy, or Phil Maffa, shows that he could do that, because you don't want to give any running back 325 carries if you can help it. It's just not a good idea for having your guy fresh in January or the fourth quarter. It's just rare outliers that can take that amount of workload and keep producing at the highest level. We got the C Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening here on The Fan.
But tell us you're losing your...
The G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fans. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. The top news that's been developing over the last hour is the Caleb Downs number 13 news, as you can order that now on the Pro Shop. It feels like there's probably some permanence to this. If he wore 18 at rookie minicamp and now it's 13, I don't imagine you're going to change again before the start of the season. As I said last segment to Wolchuk when we were breaking the news, it feels like if the team was going to intervene and sort of broker an arrangement between you and Durant, that would have happened. You've definitely had plenty of opportunities at this point to negotiate yourself with Durant, and you don't want to do it, right? You don't want to give what he's asking for. I mean, if you missed when he joined us last week, unprompted, he said he was spending the day doing financial planning stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important part of this story. You know, the jersey number really does not matter. You know, there's unless it really means something to you, but that's like, again, I would just say it doesn't matter, you know, as much as the financial freedom of what that $20,000 could represent for you. You know, it's not just $20,000, but it's what a financial advisor can do with that $20,000. And at the end of your career, it'll probably be closer to $40,000 or $50,000. But it's also the mindset of how frivolous I'm going to be with $20,000. You know, Now you have 27 coming to you, but we all know by now with taxes, it's closer to 15 or 17, somewhere in there. About half of it, I think, in that tax bracket is going to get chewed up. So, I mean, some really rough math. 20K is like 0.15% after taxes. It's 0.15%. That means you could make an expense like that 700 times over the next 4 years, and you'd be essentially living check to check. You could drop 20 grand on something 700 times. But how many times are you really going to just bleep off 20 grand? And right now you're making a statement at the end of your career. I'm trying to throw a shutout on this thing, right? Because even if I only bleeped off 20 grand 10 times, that's 200 grand. And in a financial advisor's hands, that's $500,000 when I'm heading for retirement, you know? If I did nothing else right financially between now and the end of my contract, what if I get hurt? What if I suck? You know, what if NFL wide receivers are too good for me, or my crazy reaction speed at my 207 pounds isn't enough to be that much of a force against the run? You know, and I never break out beyond where I am now. I'm a great college player, but I'm not a great pro player, and as a result, you know, my long-term income is limited. So I love it. You know, I think Caleb Downs is probably going to be an example and a leader for his teammates in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
This might be the most impressive for a 22-year-old to walk in here and say, hell no, I'm not dropping $20,000. What do you think I am, a damn fool? Do you think I don't understand the power of compounding interest in the hands of a qualified financial advisor? I think that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think the financial stuff, totally fair. I mean, I do think that the numbers matter. I mean, look, LeBron wears 23. Why for Michael Jordan? Like, you grow up, you associate numbers with certain players, and clearly the number 2 is the only number that he's ever worn. So that's his number. It is special to him. And I just think it's a matter of time until he eventually gets to wear that number. And heck, I mean, we saw Jahmyr Gibbs goes from 26. He's now number 0. Jamison Williams on his own team was number 9. He's now number 1. So with these now new number changes in the NFL, players are changing jerseys a little more regularly than what we've seen previously. Agent 0, right? DeMarvion Over's shown 13. Now he's number 0. So it's not crazy for him to have to wear it for a year or however long and at the 13, and then he switches to 2. But I can understand why he wants his number. I mean, I don't think, and I get why fans, including myself, are like, it's no disrespect to Kobe Durant. It's a player who's just never played it down as a Dallas Cowboy, and he just was given given number 2 less than a month ago. To me, it's a little bit bizarre. Like, why is this even a talking point? Why is it a thing? Kobe Durant, step aside, man. You can pick. You've never worn 2 either. You were 14 last year with the Rams. Let the rook, who's about to be your leader on defense, go ahead and get his number. That's just how I feel about it. But I respect him saying, hey, I'm not overpaying. I'm not playing ball with you, dude. If you want to be a D-bag about it, then fine. Wear the 2. I'll get it in a year.
Yeah, I just think there's a protocol to it. It's like first come, first serve.
Understand? Seniority.
It might be Durant's dream to wear number 2.
Maybe
he's been having to
that
wear
was
14.
his childhood favorite jersey.
It's a far cry from Jalen Smith, though. If you remember him, he bought out all the 54 jerseys so he could wear number 9, and then like halfway through the season he's being cut.
Yeah, that's something I'd really want to manage if I'm Caleb Downs, and I'm sure he will. Is like, how many of these are we going to print?
True.
Don't go printing 200,000 extra of these and then expect me to buy them out when I'm switching to number 2 next year. Like, let's keep these things sold out pretty good.
Yeah. Don't make a ton out there.
And we'll get switched to number 2. I don't know, in a year or 2 whenever Kobe Durant's out of there. But Dennis Rodman made 91 cool for a while.
Yeah.
I think if you're good enough, whatever number you're good in is going to become pretty damn iconic.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, how much better did they make the defense? Machota wrote today about how the Cowboys' defense has changed so much, building off the Christian Parker quote about how this isn't the Eagles' defense, this is their own thing, and what all that means. And the quote from Jerry is, the facts are that we have executed on a dramatic change. He's got the angle from Schottenheimer. He noted that this year's rookie minicamp group spent more time practicing on the field than last year's because they expect more immediate impact from their defensive rookies. Probably should have had Ezraku on the field a little bit more last year, but I guess he would have been the only one on defense that had a chance in HE double hockey sticks of being impactful. I love another piece in here from Shotty as well. He says he and I have had these conversations from the minute he got hired that we wouldn't be able to finalize the foundation of what we're going to build on until after the draft. It really put the picture in the frame as far as how specifically tailored the defense is to what players do well. They couldn't finalize the scheme until they knew the rookies that were coming in. I think that's pretty cool, but that's a really key piece here. The coaches have to be flexible to their scheme, and they all talk about it. But could you actually do it and be confident that you're going to be able to teach whatever needs to be taught? But the bottom line here, I think, as I was reading the article, is just the takeaway of how many young players that they're leaning on, and I just wouldn't be surprised at all if it's going to take 2026 and then into 2027. Because of how many young players you're depending on. How much better do you think they made the defense? Let me just ask that simply for you guys.
I mean, I think they've made it a fair amount better for sure. I mean, just with the Christian Parker switch of Eberflus, like that right there was going to put you in a better position for sure. And then they've added a fair amount of talent to where you should be quite a bit better, but it is hard to know when you are depending on so many young guys. Yeah. It's like just how much better are you really getting? Because I think we all know you weren't going to be worse than what you were last year. You will be better. But we've seen before new defensive coordinators come in, and it can take some time. Yeah. Even if it's the first half of the season where things are a little bit, you're sort of a note off. But then by season's end, I would expect them, hopefully, if they're healthy, to be peaking by the end of the season with all these young guys just learning on the fly.
First-time DC, young players. Yeah. It could be young guy chaos, or it could be young guy excitement. Wow, these young guys are so athletic and good and coached by Christian Parker. And, I don't know which way that pendulum is going to swing, but I think you nailed it. It'll be better than next year. We just don't know by how much. Landry Hatt wrote about the Baylor tight end Michael Trigg, free agent signing of the Cowboys after the draft. Are you buying it, or are the Cowboys taking risks on a bad character guy again? But the source in the piece said he's the third most talented tight end in the class. So I guess you would have Sadiq, you would have Stowers.
In terms of a receiving tight end, I would have gone Sadiq, Stowers, and then Trigg.
Really, even more than Delp?
I think,
yes.
man.
Wow. Yes.
Wow.
He did more than Delp did in college as a receiving tight end. I think Delp is a little bit of a projection, and I do like him a lot. Don't get me wrong. Delp's a much better all-around player, can block. Trig can not block. But just as a receiving tight end, Trig was better in college than what Delp was.
So are you buying that? Apparently you guys are. And then are you buying that he's gone through a maturity? Being at Baylor, like the story that I read said he got into a prayer group, like a Bible study group last year, kind of centered him.
All right, cool.
Okay, but he did get kicked out at Ole Miss, right?
Yeah, he did, and I don't think that the prayer group did much for him at Baylor.
Really?
There was some stuff that it lasted throughout the whole season.
I saw the interview from rookie minicamp. He said the deal with the AD was a big misunderstanding. They were just talking about things.
Yeah, there might be some other stuff there that he's got to figure out. That it's not probably for me to even speak on, but I do think that it might not just be maturity. I think it might be some other things that,
Could you say, is it something that would probably keep him from, would he get suspended if it gets out?
No.
It's not availability. It's just how professional he's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
you hope going undrafted is one of the things that lights a fire under you a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
and that's what he talked about.
The talent's there 100%.
That's what he talked about was, just that he's going to take this opportunity and make the most of it. He said all that stuff's behind him, but he also said he didn't want to talk about it, which can sometimes be a red flag.
Well, I just think a lot of it's not really out.
Yeah, it might be some stuff he's also getting a little bit more understanding of himself.
Okay.
That he was kind of, I don't know, maybe unaware of.
Is a stripper pole involved?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Sounds
along
like we
those
got
lines.
work in progress.
I think that Kyrie Irving would be a good person to kind of look at, and maybe some of the ways that he's been helped since coming to Dallas. I think that Michael Trigg is going to have that same type of support system with the Cowboys, and will be able to get maybe some things that issues that he's dealt with in the past can be corrected.
Okay, so he's probably not going to get concussed on his day off.
No.
That's encouraging.
Very much so.
All right.
I asked that question.
No legal stuff.
I said the stripper pole involved. He said no.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
We got to run, Nation. When we return, Krusty's Corners coming up. We got Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, top of the hour. But where are you taking us in the corner, Brian?
Yeah, I want to dig in some more about this roster. We did a Love of the Stars this morning. I got some questions from my guys. We'll do that next.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5:30. Sands is going to join us coming up at 4:20. We'll talk with Jared Sandler about tonight's Rangers game in the Bronx against the Yankees. Weather trending in a good direction still, so it appears that we'll go off without a hitch. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com, King.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of that. Watching the Seattle game and watching Marquise Bell make plays, what the hell happened to him?
Okay.
And they just showed Dan Quinn, so I get that.
That's might be what
This is throwback football on NFL Network right now.
Pete Carroll looking like he hadn't slept in 5 days.
Chewing his gum like a madman.
Yeah.
And this is that Thursday night game.
Yeah,
Seahawks
2023.
Yeah, and I'm watching Marquise Bell play as that dime linebacker, and I'm thinking, look at him play in space, look at him make tackles. What happened to Marquise Bell? I mean, anybody got a thought on that one?
Well, he did break, was it his arm, 2 years ago on a special teams tackle, which certainly was a setback. But really, I thought he had an outstanding training camp when we were out there, Brian, last year. And it seemed like maybe Flus was going to have a way to use him, whether that was like in sub packages against tight ends. And then we just never really saw him on the field on defense much at all.
Was it the coach? Wasn't it Dan Quinn using him in the ideal way for him?
Yeah, we've seen Dan Quinn use a lot of different guys, right? I mean, guys
he kind of took over Jaron Kearse's role as that like big safety hybrid linebacker.
Right. How could a guy play so well and then all of a sudden he's just he just looks like a liability out there?
Very strange, because it looked like his career was pointing up, and he has not been the same player since 2023.
Yeah.
But they also got exploited, I guess, by Green Bay somewhat in that playoff game, because they were undersized so they could get run on, and Aaron Jones ran all over them. And maybe they just wanted to change that. And they're like, yeah, we don't want Marquise Bell at linebacker. We need to add more size. And that certainly, it looks like the trajectory they're going now with this new defense is trying to get bigger up front.
I have a question for you about, by the way, Chief and I did a Love of the Star.
Nice. Yes, we did.
I Love of the Star this morning.
Odyssey podcast. You can find on the Odyssey app wherever you get your podcast.
Absolutely. I've learned this, by the way, Wolchuk, working with you and Eric on these podcasts, that Eric's not afraid to carry that thing about 8 minutes longer than it should be.
Oh.
Well, you got to squeeze in two on-time experts reads.
My man will take a break at 26.
We do have 2 on-time experts reads. That's true.
Yeah.
But he'll
got deep into the conversation. There was no pivoting.
He'll carry that thing to 50 minutes now.
I'm sorry about that, Broadus.
You're having a good time,
Just passionate about talking ball.
Passionate, but no questions today. We didn't get to the questions.
We didn't get to the Dean Julia mailbag?
No, we didn't get to the Dean Julia mailbag. That was simply because I did not tweet out the opportunity.
Okay. Hey.
But we had an appearance from his daughters.
Perfect.
They
love that.
made an appearance.
How they doing?
Totally ticked me off.
Did it really? Bro,
like,
don't let that bother you, man. Don't let that bother you.
We all know this is just not the time. Oh, man,
it was kind of fun.
Well, I'm glad you appreciated it, and that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I mean, how did you have to stop down? Was it like a whole thing?
He turned the mic off and was like...
It's like, Broadus, you take the ball and go make some plays for me for about a minute.
I had to do some vamping there for a little bit.
That is funny.
We were waving at the girls on the camera. It was funny. They were all like gathered around. It was kind of fun.
Was all 3 of them?
Yeah, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them made an appearance today. It was kind of fun. But yeah, check out Love of the Star.
Yeah,
we got that
especially
covered.
for that.
Yeah, we got you covered for that. Let me ask you guys this, and I asked you the question about the running back and the linebacker, which one you would rather position if you had to go get a quality one. Have you guys given up completely on Jadon Blue?
I haven't given up completely on him, no. I mean, I think in a perfect world, you would have found somebody that has a similar skill set this offseason to maybe try and provide some competition for him, because I do think they are missing that explosive rushing attack element, that particular ingredient to their offense. And I think Jaden Blue's really the only guy that they have that fits that bill, if he can just come correct with all the things, knowing the offense and being trusted to be out there. So I'm not giving up on him. They clearly aren't either. But perhaps if they were more settled in some other positions, especially defensively, they would have felt like they could have brought in a guy, but they had so many other needs, like in the draft, and this wasn't a great running back draft class either. So there probably weren't a ton of avenues to go get a guy, and you were so focused on acquiring talent for the defense. And like, hey, we did take a fifth, we drafted this guy with a 5th-round pick. We trust him enough to, give him one more chance to see if he can do something, because he does have a special skill set that guys aren't just getting out of bed with, right? So I'm comfortable with them doing what they're doing here and giving him one more opportunity, because they had to get more defense, man.
Toss.
I'm willing to chalk up anything in your rookie year to, hey, you can learn from this. And by the time you get to year 2, if you're making those same mistakes and the coaches have the same questions about you, then yeah, I'll be totally ready to move on from Jaden Blue. But right now, they have such a big need for playmakers with speed in the backfield that until you have better options, there's not a big win for moving on from Blue. I think he kind of keeps to himself and is quiet. If he was the unprofessional that was loud and disruptive, that'd be one thing. But he's just, he's kind of not there, and it's annoying. But I'll give him a chance to be much better in year 2, because he's got something that nobody else on the team has.
All right, let me ask you a different question then, Wolchuk, because you study this stuff pretty heavily. Would you have taken one of those 4th-round picks, whether it was the tackle or Overton, and drafted a running back?
Yeah, I think you had Emmett Johnson from Nebraska. He was a player in '92. I even was asking about, hey, do you think you go running back here?
Yeah.
They went to his pro day.
And let me ask you this: so, do you think, are we going to look back and say, man, this tackle's not going to play?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, if you have a Drew Shelton that does nothing for you.
Yeah.
If LT Overton just ends up being a guy, and you see, Emmett Johnson or a DeMont Claiborne from Wake Forest was another guy who does have the juice and explosiveness.
Yeah.
They end up having pretty good careers. You might look back on it and be like, dang, that was a missed opportunity there. It was interesting that Joe, when we talked with him, brought up Malik Davis. And I think that I'm even guilty of this. Malik Davis is just a forgotten man.
Yeah.
And he made the most of his opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm not giving up on Jaden Blue, because I think, Eric, you're absolutely right. He's got a skill set that nobody else has on this football team. But them going throughout the draft and so far this offseason, other than just Dominique Richardson, who's an undrafted rookie free agent from Tulsa, spent time with Oklahoma State, not addressing that position,
right.
I think they feel good about Malik Davis and Phil Maffa. And it's like, okay, if Jaden Blue, if you step up and you actually give us something, then awesome. But I think they're looking at their running back room like, if we got to line up, we're going with Williams, Davis, and Maffa. And we feel okay about it.
I just wonder, do you really feel that good about, Blue didn't do anything for you. I know with the Commanders, both teams were trying not to get hurt.
I liked how he looked against the Giants. Yeah, I thought he showed some of that explosiveness. He had a couple of good runs. I do just think the fumbles are a concern. And I don't know that that's something that's ever going to get fixed. That's a problem that has plagued him from Texas. He fumbled again when he got his start, or not a start, but when he got playing time against Denver from Dallas.
Yeah.
He's got to clean that up, because ball security, if you're going to be turning the football over, I can find somebody else to give the ball to.
I just wonder if, like I say, everything he does, like catching the football, the explosiveness that he has, I don't think I give up on him either, though. I think that I try. You talk about with the working on the ball security stuff and all that. I want him to care.
Yeah.
I want him to care. But in the 4th round, if you're telling me that this tackle, listen, they've had terrible luck with these tackles. Draft him in the middle of the round. I would rather. The one thing I feel like they could do is maybe find running backs. You know, if you look at through the kind of their history of
Pollard was a 4th rounder.
Well, go all the way back. You could go like DeMarco Murray, go all the way back. I mean, different regimes have been able to kind of find these running backs, and if you're gonna tell me, well, potentially these tackles, which I haven't had much success, the tackle or Overton, I would have absolutely moved on from one of these to get one of these running backs. Because I think at the end of the day, they're going to look at this and they feel like that maybe they missed out. I don't know that I particularly trust. I don't know if I particularly trust Phil Maffa with our guy Israel Abanikanda.
Yeah.
See now.
Yeah, that's right. They brought him in on a practice squad.
And that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's going to be at the end of it. That's going to be the one that we haven't talked about nearly enough. And that he's going to be the guy all of a sudden in camp, you're going to go, wow, he catches the ball, he runs with toughness, he's got some elusiveness to him. Maybe that's their way. Maybe that we're not talking about him nearly enough in this room. But I'm not going to give up on Blue. I'm not excited about Maffa at all. And I think Malik Davis is who he is.
I think Maffa's pretty good. I think he's going to pleasantly surprise you. I think Maffa's going to end up having a good role on this team. Like if Javonte Williams goes down, I think Maffa might be your guy. I think he's capable of doing that.
I think Davis gave you the most playmaking, right? But is the pass protection going to be a concern there, Davis?
I think it always is. Yeah, I think it always is. It always is. So let's keep.
They love the pass pro stuff.
Yeah, they have to, and I think that's why we look at what they've done. You know, with like you have to know how to do that. You have to be able to step up. Williams is the one guy that has shown he can pass protect, he can catch it.
So when we're looking for like that guy to back up Javonte, wouldn't it be a full skill set dude instead of a specialist type of runner?
I would hope.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking, but they might know more about, with Israel and his situation and all that. But if you want to move on, I'll move on from Davis. I might move on from Maffa. Blue, I worry about that one too. I should, but I think this is a situation going in. It's not the best room. I think they could have done a little bit better there.
Yeah, it's kind of uninspiring, but they believe in their receiver group so much. Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan. We got Ross Tucker coming up next, former offensive lineman, Odyssey NFL insider. We'll talk football with him next to the Nation.
Well, it's always, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy. All right, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. And right off the car, not the kid.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
James scored 27 points, but it wasn't enough as the Lakers dropped Game 1 of the Western Conference semis to Oklahoma City. Austin Reeves shot just 3 for 16 from the field. LeBron James can't do everything himself, and with Luka Doncic's return still unknown, this could be a very short series. Game 2 is Thursday night in Oklahoma City. I'm Adam Abdallah.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's frustrating when people intervene on you, but they have problems of their own. It's like when someone sends you a text, but the text comes from their email address. I hate this. Your name at iCloud, they FaceTime you from their email address? Are you calling on a child's iPad?
Emmy-winning comedian John Mulaney announces his new tour, Mr. Whatever, Choctaw Grand Theater, Friday, November 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. When you think about barcodes, the first thing that hits you is labels. You see them everywhere. Every box, every pallet, every product in the warehouse. So who do you call for the labels and ribbons that actually work? Texas Barcode Systems. Picking the right combo of labels and ribbons can be confusing, but don't sweat it. With over 30 years as the industry leader, these guys are the barcode experts. They've got over 80,000 rolls of labels and ribbons in stock right now, so they got you covered for any application. Reach out. Texas Barcode Systems. TexasBarcode.com. That's TexasBarcode.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk football with a special guest, former NFL offensive lineman, including a stint with the Cowboys, currently a media star. Today he's brought to you by MyFrontPageStory.com, which is a terrific Mother's Day idea. Ross Tucker joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing awesome. Great to talk. I'm so often with those clowns on the morning show. It's nice to be on the afternoon drive for one.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, and thank you for properly identifying those boys there in the morning. So, Ross, it's great to have you, man. We love having you on and talking football with you. Now, what do you think about the Cowboys offseason, free agency, and the draft? Have they made themselves contenders? What do you think of that idea that's out there?
Well, I don't know if you guys have been on social media like I have been at Ross Tucker NFL, but everywhere I look now, Cowboys Super Bowl, Cowboys Super Bowl contenders, Cowboys are legit contenders. Which, by the way, I think the one thing that's interesting about that is I don't really remember people saying that before the draft. So it's almost like, getting Caleb Downs and the way the draft unfolded, it's almost like that helped put people over the hump in terms of how they feel about this Cowboys team. Certainly they made some upgrades, at least they feel like they did, in the secondary. I mean, when you have Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson, and Kobe Durant, they should be significantly better on the back end. We'll see how the D-line shakes out. I'm curious about the D-line. I'm curious to see what Rashawn Gary still has. I thought moving on from Odigizua was interesting, but that's really those are the areas that we'll be watching. I mean, I don't see any reason why the offense shouldn't be very dynamic again. And let's be honest, guys. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine the defense being any worse. The bar was pretty low last year.
Yeah, it's easier to be better than that. What do you think of the impact Caleb Downs is going to make in the NFL?
Well, so I was really surprised he didn't go until 11. I thought I had several people tell me they thought he was the best football player in the draft. Now, there's always a discussion about positional value and how much the safeties make versus like an edge rusher, and we can have that conversation. And there's also, the idea of how much upside does he have, physical ability, right? He's not the Arvell Reese or the Sonny Styles or some of these other guys, but, man, he looks to me like I would not be surprised if he makes the Pro Bowl this year. He has uncommon instincts and football intelligence, and the longer I'm around it and the more coaches I talk to and just the more ball I watch, linebacker and safety, so much of those two positions are just your brain and how you think the game. And this kid for 3 years was way ahead of the game. I mean, I did his game for CBS, Alabama Ole Miss, when he was a true freshman against Jackson Dart and those receivers, and he was already one of the best defensive players they had. The point is the kid is a prodigy. And if you look, if you read any of those books, the guys that are always prodigies, they tend to be prodigies. So I think he's going to come into the NFL and make some major noise right away and help make that entire back end be better. And obviously it helps with the other guys they got back there, but I think he's going to be pretty, I would not be surprised if he's a Pro Bowl player as a rookie.
Ross, it's not an offseason in Cowboy land without some contract discussions. In this offseason, it's George Pickens. Have you been surprised at all by maybe the lack of interest from other teams to want to acquire George Pickens and how this is unfolding with Dallas, him playing on the franchise tag?
No, I'm not surprised. And I'll tell you why. Because George Pickens' reputation precedes him. So if you go back to college and why he wasn't a first-round pick, then you go to Pittsburgh, and, I mean, all you have to do is watch the tape. Forget even the off-the-field, stuff, but just watch the tape and the sort of erratic on-field behavior. And then people know Mike Tomlin's history and what he got out of guys like Santonio Holmes and Plexico Burress and Antonio Brown before, they moved on and maybe had more diva-ish behavior at their next stops. For Mike Tomlin to move on from Pickens, that speaks volumes. And so I think there's a bunch of teams that would have been interested in him, but I think they would have wanted to date him for a year and not marry him for a long-term deal with big money. So why are they going to offer a bigger contract than the Cowboys would and trade draft picks, trade assets to give him that type of contract? Because to be honest with you, if he's had the erratic behavior when he's been making relative peanuts compared to NFL star receivers, what's the behavior going to be like if you give him $40 million a year and he basically has carte blanche to do whatever he wants? So I'm not surprised by that. I was surprised that the Cowboys came out and verbalized that they weren't going to negotiate with him and that they wanted a one-year deal, because I thought that could kind of blow up in their face. He could just stay away until the Friday before the first game. And I thought it might have made more sense to at least play the game, at least act like you're trying to get him signed to a long-term deal, go up to the deadline, say, oh, we tried, we got close, maybe after the season. I think it's an interesting tactic they took, and I thought there was a chance that it was precipitating a trade, but it certainly doesn't seem like that's the case.
Ross Tucker with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So looking at this NFC East division right now, I know you follow the Eagles very closely. Like, who are you buying in this division right now? Do you think the Cowboys have a legitimate chance to win the division?
No question they have a legitimate chance to win the division. I do feel like the Cowboys, Giants, and Commanders will all have better records this year than they did last year. The question is how much better. You know, I mean, I can see a scenario where they all win a couple games more. You know, the Giants have an upgrade at coaching and roster, and now their quarterback's in his second year. The Commanders are going to get their quarterback back, who never looked right last year. And the Cowboys should be more improved on defense for a lot of different reasons. I don't really expect the Eagles to take a step back. However, they're implementing a totally new offense. And it feels like, you know, that could either go real well or it could conceivably go really poorly. Their talent is such that it's hard to imagine them dropping off too much. But I do think it's going to be an absolute battle between the Cowboys and the Eagles till the end, unless this new offense in Philly just really clicks.
Ross, we need a home run here for Mother's Day. We want to be winners. We want to be that prodigal son, if you will. And I believe myfrontpagestory.com can help us out, right?
By far the best Mother's Day gift I've heard of. A buddy of mine started the company, so I'm helping him out, spread the word. Listen, I know a lot of guys don't even think about Mother's Day till May. Well, guess what? It's May 6th and Mother's Day is Sunday. Moms are everybody's number one draft pick. I would take my mom over Caleb Downs any day of the week. I don't care how good he is. My mom is better. My wife is better. So go to myfrontpagestory.com. You literally can either talk to a writer for 10 minutes or you can fill out a quick email. They write this incredible story. It's a professional writer. Get pictures from you. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. Dallas Morning News, framed, beautiful. And honestly, guys, the key is when you give it to them and they're opening it and they don't know what the heck it is, to be able to say, we want to do something special for you, so we had a story written about you, like that just sounds amazing. They cry almost every time. I know you guys are into next-gen stats. It's like a 90% cry rate for moms on Mother's Day. Happy tears. MyFrontPageStory.com. She will cry. Happy tears. You will win. MyFrontPageStory.com. Would not steer you guys wrong. Listen, it's Dallas, okay? It's food, family, football. Let's make sure we're taking care of family with mom or your wife. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Amen.
You're the man, Ross. Have a great Mother's Day weekend yourself. Enjoy the offseason. We'll catch up with you soon.
Sounds great. See you, boys.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider. You hear him quite a bit with the Sean and RJ guys, but he wanted to make sure he got maximum exposure for his buddy's Mother's
badass.
Day thing here,
job,
so he specifically requested the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like some baseball talk? We got Jared Sandler set to join you as Rangers Yankees coming up. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch 6:05. Evaldi on the hill. As the Rangers, for the first time this year, are now 3 games below 500. We also have an eye on the Mavs HQ. Will we get news out of there with Ujiri meeting with Jason Kidd today? We're coming back with Sands here in the Nation.
It is May, and I don't know if you were aware, but May is Military Appreciation Month. And did you also know that Trajan Wealth is a veteran-led company? And just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth's family office is committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. So bring your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof today. Call Trajan Wealth. That's what I did. That's what Eric did. Number to call for an absolutely free consultation. That's right. It's free. 1-855-TRAJAN-WEALTH-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. They're in Frisco. That's where I go. Say hello to Steve Shelby over there. He's my guy. But they're also in Arlington. They're in Southlake. They're in Fort Worth. And they're in McKinney, Eric.
That's right. And Southlake's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth getting me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is family-owned, as Wolchuk mentioned, veteran-led, brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be next Friday, Roberto?
We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. And Sean, our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you next Friday morning in Rockwall with Peyton Russell for our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit cordellcordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life. Your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Out here on the job site, you need equipment that shows up and gets it done. That's how we do it at ASCO Equipment with Case Construction. Right now, you can get into a Case skid steer, compact track loader, or mini excavator for 0% financing for up to 72 months, and a $1,000 attachment credit, and first-year physical damage insurance, and a $750 Productivity Plus credit after your Case check-in visit. That's more muscle, more value, and more reasons to put Case Construction equipment on your job site. Stop by your local ASCO or visit ASCOEQ.com to get yours today.
Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service. You're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's T Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's talk with Jared Sandler here. Get you some updates as the pregame's coming up at 5:30 in the Bronx. Rangers trying to snap a little bit of a loser here. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. He is at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Jared, how the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are you all?
We're doing good. Just hoping the weather's going to cooperate tonight. How we doing?
Yeah, I think it's like most weather situations. It's kind of a little bit of an overreaction. I mean, it might rain at some point tonight, but I don't foresee anything getting in the way of us starting on time.
Yeah. Speaking of starting, you reckon Eovaldi should be dominant again tonight against these Yankees?
I hope so. I mean, the Yankees are just on a heater right now, but. I'm hoping that, he can build off of what he did last time. He was great against them. It's not easy when you face a team, in consecutive starts, especially a good veteran group like this Yankees club. But, I feel really good with, Evo on the mound tonight. Felt really good with Jacob last night. And obviously it didn't work out, but that's why you built the rotation you have to, have these guys, give their best shot. And, the thing with Evo is, you can scout like 5 starts back of his, and he might not do the same thing in any of those 5 starts in terms of the pitch mix and the way he attacks guys. So, he was pretty unique in the way he went after the Yankees in terms of the way he deployed his curveball last start, and we'll see, how he does it this start.
Opposite Will Warren tonight is Nathaniel. Now, between Warren, Weathers, Schlittler, all having ERAs like right at 3 or under, Sands, are these guys all as good as they've been so far this season?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Ryan Weathers, the Yankees have done a great job of unlocking some things and getting him to play up. Over the course of his career, he hasn't been really, I don't want to say anywhere close to this guy because the last couple of years he has been a lot better, but he's dealt with some injuries, and so but so far it's best year of his career. With Cam Schlittler, yes. I mean, we haven't seen anything else, since he came into the big leagues. He's just pretty much been dominant from the start. And, with Will Warren, last year was his first full season. He made, every single start, every 5 days. And he competed. It wasn't great, but he showed some of the signs that gave you, hope if you're a Yankees fan or someone tied to the Yankees that he was going to take a step forward. Things like, the ability to strike out more than a batter per inning. And his walk rate really wasn't that bad. But the big thing for him this year, he's cut his walk rate in half, and his strikeout numbers have jumped up. But, yeah, he's a really good pitcher. I mean, this Yankees team is loaded. They don't have Garrett Cole. They don't have Carlos Rodon, and they still have an outstanding rotation. They've gotten off to great starts before, so, we'll see how they run the marathon. But right now, they definitely look like, the best team in the American League.
Yeah, they certainly do. And last night you had an opportunity. They didn't struggle to get anybody on base. It was just struggling to bring runners home. They're shifting the lineup again tonight. Nimmo's back. Duran, who kills the Yankees, has moved up in the order. What has stood out to you about maybe tonight's lineup and in the conversation about, guys, you're doing one part of the equation. Can we just get more runners across home plate?
Yeah, Zach, your lips to God's ears or whatever that idiom is. You guys know I suck at idioms. But, Zeke's batting second. Brandon Nimmo's back in there. Andrew McCutcheon's back in there, even though it's a righty. And Kutch had a couple hits yesterday. The thing, guys, yesterday, they ended up with 10 hits. And, they walked a few times too, right? Mm-hmm. But one big difference, the Yankees hit the ball over the wall a few times. The Rangers didn't. The Rangers have only had one game since April 15th in which they've had multiple home runs. And in that game, one of those home runs was an inside the Parker. So they haven't had a game with 2 balls going over the fence in fair territory since April 15th. And, that big hit, I say this to you guys all the time. I know that people kind of roll their eyes at the home run and whatever. You can't always swing at the fences, and I get it. We're not talking about approach, but we're talking about results. And teams that slug tend to do pretty well. And the Yankees yesterday, 3 doubles, and I want to say, was it 3 home runs, right? Because Goldschmidt, McMahon, and then Chisholm. The Rangers had a double and a triple in the 9th inning when they were already down 7-3. So, the Rangers need to figure out, how they can tap into that slug because, 10 hits and, 5 walks, right? That's 15 base runners. And then I don't remember if someone got hit by a pitch. I don't think they did. That's 15 base runners in 9 innings. That's pretty good. But that only resulted in 4 runs. And, the slug or lack thereof is a big part of it.
I think Jansen got hit with the pitch.
Okay, so then one guy got hit by a pitch, so that's 16 base runners in 9 innings that results in 4 runs. And that has been happening too consistently.
Jared Sandler here with you as we are 1 hour and about 45 seconds from the pregame show.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Broadus. Yeah. If I remember, Alejandro Osuna got hit by a pitch too. So that's 16 base runners and 17 base runners in 9 innings, right? So getting on base yesterday wasn't an issue, but it's tough when you're hitting a lot of singles to score a lot of runs. And so, sorry, just to close the loop on that, 2 guys get hit by pitch.
I was going to open this loop. Where did we get the phrase Motor City Kitties?
When I lived in Michigan, some people would refer to the Tigers as the Motor City Kitties. Like every once in a while, like I think there might have been one of those blogs like Motor City Kitties or whatever. I never really loved saying it, but now that I'm not having to hear it all the time, I don't mind using it every once in a while just to change it up. But yeah, that was something that I picked up when I lived in Michigan about 15 years ago.
I was impressed you used it. I thought you used it very well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
How about Jock Peterson? We need to see him use a bat very well here. Is he going to enter a point where his job is on the line, you think?
Well, it's tough, Gavin. I mean, he's been, over the last month, he's been probably the 3rd best hitter on the team. So, the problem right now with Jock is not getting hits or getting on base. It's slugging. And I hate to go back to that, but, Jock especially is a guy that they signed to, be a productive hitter, but a productive middle-of-the-order type hitter. And so that means, more than 1 home run, right? I think that's, they need to see him start to hit the ball over the fence. Now, again, they're not going well enough to say, Jock, hey, you're out of the lineup, because Jock over the last month is hitting .250. He's getting on base, 35% of the time. And that's pretty good for this group, but they need to see the slug. So in a perfect world, things are going really well, and you can look at Jock and say, hey, we need more out of you. We're going to give this guy a shot. But, this guy who you're giving a shot has been filling in for other players who have been struggling more than Jock, right? And again, Jock is actually kind of a perfect picture of, what we're talking about in yesterday's game. Not that Jock didn't have a great game yesterday, but in general, he's been getting on base, but it's singles and walks, and they need more slug from various people in this lineup.
Ezekiel Duran doesn't seem like he wants to give back that 2-bagger job. I mean, has he been the biggest pleasant surprise this season, you think?
Yeah, I think so, Eric. I'd say just getting to watch Brandon Nimmo every day. It's one thing when you see numbers. It's another thing when you watch the production. But in terms of outperforming expectations, we were talking with Duran, maybe not even making the team out of camp, right? Because he just hasn't done it the last couple of years. So I think so, and it's not just the 301 average is great, and he's got an OPS over 800, but his walk rate is league average right now. Around there, maybe a little bit below that. That's not something we've ever seen from him, right? So the willingness and ability to lay off bad pitches, I think, is has helped him big time, and he definitely has been a pleasant surprise for sure.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan. Langford's arm, his forearm, what do you think here? Is he going to really miss the entire month?
Gosh, yeah, I saw that. He didn't get a chance to talk to him today. I don't know. I know he's been here. I don't know if he's not here presently. But yeah, I mean that's a tough loss, right? Because the hope, the thought is that he is going to be an anchor in this lineup, and that just means and obviously Corey Seager, we know what he's capable of doing, but it's just a little more pressure on Corey to be an aircraft carrier by himself. And unfortunately, Corey's had a tough time here in the last few weeks, but that just they need someone to step up. And again, it's not just getting base hits. You need guys that can do damage. And, the thought and hope is that Wyatt Langford can be one of those guys. But, yeah, I guess, it might be a few weeks until we get to see that again.
Jared, we're getting some questions from the 805, ask about the hitting coach. Is that a problem? I mean, is that a topic? They changed the hitting coach last year. I mean, I don't know. At some point, it's kind of, you go back to a Cowboys correlation. Is it the defensive coordinator or is it the players? I mean, is it all the above here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really tough. It's always really tough. In football, you know what plays are being called, right? So when someone's a dip ass and just running crappy plays and, situations are being predictable, it's easy to look at the coaching. It's a little bit tougher in baseball, right? We talk about it all the time. It's not like Justin Veely's up there saying, hey, guys, don't slug. Or, hey, guys, I want you to swing at the elevated fastball that's a foot above the zone, right? I think you got to look at the players. I'm not saying Justin Veely's perfect, but I just don't know. It's not like, I think it would be easier to assess this if you had an alternate reality and Justin Veely was the hitting coach for the Yankees and the Rangers, right? To see, how that production, shifted or was impacted. I get it. And at the end of the day, the players get paid more than, the hitting coach. And so it's a lot easier to make that change. But I don't, the sense I get in talking to people, and I guess I'd say this, I'm around people in Broadus. You know this. You've been in the walls, Zach, Eric, Gavin. You guys have, from a different lens than Broadus has, been inside the building. And that there are people who will tell you stuff, right? There are people that will say, when a guy's maybe not doing a good job from a coaching standpoint. And you got to believe that, those conversations have happened or those questions have been asked given the offensive performance. And, people have been racing to say, no, hey, this is not on Justin Veely, not on Alex Centrone. We got to be better or they got to be better. And all I can do, because I'm not in the meetings, all I can do is trust when I'm getting overwhelming response like that, maybe it's really more about the Jimmies and Joes and the Jimmies and Joes need to start playing guys who, are more befitting of maybe their track record or, maybe taking that next step if they're a younger guy who's on the come.
Appreciate you, Sands. Have fun out there in the Bronx tonight, and we'll talk about maybe a back-to-back Ranger win situation tomorrow afternoon after the day game.
Fellas, would love that. See you guys.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Looking pretty good here for the pregame coming up at 5:30 with Evaldi on the hill. It's an exciting night. Rangers 3 games below 500. I sense a wane in confidence and optimism in this team, and I understand it. I'm right there with you. So we'll hold our breath, and hopefully they can get some hits with the guys on base tonight. And, slugging as well. It's a problem. Jock's done a nice job getting on, but he's got 2 hits in the last 8 games. Okay, what does Dak need to do to be a champion? We'll hit that. We got football's finest coming up at the top of the hour, and we're back here on The Fan.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. Told you can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. And last week's storms, especially on the east side of Dallas, that was not your typical hailstorm. Okay, we're talking tennis ball to baseball size hail, and that kind of impact doesn't just ding a roof. It compromises your entire home. Roofing, gutters, windows, siding, everything. And here's the mistake people make after a storm like that. They let the first guy who knocks on their door take control of the situation. Please don't do that. All right, damage at this level requires real experience. Someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. And that's why I tell people to call Greystone Roofing. You can reach them at 469-202-7205. The Vining name has been trusted in construction across North Texas for decades, and Greystone was built on that foundation. They know how to assess the damage properly, deal with the insurance the right way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and it'll make life very convenient for you throughout the process as they handle a project of this size from start to finish. So if your home was hit, this is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse, or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we're only supposed to be on from 10 to 11 a.m., but forget that. We're taking over the last hour of Sean and RJ as well. So really, tune in 9 to 11 a.m. Leading you into Rangers Yankees right here on the Fan.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood on Sports. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday night in the pro basketball playoffs, San Antonio, a 9.5-point home favorite against Minnesota, total 215.5. Now, I don't know if Minnesota will win outright like it did in game one, but this point spread is way too big with how hard Minnesota plays. I think Minnesota keeps the game close, and Minnesota covers the big number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,044 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000.
You finally decided to take that long overdue family vacation or business trip. You apply for a passport, and then you find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores.
If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
The law offices of Namath and Flores will help you get your life back. We have been right here in North Texas for over 25 years helping taxpayers resolve their IRS issues. We focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today. Texas tax attorneys at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829. Or go to myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
This segment of the Fed is brought to you by Best Buy Windows.
You hear it once, and now it's stuck in your head. But that's not a bad thing, because we are a home of 10 windows for just $59.50. Call us at 469-WINDOWS or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation here, and our talent evaluation continues even after the draft, because thanks to East Dallas Diesel, we're giving some insight on some amazing dogs that need to find forever homes from Dallas Animal Shelter. Tell us about Oliver, Brian.
I'll tell you what, Zach, this guy is a handsome, distinguished gentleman. You'll get a lot of compliments with Oliver by your side. Calm, easygoing, great on a leash. This is a high pick in my book, Zach.
Oliver is available for adoption right now at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here, 105 through the Fan. We're 45 minutes now from Rangers pregame show as they take on the Yankees tonight. Stephen Jones breaks down what Dak Prescott needs to do to become a championship quarterback. That's the headline in the morning news. I think it was a classic missed question by Stephen Jones. To honestly answer that question, there's nothing. You kidding me? We just saw Sam Darnold dominate his way to a Super Bowl. They used to say the same things about Matt Stafford, Super Bowl champion. We've seen Nick Foles do it. Like, I wish Stephen Jones would just step up to the mic or the phone and answer questions like he's got to do nothing. He's good enough. We just got to play better around him.
We need a better team. Just make it like all those guys you just listed. Darnold, Foles, Stafford. What did they all do? They left the team that drafted him.
He just needs to leave Dallas.
Once he finds greener pastures somewhere else, he's going to have a damn good chance. Until then, we're hoping for the playoffs.
He kind of started out the
MVP
answer
runner-up.
You're on it. You're on it. I love it. I mean, that's the perfect meme. You know, what does Dak have to do?
just leave the Cowboys uniform, bro.
Get traded. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it hurts and it's hilarious and painful at the same time. But, you know, oftentimes Steven's trying to vamp or talk in circles till he finds the right answer. And he did talk about leadership, and he talked about Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark and Caleb Downs and having defensive leadership on that side of the ball. But he said all he's missing from an amazing resume is the championship, and no one wants to win more than he does. But I mean, Dak's convinced everybody, right? He's good enough to win a Super Bowl. There's nobody out there on the text that would actually say that if Dak got there, he would just fail, even if he had a team as good as what Darnold just had.
I mean, I do think there is probably a section of Cowboys fans that just think that he is the biggest problem. And he has been a part of the problem in a lot of playoff games. So it's not like you can totally wipe it clean for him.
Yeah, what you could do, though, for him to get to a Super Bowl, he probably would have had to play well in games prior.
Right.
So you would feel better about, some of the, once you went through the playoffs and say he had to win 3 games to get there, then now you're in a situation where you're like going, okay, well, he played well to get us here. Mm-hmm. And he's kind of got that. He's got that look about him right now. This could be his year to get it done. But yeah, until then, you would the first thing you would say is he hasn't played well enough in playoff games. That's the first thing you'd say. But
2-5 playoff record. It's the same as Tony's right now, isn't it?
It's one loss more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Romo was 2-4.
The big win against Tampa, then the win against Detroit that had some controversy attached to
Seattle.
it? Seattle.
Yeah. He was great in the fourth quarter of that game, and he was great against Tampa. And, I mean, that comes with the caveat of, how good was that Bucs team? They had a losing record going in. I mean, I remember the week leading up to it. We were all
Brady's
still nervous.
last game, right?
It was. But, yeah, I mean, I think there's just a couple of games that stand out for him. I always go back to that 22 loss against the Niners, where it's you did have the defense that was good enough.
Yeah.
They played great, and unfortunately, you didn't hold up.
The biggest question would be...
That's his worst playoff game, for sure.
Yeah, that was the one that, I look at and say, Dak, you just weren't good enough to win this one.
But I think great quarterbacks have bad games. Great quarterbacks have bad games in the playoffs.
Yeah, but you say in win or go home games. In win or go home games, his record's not good enough. That's what I think people would say. Listen, has that Green Bay game that they played where Dan Quinn was interviewing for the Commander's job, and they went out there and the defense was god awful, lining up every day. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were. That was as bad as it gets right there. The offense wasn't great, but I mean, we've seen him go toe to toe with Aaron Rodgers before.
Yeah,
and get let down that way. But I think the whole thing is, he is in games where it's win or go home. He's gone home more often than one, and I think that's what people. But I would say if he was to get to a Super Bowl, he would have probably had to play well for them to do that, and maybe in playoff games that could change the narrative for him a little bit.
Elsewhere here in our fair world of sport, Adoree Jackson writes, Dan Rogers, blogging the boys, was the weakest link of the Eagles starters last year, but even still, he had more pass breakups than the Cowboys' top two corners, and he has valuable experience working with Christian Parker. I thought that one was rich today, thanks to Danny Phantom out there. There's more Rossini and Vrabel news?
Yeah, this one just keeps getting more and more legs to it. Is during Diana Rossini's pregnancy, there's documents that Rossini and Vrabel booked a boat in Putnam County, Tennessee, back in 2021, according to a source with direct knowledge.
We call that a pleasure cruise.
Yes, the pleasure cruise.
Love boat.
The Titans head coach and the journalists were the only people on board for their 2 to 3 hour rental. The timing of that outing might raise a few eyebrows because Rossini was pregnant at the time with her first child. Documents that were obtained by TMZ Sports show both signed the company waiver before heading out on a lake, and the source says there was no visible PDA before they departed. Vrabel and Rossini also appeared cautious about photos being taken. She declined to pose with the staff. Vrabel then agreed to take one single picture with the staff, and then later that summer is when Diana gave birth to her first child, which she also named Michael.
I wonder if Vrabel checked that background. Make sure there's no purses, hair ties, barrettes, lipstick in the background. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's a good idea.
They be checking. Whose shoes are those in that corner?
Yeah.
That is the staff. They always wear high heels, baby.
Looking for shadows.
But they printed their names on this document, so it's just very, very simply Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini. They weren't even using fake names. No. They were not buttoned up in any way, but they were clearly in love with each other.
They were big fans of each other.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
They wanted to hang out. They didn't just want to have the moments behind closed doors. They wanted to go on dates.
They wanted to have a life.
They wanted to share each other's company.
Yeah.
It wasn't just to meet up in a hotel.
I'm glad they found each other. They're in love. Too bad they're married, but they're in love.
Yeah.
That's love, bro.
The heartbreak that they're going through right now is partially because they lost the loves of their lives.
Terrible.
Do you think this will end with them being together?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
Wow. Does that make it any different?
No.
I mean, it doesn't for their significant others, but if for her, if she's legit in love with Vrabel and this is an isolated incident of just her and Mike.
Both parties are going to leave, right?
I imagine she's been trying to talk him into that for years.
Yeah.
Right, because we're looking at her and her job.
Classic situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is this what she does to get information? But if this is just an I'm in love with Mike Vrabel, and this is just a one of one, all the other reporting she's done is fair game.
It makes it slightly less pathetic, but it's still very pathetic, that you would risk your family like this.
I think he's going to feel sorry for her and what happened to her that he's going to get a divorce. He's going to say, I can't. I think maybe that her husband and his wife will probably say, we're not doing this. We're not going to. It's no. You guys
see. I think Vrabel's been with his wife for so long, and there's been rumors about this that have been out there.
Yeah.
I think they might have had one of those kind of arrangements.
She likes the check coming every Tuesday.
I heard this might not be her first rodeo, and she kind of understands that's kind of what my husband's into, And apparently, as you remember from the clip of him talking about being willing to cut off half his schwanz, he wasn't using it anyway. So maybe there's not a lot of intimacy going on at home. That's accurate, isn't it?
True.
That's journalism.
He did say that.
He did say that with his wife that he wouldn't need it.
That's why I think they're gonna end up together.
I think they had like a marriage of convenience. Staying together a long time. I don't think she wants out
unless you find out
with the
that
money.
If old baby Michael is Michael Vrabel Jr.
Oh man,
that's going to nuke everything.
Yeah, because the husband, there's a report out, could be fake news, that he's considering a paternity test here. With all of that, which if I were him and I'm seeing the same stuff online, it's like I think we need to here.
Yeah,
They're hanging out on a boat. She's pregnant. You go back, you see the dates of them hanging out in Tennessee. 9 months later, baby born.
I think
you have to.
They were legit boyfriend and girlfriend, dude.
Yeah.
That's love, bro.
Yeah.
That's love.
Yeah.
Holding hands like that?
Yeah.
After all these years together? Creeping? That's love.
4th and 8.
Let that thing rip.
Yeah. Get out the way. Let them people fall in love.
Get Brian Anger on the field.
I am. Like, I turn to the coach and go, punt team. Punt this thing.
Yep. Watch this hang time.
Let it go, bro. Let it go.
Punt it.
We got 3 hours down, just 30 minutes to go. Round the bases coming up at 5:20. We'll get you some Rangers keys to victory. But Football Finest is next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
The praise continues to roll in for our guy Caleb Downs, and Mendoza gets dunked on a little bit. That's next trend in the nation. Batolos, you're losing your hair. Let's go ahead and talk about it. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. Okay, it is very simple, one-day treatment. It offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it begins to grow. Now, Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next to the team that I personally recommend, and you are absolutely going to love them. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
James Harden took ownership for the Cavs' Game 1 loss against the Detroit Pistons last night. Despite Harden's 22-point night, it was his 7 turnovers that Harden blamed for Cleveland's 111-101 loss. The Pistons scored 31 points off the Cavs' turnovers in last night's game. Cade Cunningham led the Pistons with 23 points and 7 assists. Game 2 is Thursday night in Detroit. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tolos, it's time to take advantage of CertaPro Painter's spring sales event before May 15th. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. So whether inside or out, protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Their free estimates are detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Mark your calendar. Alex Bregman and the Chicago Cubs make their biannual trip to Arlington May 8th through the 10th for a weekend series against Brandon Nimmo and the Rangers. The fun weekend will feature our Friday Night Red, a Jack Leiter City Connect bobblehead, and Mother's Day. The perfect time to treat mom to a diamond. Make your plans now. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home? North Texas summer, it's just brutal.
Your house is out there taking hits all day.
Meanwhile, you're inside cranking the AC.
So we brought in Jason from Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating that won't chip, crack, peel, or fade, backed by our 25-year transferable warranty.
Rhino Shield's thick, ceramic-based formula reflects sunlight and retains indoor temperatures, reducing HVAC energy.
So your AC isn't working like it's double overtime.
Plus, you can finance Rhino Shield.
No huge upfront hit like paint.
Call Rhino Shield today or visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That's right. It's hour 4 of the nation. And Rangers baseball's coming up in 30 minutes. They're going to visit the Yankees again tonight. First pitch, 6:05 with Evaldi on the hill. It's going to be tremendous. We'll get you more baseball content coming up around the bases in about 15 minutes or so. Here's the Chief with some finest. Yes, sir. Lots to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
We are on day 13 of Kobe Durant Drop That Deuce campaign, okay? And we've actually got an army of individuals for this, which has been very, very exciting. We're trying to put the pressure on to make sure that Durant punts on 2 and gives that thing to Caleb Downs, who is unfortunately listed as number 13 right now, inexplicably, okay? This is a problem, and we're on a mission to fix it, and that's going to be the plan. Now, we have some sound here of another guy that I believe you guys loved last year, and at least for the first half of the season, really lit it up. Former Buckeye.
Emeka
Egbuka.
My man.
That's right. Receiver now for the Bucks. Knows Caleb Downs very, very well. He was on with Kay Adams, and she asked him this question about which rookie Buckeye, there's plenty of them, which rookie Buckeye is in the best position to succeed.
Which Buckeye of this incoming class do you feel like is in like the best situation?
I think Caleb going to the Cowboys, I think that was a really good pick.
Who do you play this year at Dallas, my friend?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's going to be fun. I'm excited to see him on the field. He's kind of like, we've been compared a lot. He's kind of like, especially when he was at Ohio State, they call him like, the Emeka of defense. So just when it comes to in terms of his determination, his preparation, the way he approaches the game, his savviness, all that type of stuff. So, I think he's going to have a tremendous career.
How about that?
Yeah, he knows ball.
He does know ball pretty well. He's another one of those guys that everybody knew was pretty dang mature.
Dang it, Lucius, come on.
Football IQ and maturity, preparation, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it'll be Ibuka versus Downs at AT&T Stadium this year.
I should have asked this question in Krusty's Corner. But we always
were chasing squirrels about a Thursday night football game from 2023. You had a lot on your plate.
Going on right now.
A lot on your plate, man. Can't believe Seahawks are up by 8 right now.
We always talk about Jerry and the Cowboys are into selling jerseys. Why haven't they stepped in on this one? They could sell millions of dollars of jerseys here, right?
You're going to double dip.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's probably a win regardless.
Yeah, they're like, everybody will buy up the 13s or the 18s, and then in a year or two or whatever, when he inevitably switches to number 2.
Do you give people the opportunity to trade in their 13 for a 2?
Fun. If you're kind. Yeah. I don't know how kind they want to be.
No, I don't
the
think
almighty
that's
dollar.
So?
It's the almighty dollar.
I would figure they would stepped in and said, listen, if we are about selling jerseys, let's step in right now and say we're making a switch here.
Yeah,
go ahead and get that going. They will sell millions of dollars in 2 jerseys if they step in, right?
Well, they'll sell a bunch probably in 13s and then sell a bunch more in 2s, right? So that's the thing. You're getting.
I think you got to give people
one player.
I think you have to give people the opportunity to, if they buy a 13, that they can change that in for a 2.
That'd be a good buyback program.
That'd be great.
Give you value at least give me 50%. Although it'd be pretty cool, I think, to have both. That'd be the ultimate flex as a fan. To have that 13.
I had the OG one.
Make sure everybody knows you were a day one guy.
Oh, we are for sure. That's why if I were a fan, I would hold out. He's going to get 2 at some point. Just wait till he gets the 2. Or get a custom 2, because that's going to end up being his jersey.
I think the custom 2 is the move right now.
Just rock
Why don't you just go ahead and get the 2? Why don't you just go ahead and have the 2 made?
There you go.
Yeah.
Just put the 2 and
like a custom 2?
Like
that's what that is.
The number 2.
Yeah, you get the number 2
and put Downs on the back.
Right?
Yeah. Just yes.
214 says we should start a GoFundMe for him for the Drop the Deuce campaign. Because he clearly doesn't want to foot the bill himself.
Don't wait for the Cowboys to print them up. You just go do it yourself.
Yeah, make a statement.
Stuff.
Absolutely.
You walk in AT&T Stadium and everybody knows Downs is wearing 13
That's
on
like
Sunday,
the guy
but you're
that
like, no.
That's
this
like
is what
the
it should
Yankee
be.
dude that had the Babe Ruth
jersey.
number 3 with Ruth on the back. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Pull up in some Marty McFly sneakers, say you came from the future. What do you think?
Yeah, dude.
Your DeLorean.
that would be a huge win. Okay, so we got some anonymous individuals that are high ranking in college football and in the NFL talking about the draft.
I was one of these guys.
That's true, man.
I was.
You had your time.
No, I was. I was an anonymous guy.
You were one of, were you? Did you pose as an ACC coach who had this to say about Fernando Mendoza?
Yes,
quote,
I did. Yes.
He's a good decision maker.
Yes.
But I don't think he's got the NFL traits. They're all back shoulder throws. That's not working in the NFL.
Right.
His receivers made plays to make him look better than he is. In the NFL, those throws are getting picked off.
I was ACC Wake Forest coach then.
Demon Deacon?
I was a Demon Deacon coach. Next one, go ahead.
Is the back shoulder like a... Is that like that wins in college football, doesn't win in the NFL? Is that?
I would say it wins in the NFL.
I think it wins in the NFL.
I said it just out of spite is what I did.
I like what you're doing with this.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing with this.
Mendoza might be the most hated on number 1 pick quarterback of all time.
He's a nice
guy.
Like
the doubting of him
just a nice guy.
Is deafening.
Yeah.
Well, last year was like nobody talked about Cam Ward. Now you've got a lot of doubters on Fernando Mendoza. So it's like back-to-back years we kind of got number 1 overall picks that people aren't overly excited about or believing in.
Hey, I do want to give you guys some news if you're not familiar with this. I think Lucius and Broadus are going to be pretty pumped about this.
Look at Ted Turner in a Braves uniform. He was managing. The owner.
Who passed away today.
Yeah. Sorry, I squirreled that one on you. Go ahead.
They said his funeral is going to be tomorrow, 7:05 on TBS. 7:05.
7:05. Start time.
Pre-game 6:30.
The lead up to
it. He was like a pop culture figure there for a long time. A lot of my childhood. Married to Jane Fonda.
Yeah, she was kind of crazy.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there for a while.
Man, on the Fonda Waters, man. That's
monster-in-law.
Did you guys see our fisherman, Randy Moss?
What do you do now?
Launching a YouTube bass fishing series.
Come on, bro.
See,
with Travis Hunter?
He's built for anything like that.
I need to get him on a podcast.
Just
doing
mic
this.
him up and have him throwing whopper ploppers. It's gold. Million views.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
It is. And it's called Chasing 10. So
a 10-pound bass?
Yeah, it will chronicle him.
So he has never caught one.
His
He's
quest.
He's never caught a bass more than 10 pounds.
Right.
Okay, I see what he's doing.
Which is quite a benchmark, right? If you have a 10-pound bass on your resume.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You're a professional angler.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah.
And he's going to have guests like Chris Carter, Dante Culpepper. You know, he's going to have some different guests that are out there on the boat with him, and I guess they're going to be fishing it up and doing his thing. So I feel like that's going to be an immediate sub for you and for Lucius when it comes to the Twitter.
That is going to be like miking these guys up. He stands in the front of the boat working the trolling motor. You're in the back casting. Like, yeah, that'd be awesome.
I need to hear that West Virginia accent.
Yeah. I'm sure he's going
to lay it on thick.
Bass Pro Shop going to be all over this. All that, yeah. This be good.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun, and he's going to be headlining the
is he going to go around the country
tournament in Nashville, some kind of Nashville tournament that he's going to be a part of. But yeah, I don't know exactly where if he's going. Yeah, like you said, across. I don't know.
He's forming a fishing league, or is he just doing podcasting work?
So he's headlining a fishing tournament in Nashville.
Okay, so it's a tournament. It's probably a 3-day tournament.
Yeah, and part of that rollout is they announced that he's also launching his own YouTube for bass fishing, where he's on the quest to get that 10-pounder. He's going to have a bunch of guests.
Yeah, this would be great.
That'll probably be must-watch YouTube television for you. So salute to Randy.
Right on, dude. Thank you so much. Now, a question for you, Wolchuk. Follow up on this Jersey storyline. Would you be satisfied if he followed in the footsteps of Woody and rocked 28?
I think that'd be awesome.
Wouldn't that be fun?
That'd be really, really cool.
But Malik.
No, Savone Rebel is taking 28 now.
Oh, he did. I thought it was
Rebel
Hooker.
went back to 28. Well, Hooker switched to 24, so they're both wearing their old college jerseys. Rebel wore 28 at East Carolina. Hooker's wearing 24 that he wore at Ohio State. So I do like that, kind of like the 88 Club. We make the 28 Club.
Yeah, the 28 Club would be cool.
I liked that idea, too, and then I went and kind of was like, okay, what's happening with 28? And Rebel's on it now.
And obviously you're not willing to give up 22. Nobody's taking 22 or 12. Got to know G's from Brian on that one.
Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, that's a
hands off.
Yeah, those numbers are not getting given out. 74's in there.
But they're not retired.
Well, but they don't. There's certain jerseys they don't. Yeah, there's
no ambiguity in there.
Yeah, there's certain jerseys they lock
22, 12. I don't really let people touch.
Durant just needs to drop the deuce, man. That's really what this is all about. We're on day 13 of the campaign.
A charity thing going.
You are just
drop the deuce.
Yeah, why don't you start the petition? Drop the deuce.
Drop the deuce.
Come up with T-shirts, bumper stickers. You can do it.
That'd be a fun summer
I'll help you.
play.
Whatever you want me to do, I'll help you.
We can start selling them on Crown.
Yeah, why not?
Let's go.
Drop the deuce. I like what you're doing over there, sir.
Drop the deuce, Kobe.
Yeah.
I'm here for it, dude.
This is kind of like
Durant.
This is like a Joe DiMaggio streak going on right now with you.
We got to run. We'll get
that?
you some bases,
You
some
know.
keys to victory.
I don't have any streak marks.
Maybe some John Sterling Hall of Fame calls and more coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But first, also, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction, the #1 local family-owned roofing company here in North Texas. And we approach storm season. All right, we've been getting hammered with hail all over the place, and you got to be careful careful of the storm chasers. All right, you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you go with my guys at Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis finding fantastic people. You are going to love them. They've been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is extremely unique, and it's going to make life very convenient for you throughout the entire process, and they will handle it from start to finish. They'll always bring you the honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Hi, everybody. This is Brad Sham for John D'Angelo Real Estate Investment. If you're really needing to sell your house now and move on with your life, call John D'Angelo today and set up an appointment. The number is 214-320-8816 or go to the website JohnD'AngeloInc.com. You'll get straight talk, professional service, and a dependable closing. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Texas, let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. And for the first 250 customers who spend $100, we're including a free ribeye. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Dawson here with you. My bad. Wanted to chat about Window Nation because they have an amazing deal going on right now. WindowNation.com. Buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing for 2 years. Nothing down, no interest, no payments. WindowNation.com. Home of the best windows in the world. The most energy efficient windows in the world. Sitting right there, Window Nation. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Forbes magazine named them best window company in the world. But the reason I love Window Nation is their customer service and professionalism is second to none. Windows made right here in Texas by Texans. They know, they understand the very unique climate we have here in North Texas. It's too hot, it's too cold. And that combination of factors wreaks havoc on your energy bills throughout the entire year. So go to windownation.com, get the most energy efficient windows put in your home, because right now they have a couple of amazing promotions going on. Buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing for 2 years. That's nothing down. No payments, no interest. WindowNation.com is the website. Tell them we sent you, and you're going to love having the best window company in the world come out to the house and do the job for you at windownation.com. Salute.
Unexplained weight gain and loss of muscle mass could be related to low T or hormone imbalances. Trust my team for Men's Health, the Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you on your way to weight and muscle mass. Once your hormone levels are optimized, Men's T Clinic's proven programs work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. Making that call to Men's T is a small step for big gains. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
Texans, do you work in industries such as trucking, agriculture, or construction? Then you might be operating equipment that we want to help you upgrade or replace. The Texas Emissions Reduction Plan provides funding to help Texans upgrade or replace their old equipment and vehicles. From trucks, tractors, forklifts, school buses, and more, we have grants that can benefit you and your business. Want to be the first to know when new grants open? Sign up for email updates at texasvehiclegrants.org. That's texasvehiclegrants.org.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit cordellcordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life. your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now. Online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Ford.
Mostly cloudy tonight, overnight lows mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's, helping over 40,000 customers every year. Clogged main line? We'll clear it for just $89 with our 123-day clog-free guarantee. Big savings on the things you need. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
M37968.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Rangers pregame's coming up here at 5:30. They'll visit the Yankees, second of three. The finale tomorrow morning, actually. It's a late morning start, 11:30, so we'll be on about 3 o'clock or so tomorrow night. The segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Some baseball notes. Carlos Correa, now back with the Astros. He is out for the season. What's that, an ankle? Is that an ankle operation?
Yeah, he's got to have season-ending ankle surgery.
There's a 5-game suspension handed down to Framber Valdez and a 1-gamer for A.J. Hinch for last night's theatrics. And I think the most fun thing right now is also in division. There's a little bit of a Mike Trout trade conversation that's starting to get passed around. And he's absolutely crushing. It's a renaissance month anyway for Mike Trout. I think his OPS is 1,000 right now. He's having a hell of a year, and the Angels are terrible. So what is the best way for them to, manage that? And if you want to go see Mike Trout here come through when the Angels are in town, it might be a good opportunity to go ahead and go do that.
I wonder what his appetite would be for it, because obviously he stayed there his whole career, even though we've all been like, dude, why don't you get out of there? He's got the full no-trade clause, so I wonder how small of a group of teams he'd be willing to go to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're all dying to see Mike Trout in the postseason.
I mean, it'd be hard if you'd set down roots and you have your family and everything to just go to a different city, and but the opportunity to contend in the playoffs, I think, would be massive. But even bigger than that, if I'm Trout, I'm thinking, what do you guys want? I need to give you some value back.
Sure.
How much money is he taking for the Angels? Close to $500 million.
And hasn't played a lot.
And has not played much at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the overwhelming feeling of guilt would be there. And I want to know how the Angels want to play it. Maybe now that I'm playing good, they actually want to have me out there. Maybe this is part of, their idea for selling interest to the fans or whatever. How about some John Sterling quotes over the years? Some of his, most famous home run calls have echoed over the last couple of days as the Rangers get set to take on the Yankees. Some of the more quirky ones that I've enjoyed reading on baseball Twitter this afternoon. For Gleyber Torres, like a good Gleyber, Torres is there. Little State Farm play.
That's well done.
Very well done. One of the original calls that started it all, this is mid to late 90s, was the Bernie Williams call, Bernie goes boom, burn baby burn. Apparently that was one of them that he got the feedback on. He was kind of like, well, maybe I should try this with all of them. But I think that's interesting because that clearly puts the timeline after Chris Berman. I was wondering, is Berman kind of biting off of Sterling, or is it the other way around? I think Berman might have been doing it, and Sterling kind of borrowed it a little bit, or was maybe at least inspired by it. Jason Giambi's might have been the coolest, the Giambino, Sterling's call for a cousin of his earlier one for Tino Martinez, who he called Bamtino. They're both homages to Babe Ruth, who counted the Bambino among the many nicknames that he had. Matsui was It's a Thrilla by Godzilla. Mark Teixeira was pretty annoying. This one was Mark sends a text message. You're on the Mark Teixeira. And, of course, the A-bomb from A-Rod, a couple of former Rangers there were immortalized there by John Sterling calls. It is the Masai Ujiri era, and we've been standing by for any news that could impact Mavericks leadership. The NBA draft lottery is Sunday, but apparently Jason Kidd tried to become president of the team. He was told a couple of months back he was not a candidate. He was not included in the process to hire Ujiri, so how he reacts to that, I think, is an important part of the equation.
Yeah, real quick, we talked about that, though, didn't we? We made mention that he might want to take a role as, and could he do it, and all
That's
that.
his ultimate dream.
Yeah, a couple months ago we were talking about that. Yeah,
no doubt. He wanted
to be the president.
Yeah, but so how does he like this post Nico and now post dream of being the boss world? He has 4 years left on his contract, but maybe news will start flowing as the week progresses tomorrow. For Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, just went 3.5 flawless, and Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Broadus. Aiden Butler coordinating your video. Rangers baseball's coming up next. Till tomorrow after the day game, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If you're spending $400 to $1,000 a month on weight loss injections without getting the body you want, then you need to go see the team at Souza Clinic. Their transformation program combines natural weight loss, advanced treatments that target deep, stubborn belly fat, and skin tightening so you don't just lose weight, you reshape your body. You can get all of those treatments at Souza Clinic for about $350 a month. Visit weightlossfortexas.com. That's weight loss, the number 4, texas.com. Souza Weight Loss. Real results, no shortcuts.
Are you
you tired of falling short on your health and fitness?